in the back, straight to the ground. Oh yeah, gotta go, can't waste a moment of my time. Focus.
They talking, we cashing the check. We do it live in the flesh. They talking, we cashing the check. We do it live in the flesh. 101, run it up. Tell them nothing, I'm gone. Better off, never lost. Baby, yes, I'm home. Show them all, let them talk. This the game they lost. 101, run it up. Tell them nothing, I'm gone. 101, run it up. Tell them nothing, I'm gone. Better off, never lost. Baby, yes, I'm home. Show them all, let them talk. This the game they lost. 101, run it up. Tell them nothing, I'm gone. Tell them nothing, I'm gone. For real. Saw the prime, gotta go. Throw the money in the toe. Couple baddies on the boat. We gon' go from coast to coast. I guess that's how that really goes. Watch the page and want our flows. Switch it up before they know. I got the antidote. Pulling out a punch. Taking these beats, make them lunch. My gut is all I trust. Yeah, they hoppin' high like us. They talking, we cashing the check. We do it live in the flesh. Came from the bottom, connect. Built our way up, that's respect. Built our way up, that's respect. Came from the bottom, connect. They talking, we cashing the check. We do it live in the flesh. 101, run it up. Tell them nothing, I'm gone. Better off, never lost. Baby, yes, I'm home. Show them all, let them talk. This the game they lost. 101, run it up. Tell them nothing, I'm gone. 101, run it up. Tell them nothing, I'm gone. Better off, never lost. Baby, yes, I'm home. Show them all, let them talk. This the game they lost. 101, run it up. Tell them nothing, I'm gone. They talking, we cashing the check. We do it live in the flesh. Built our way up, that's respect. Came from the bottom, connect. Built our way up, that's respect. Came from the bottom, connect. They talking, we cashing the check. We do it live in the flesh. 101, run it up. Tell them nothing, I'm gone. Better off, never lost. Baby, yes, I'm home. Show them all, let them talk. This the game they lost. 101, run it up. Tell them nothing, I'm gone.
Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Ayy, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no flex in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Huh. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Ayy, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no flex in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. This back and forth, this so obnoxious. I staying cautious, I staying firm like a young king. These other rappers behind me, I'll eat the cake in 2 languages, chilling diplomatic, living universal. From Puerto Rico, I'm a giving verses. Put me on the verses, any verse. Ayy, you went from losing all to losing it, to loosen up, to look at her, to what the hell I'm looking at, to pack your things, to pack your bag, leave the house and not come back. I mean, look at this and look at that. You really can't compare, you can't come back. I mean, to be mad or be a man. I live my life, later make amends. Let's go. I got cards up in my sleeve and you never heard of a mystery man like me. It's a lonely curse. Hey, when you wake up from a dream, and it is all cap, they don't rap. Yeah. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Hey, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no flex in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Huh. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Hey, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no flex in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Oh baby, I pray that my enemies, they trip over my high heel. I strut over them, no fear, just pure glam. I'm a working man, I get my bag and I'm out. I ain't here for no drama. Hey mama, didn't know about that karma. It is my universe. Hey, I got cards up in my sleeve and you never heard. Hey, a mystery man like me, it's a lonely curse. Hey, when you wake up from a dream and everything you see is what it used to be. Now breathe, 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 breathe. I got cards up in my sleeve and you never heard of a mystery man like me. It's a lonely curse. Hey, when you wake up from a dream and it is all cap, they don't rap. Yeah. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Hey, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no flex in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Huh. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Hey, you walking eggshell, shaking and shivering young. Hate up, better give me your best. Say what you mean. Ain't no snakes in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite.
Okay, let's go.
I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time, giving icon. I'm giving icon, I'm living white, yeah, it radiates in my sons, yeah. Draw my sights on, my insight strong. I can see you with no lights. I'm a python, I'm a fighter. Got my sights on, something bright, something real hot. No lighter, I can make a spark, no fire. Never put in park, made a good boy my driver. I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time. Giving icon, giving icon, yeah. I'm giving icon, yeah. Giving icon. I want money, yeah. I want all the money, yeah. I want money flooding, spend it like it's nothing. Give me. I know. I deserve a little something. I mean, look at me, you cuff it. Look at me, you cuff it. You know everything I do comes with the prequel and the suffix. Suck out syllables and sell 'em. If you wanna work with me, you better come correct. If you flirt with me, I got my freaks waiting on your deck. Yeah, I'm baby, she's well protected, and it goes way back. I said I'm well connected. I got the ops, I'm retainer. No competition, no brainer. Slim waistline, no trainer. I said that, I made her. I'm giving icon, I'm living white, yeah, it radiates in my sons, yeah. Draw my sights on, my insight strong. I can see you with no lights. I'm a python, I'm a fighter. Got my sights on, something bright, something real hot. No lighter, I can make a spark, no fire. Never put in park, made a good boy my driver. I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time. Giving icon. Icon.
Yeah. I want y'all to listen to me. Cause I know there's a lot of talk out there. A lot of people try to put you down, but I got a few words for you. Check it.
Hair standing up on your neck. Goosebumps on your skin, you a wreck. But to the world, you look focused. Take a breath, remember that you chose this. You've been hustling, now it's time. Not a person in the world that can match your grind. Come on and get ready. Set go, give them hell like Freddy. This is your chance, you better take it. Let go of your fear and you can make it. One shot, one shot, one shot, one shot. This is your chance, you better take it. Let go of your fear and you can make it. One shot, one shot, one shot, one shot.
One shot, only got one shot. Make it worth it. One shot, only got one shot. Practice makes perfect. One shot, only got one shot. Make it worth it. One shot, only got one shot. Practice makes perfect.
You ain't gotta prove yourself.
and non-binary pals, and welcome to the Red Bull Campus Clutch Regional Finals here for the United Kingdom. And I am here with Moxie in the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, live, brought to you by our travel sponsors, National Express. We're here with the athletes who are just in the other room as well. It's going to be an action-packed day of Valorant. They are using these beautiful intelnuc PCs. They've got SteelSeries peripherals. They've got Aegon by AOC monitors to work with, so they are going to be using the top-of-the-line equipment today, and they're going to be competing against each other fervently to get that spot in Sao Paulo for the United Kingdom.
Top of the line is definitely going to be the storyline of the day, Twiggy, because this is one of the biggest tournaments in Valorant. Around 50 different countries, 300 universities from all across the world. And from the UK, we had 81 teams, 400 players have now been cut down to 4 teams, Twiggy. And today we find out which one team gets to represent the entirety of the UK in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, it's a pretty special occasion. They're all back there. We've seen them. They've come into the studio. It's been a pretty. I'm gonna be honest. It's a pretty miserable morning here in London. It's been very wet. It's been very damp. We got actually here before the big rain started. We got here early. The players, they've probably had to wade through a good storm to get here, so they may be a little damp. But we've warmed them up and we've got them ready for the game, and I think they'll be in peak physical form, ready to play for us today. So. I mean, it's a format. We're playing we're going to do the North final and then the South final, and then those two teams are going to be playing against each other, and the winner of that one is going to be representing the United Kingdom once again in Sao Paulo in Brazil for that World Final. So it's a really, really exciting occasion. I can't wait to see how these players play, because in the qualifiers, obviously, you get to see a good amount, but it's nothing compared to the LAN experience.
Yeah, it's really nice as well that we had National Express actually letting these players come and meet each other, and we actually got to talk to them yesterday. There is a lot of confidence from those players. Some of these teams are already like, yeah, we already know we're going to go to Brazil, and it's going to be absolutely insane to get to see them get to go toe-to-toe today. As Twiggy, it's going to be interesting. We, as you pointed out, have all of these different qualifiers coming on through. So on paper, a lot of these teams haven't actually met each other before. However, we did actually have one team, Last Dance, actually participating for a couple of rounds in the Southern qualifiers for 2. So they've already gone toe-to-toe with Castle Nocturna. So if those two teams actually get to make it into the grand finals, it's going to be a rematch.
Yeah, there are a little bit of grog. This is what you expect from a little bit of UK Valorant. A little bit of UK Valorant, there's a little bit of history between some of the players. They've played against each other before. It's a pretty tight-knit scene, you know? We all know each other. We're here with the Goose House. Obviously, everybody has played, you know, in this community for a while. So there's definitely going to be some rivalries going on. I can't wait to see. Well, I mean, you're going to have some camera views of all the players as we can see them playing later on. So you're going to be able to see if there's maybe a little bit of trash talk, maybe a little bit of friendly banter between the two over the desks. They're right next to each other, like 6 feet from each other, all of these players. So you're going to get to see some stuff. It's a pretty special place. I love the Red Bull the gaming sphere, because it's cozy, it's beautiful. I mean, they've got up. There's a trophy in there. You got to see the trophy. It's very nice. It's a very nice trophy.
It's very chic, very sleek.
Yes, chic. Yes, exactly. Well, we're going to take a look at the bracket now between our 3 games that we're going to play here today. 3 best of 3s here. Obviously, we're starting off with the North Final, Just Essentials versus Last Dance. We'll move on to the South Final, the Birmingham Bulls versus Casa Natura, and then the winners of those 2 games will be playing against each other in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, that Grand Finals is definitely going to be a matchup that you really do not want to miss, but we are going to have to narrow down the regions and the teams that are going to be competing and actually showcasing the regions in full. Twiggy, we're going to have a lot of fun to expect, because, I mean, we have, like, teams and pro scenes who really come in with the hardcore metas, right? And then we have this level of scenes, and it really comes down to things like comfort picks and curveballs.
Yeah.
So I have my fingers crossed that we might get to see a couple of curveballs come through. Pull is still a relatively new map. A lot of the time teams do like to insta-ban it, and looking at some of these teams and their runs of the qualifiers, a lot of teams are actually insta-banning out Pearl. However, I think if you're sitting on that nugget of being able to throw Pearl out and feel confident enough to actually field it today, you can really use that map to counter-start a lot of these different teams.
Yeah, obviously, because of the map pool, there is, and it's best of 3, so you're going to have, 4 bans over the course, 2 bans each over the course of the series, and that does mean mean that you're really going to be playing into your comfort picks. The best of 3 is not about being, you know, really diverse, being able to play on every map, just being the better team. A lot of the time you can, you know, practice 3 maps, get really good at them, and then just make sure that you ban out the ones that you don't want. And as long as the other team hasn't studied you like a book, you're going to have a pretty easy time of playing into your own hand and being able to pick the maps that you want. We see that a lot with pro teams, but it's obviously they have a little bit more of a, you know, the teams right at the top, they do have a little bit more of a responsibility to learn every map. These guys today, maybe we've got some comfort picks coming through, and obviously I think we'll see that reflected in the agent pool as well. But I'm excited to see what kind of things we're going to get, because the meta is so much more balanced now than it was a few months ago. Obviously, we had changes to, you know, ecos. You know, obviously, the Stinger changes have made a big difference. But more than that, you know, third round is no longer now just, oh, whoever gets the rifles wins it. Now I'm seeing a lot of third rounds, especially in you know, kind of more competitive areas like lower down in the UK scene. We're going to see it especially where third round will a lot of the time go to the bonus winners. So it's a really exciting meta that we're in right now, I think, and it's probably the best time we could have asked for these teams.
I mean, not only that, like sometimes we actually see teams heavily committing into the second round. If they win the pistols, they'll actually go for a hero play and give one of their players a rifle, or sometimes even just a bulldog. You send 2 players in with a bulldog, you're able to take that second round, and because you take the second round, that bonus into the third is a little bit chunkier in terms of the damage that you're able to deal against the other team, who are, as we pointed out, most likely going to be coming in with those rifles. I can't wait to see what agents are going to be chosen, because we are on live, right? So we have seen a couple of changes come through in the past. Raynor is now getting to be played a little bit more selfishly, which I think really fits her characteristics and personality. Right? She's a very selfish person in law, so it makes sense that all of her utility would be for herself, as opposed to something like KO, who now has a little bit more punishment if you try and really be proactive with your flash drives because of that gun delay. It's going to be really hard to actually be able to find it. However, I think we're actually going to be able to see a little bit of those agent sites coming through in a while, Twiggy, as we are going to be throwing over to a little bit of a break so that all of the players are going to be ready, raring, and waiting to go.
Yeah, we will be back in a little bit, but don't forget. Our sponsors, our beautiful sponsors. The reason we're here today, National Express with the travel. We've got intelnuc PCs, we've got SteelSeries esports peripherals, and Aegon by AOC to thank. We couldn't do this without you, so thank you very much, all of you sponsors. But we're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Stack the plates up on the bar, in the gym, gone hard. Show out, show up, we the next up. Catch our wave, it'll take you far. Around the world, send a postcard. Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Smashing shows, that's how it is. Dreamed about this as a kid. Show out, show up, we the next up. Work hard, rock star, this the life we live. Play your part, not yourself. Go for one, get the belt, map it out, then you strike. Walk with me, I got the mic. Never doubt it, this the journey. Always grinding, never worried. Took the funds, cap the drip. Hard haters, hella sick. Why they looking hella hard? Cause we raising up the ball. Spin some bands on the crib. Late nights, we'll take you far. Push the whip, shift the gear. Pretty chick, it's pretty clear. You can tell, it's our year. New whip, top tier. Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Stack the plates up on the bar, in the gym, gone hard. Show out, show up, we the next up. Catch our wave, it'll take you far. Around the world, send a postcard. Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Smashing shows, that's how it is. Dreamed about this as a kid. Show out, show up, we the next up. Work hard, rock star, this the life we live. Walking with all of this ice, I know I'm doing it right. Watch how I hit off the light, watch how I light up the night. Can't say I'm not nice, this really my life. More drip than a pipe, I don't brag but I might. Double C on the hills, run around the carousel. When they ask about me, tell them all I'm doing well. Watch the money is stacked, you can't pay me back. In the lab, that's a fact. Silk on the bill of my hat, tie my sweater, no frat. I don't buy off the rack, pinky ring just a match. I don't act like a Mac, and we don't go tit for tat. The team don't rock like that. Late nights never slack. Uniform all black. Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Stack the plates up on the bar, in the the gym, going hard. Show out, show up, we the next up. Catch our wave, it'll take you far. Around the world, send a postcard. Pop up, go up, we gon' blow up. Smashing shows, that's how it is. Dreamed about this as a kid. Show out, show up, we the next up. Work hard, rock star, this the life we live. Pop up, go up, we gon' blow up. Set the plates up on the bar, in the gym, going hard. Show out, show up, we the next up. Catch our wave, it'll take you far. Around the world, send a postcard. Pop up, go up, we gon' blow up. Set the plates up on the bar, in the gym, going hard. Show out, show up, we the next up. Catch our wave, it'll take you far. Around the world, send a postcard. Pop up, go up, we gon' blow up. Smashing shows, that's how it is. Dreamed about this as a kid. Show out, show up, we the next up. Work hard, rock star, this the life we live.
Give me the beat, give me the rhythm, give me the 1, 2. Show you in the world what you gon' do. Bring the heat to the instrumental and move. No one's stopping what you got all up inside of that groove. Put it down like you claiming the crown and lay in the crowd. Take competitors pound for pound. Ow, it's amazing when you hearing the sound and how you astound. So keep it going, don't stop now. Tell yourself that ain't nobody greater. Then go make it you. You're a champion, shapeshifter, creator. And now the spotlight's on you. Go ahead, love. Feel had that big bang with it. Go ahead, love. Come on, shake that thing with it. Go ahead, love. What you gon' bring to it? Do that there. Do that there. Do it. Go ahead, love. Feel had that big bang with it. Go ahead, love. Come on, shake that thing with it. Go ahead, love. What you gon' bring to it? Do that there. Do that there. Do it. Okay. Do that there. Do that there. Do it. Show 'em what you got. And you better bring the heat. When you're in the ring, gotta show them you can battle. Can handle any challenge and put trophies on the mantle. The magnetism original, any other a sample. They should sit a while, listen and learn from the example. You're the prototype and living up to all the hype. Dark till now when you showed up as the brightest light. Ain't no fright in it, it's just fearless flight in it. While they're witnessing the moment with swagger and skill reunite. Tell yourself that ain't nobody greater. Then go make it you. You're a champion, shapeshifter, creator. And now the spotlight's on you. Tell yourself that victory is sweeter when you push through. You're a champion, winner, the undefeated. And now the spotlight's on you. Go ahead, love. Feel had that big bang with it. Go ahead, love. Come on, shake that thing with it. Go ahead, love. What you gon' bring to it? Do that there. Do that there. Do it. Go ahead, love. Feel had that big bang with it. Go ahead, love. Come on, shake that thing with it. Go ahead, love. What you gon' bring to it? Do that there. Do that there. Do it. You gotta be willing to cheer for you before anybody else will. Standing in the stadium alone with the greatest belief that it will one day be filled. And when it is, it'll all be worth it. Now put your crown on and rise. Go ahead, love. Feel had that big bang with it. Go ahead, love. Come on, shake that thing with it. Go ahead, love. What you gon' bring to it? Do that there. Do that there. Do it. Go ahead, love. Feel had that big bang with it. Go ahead, love. Come on, shake that thing with it. Go ahead, love. What you gon' bring to it? Do that there. Do that there. Do it.
Slick. You finna go up. How about you? Step to the beat, left, right with your feet. Can be the street, top flow and the sweet. Whip outside, hop in, say peace. Shades on, hat low, you know my speech. They aim in the place, my wrist don't freeze. It's a marathon, we let them think they had a lead. Never really had it, you believe you seeing me? Laughing right out on while we grew into the beat. This that life that we dreamed about. Pink to the shades till the sun goes out. Round and round, pound for pound. Forget back then, we have right now. All this, that sound, there's no coming down. Slide in the whip, start the engine too loud. They look over, give a glance, but it's our time, they don't stand no chance. Sunny days got blue, new cool +2. Kick it in the ocean, on the cold by the pool. Ask your friends, cause they know I'm that dude. I'ma hustle for me, you gon' hustle for you. Cats don't know what to do, but I do. Gotta go for it, let me show you. I was really done in life, you gotta choose. How about you? Sunny days got blue, new cool +2. Kick it in the ocean, on the cold by the pool. Ask your friends, cause they know I'm that dude. I'ma hustle for me, you gon' hustle for you. Cats don't know what to do, but I do. Gotta go for it, let me show you. I was really done in life, you gotta choose. about you? Kick it in the ocean on a cold by the pool. How about you? Cats don't know what to do. How about you? Wake 'em up, they have me on snooze. Get into the chips. How about you?
Welcome back, one and all. We're about to get underway with our first map and our first game of the day between Last Dance and Just Essentials. So it's the North Finals. We're going to decide who is going to be representing the North in the Grand Finals later today. Obviously, we're going to have those South Finals later for you. But first, Last Dance versus Just Essentials. Two teams that have made their way through the qualifiers. And, I mean, we're pretty excited to see these guys play.
I mean, I'm really excited to see Last Dance play. They actually managed to take their regional final 13-1 on Bind, so a very decisive victory coming out from them, and I wonder if Just Essentials have done their homework and have checked the maps that were coming through that they were picking, because one thing that I did see when I was looking at the qualifiers that they'd actually run through, a lot of the time Pearl was immediately insta-banned out. So if you're not really comfortable running Pearl and you need to immediately take that out of the map pool, it does hamper where you actually end up for the rest of the series, and if you really are able to take advantage of that fact, they might be able to find an easy advantage before the series even begins.
Yeah, it's really, really important these guys know what their map pool is, know what essentially the other team's map pool is as well. Doing your research on the other team is an incredibly important thing. We've done our research on both of these teams. Now the question remains, have they done research on each other? Who is going to be better prepared for this matchup? You never know in these kinds of environments what you're going to come up against and how one-sided these games are going to be, how competitive these games are going to be. So every little bit of advantage you can get yourself is really, really important at this stage of the competition. And it's really, really important just to get in your opponent's heads and make sure that you can download their strat book. Look, if you've watched back some VODs, if you've watched back some of these games and maybe just like seen some of these players play, not even, you don't have to have watched any of them play in this competition, just see exactly what they like to do. It can really give you that upper hand in this bracket. So we're going to be seeing exactly what these guys are coming into this one with. I'm hoping for a really competitive game here.
I mean, I think we're actually going to be seeing the rosters, so we can actually see the players themselves in a little bit of moments. As I'm really excited to see Last Dance in person, as these players have actually been participating in some of these other regions as well. They were one of these teams that started participating in the Southern qualifiers at the beginning and then lost a couple of their players, as now we are just panning over the entire team. I'm really excited to get to see what exactly they have in store for us. But on the other hand, they're going to be going up against Just Essentials. And as we talked about, they had a very definitive last round. So for Just Essentials, it really is, I believe, going to be coming down to taking out some of these teams' strongest map, which obviously has to be Bind, as we get a look at exactly how these players are gearing themselves up to go into game with, as we get to see our wonderful studio.
Indeed.
Again, all of these players brought together by National Express, who were very lovely and paid for everybody to come along, not just to the studio, but they also got a miniature tour of London as well when they arrived at Victoria Station.
Well, very nice. To be fair, yesterday was a very, very nice day. It was very clear, maybe a little bit overcast, but it was a nice, like, chilly kind of pre-winter day. Today, I'm glad we got the tour of London done before today, because I don't think it would have been very enjoyable today. But hey, here we are. So it's an incredibly important one. We're going to take a look at the stats here for those qualifiers, see how these two teams match up against each other. This is Last Dance versus Just Essentials. You can see qualifier games won, Last Dance getting a few more on the board there. And you can see, it does feel like Last Dance does have a little bit of a upper hand here, but you never know until these two teams match up against each other here on that LAN stage.
Yeah. Honestly, for Just Essentials, the best move that they can make at the very beginning of the series is to ban Bind.
Yeah.
We can see it for Last Dance. It is their favorite map. You need to take it immediately out of the pool. There is a reason that they are so confident when they're on that map, and by taking it immediately off of the table, you do put themselves in a little bit of an uncomfortable position.
Yeah. And again, that is really the important thing, right, is knowing exactly how you can counter your opposition. We saw that Haven was the more, the preferred map for Just Essentials there as well. So hopefully knowing that for both of those teams, you're going to be able to ban out what your opponents want to play. You can play what you want to play. Maybe sometimes the thing is, a lot of teams are going to just ban, look, there's a comfort ban and then there's a tactical ban, right? You can either ban the one that you don't want to play, or you can ban the one that they want to play. You can get in their heads that way. So maybe I'm hoping to see, you know, a Haven ban or a Bind ban come through to specifically counter that, rather than just going, I don't want to play Pearl or I don't want to play Fracture.
You really do need to use it as a sort of strategy,
yeah.
right? Because, I mean, I get it, Pearl is new, it's definitely one of those harder maps to really get to grasp with.
Yeah.
But, because, you know, like, mid is an absolute maze when you try to push on through, and the fact that it's really hard as well for a lot of the time the attacking teams to be able to make sure that everyone survives moving onto those sites. But if it does come down to Pearl, at least you have a little bit more of an even ground, as opposed to going to Bind, where we have just seen absolute domination coming through from Last Dance when they've played this map.
Yeah, now you can see a little bit more of the beautiful studio. Beautiful players playing the game.
Beautiful trophy.
Beautiful trophy, yeah. We saw a glimpse of that just a second ago. It's amazing. I love it. Red Bull have really they pulled out all the stops here today, and it is actually a beautiful occasion. Look at all the Red Bull over there. Look at the canvas clutch. Look, they're right next to it. They are right next to each other. They're looking at each other. Thank you for the product placement, my friend.
It's gonna get pretty tense in there, right? Because you're gonna look up, you're gonna see duelists, especially. Yeah. When duelists are in the same room and they're on different teams, oh my goodness, does it become a little bit hairy to get to see those duelists look each other in the eye with the understanding that one of those teams is relying on one of those duelists walking away with that fight victory, because if you are able to take that win, it really opens the door for the rest of your team to be able to find immediate momentum in the entirety of the round.
Yeah, really important to get those opening, especially, you know, maps like Bind and Haven. They're maps that are opened by, you know, your duelist, because Haven nowadays generally a Neon or a Jet. The two, or actually, you know what? Haven is kind of anything. It used to be Phoenix was the meta in Haven. Yeah, Raze, Reyna works. So yeah, no, honestly, Haven is one of those maps where you run a very quick or a very slow one, and but the duelist is really the linchpin for the team. Bind, similar. It's more kind of, I think, initiatory, but not quite as much as Ascent. You know, duelists are really important on both of those maps. So,
I mean, I would say honestly for Bind, it comes down to controller a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Right? There's a reason that we saw Viper rise to prominence in the EMEA meta when we headed over to Bind, because of the fake plays that you could get away with using the Toxin screen for. Like, that was the days of old. Now you do have to do a little bit more of a commitment than just tossing down a Toxin screen and going, oh, maybe we're gonna push A, surprise!
Yeah.
Evil mustache twirl, we actually decided to push on to B. But it's still going to be, I think, really coming down to some of these agent picks and also how versatile you can be. Because when you're in these best of threes, right, you're not just really coming in with one composition for all of these different maps, because as we pointed out, the meta has shifted significantly. You can't just lock the same 5 agents and steamroll over every single map in existence.
Yeah, there was a time where you ran a Jet, you ran a Sova, you ran a Sage, you ran, I don't know, maybe another duelist, a Reyna sometimes, and then you'd run a Killjoy or something, or a Cypher, and that would be it. That's everything, cover all bases on every single map. Nowadays, you've got, you know, Icebox is completely different from Breeze, is completely different from Haven, is completely different from Bind, so it's important that you have that depth of play. You're not just going to have somebody insta-locking Jet and staying on that the whole time, or even a Reyna Crutch or something like that. It's obviously important to have something like a Chamber, where you've got that long range, you've got that disengage available, but for the most part, it is really important that you have, you know, maybe 2 or 3 controllers that you can play, or 2 or 3 initiators that you can play, because they're really well balanced now. That Sky, that KO, interchangeable in really good ways.
Remember when Astra was just the queen of controller? And every single player was just forced to learn how to play Astra, otherwise you were essentially throwing for your team. But now we're actually getting to see other controllers really finding their footing, and I love it. My personal favorite is Ascent, where you pair up an Omen and KO to be able to use as a really stalwart defense, because you have that KO to find the information. The Omen can cover their back with things like the Paranoia and the Dark Cover, setting you up to be able to hold that position super aggressively and immediately suppress the most amount of players possible in one fell swoop.
Yeah, and I do, even though I think the meta is still, you know, leaning towards double initiator, it's nice to have both a recon initiator and a flash initiator, like a KO and Sova on Ascent, or maybe even KO and Fade works a lot of the time on Ascent now. It's not all about the initiators, and that's what's good. It's really important that you do have a good controller ready to have your backs. It's really important that you have a Sentinel that's able to run things. I mean, I mean, Ascenta's always been one of those maps, especially where your Sentinel is incredibly important. Maybe not exactly in how you play it, but which one you pick. You know, you've got so many different schools of thought. Obviously, you can pick the Chamber, who is long range, can sub in for that Jet instead, so you've got a kind of pseudo-duelist going on. You've got a Sage who can lock off parts of the map. I've seen that all over the place. And then obviously you've got your more important Sentinels, but we've got the maps ready. We've got those bans, those picks ready to see. This is what's really important for these teams. It's bans on Breeze and Pearl to start off with. I would call that comfort, and it's Haven and Bind to start off with. So both of these teams' strongest maps. So maybe we will be seeing a map 3 here, and it is going to be the decider on Icebox.
I just had the urge to hide under the table.
Yeah. Oh man.
I saw the Breeze and the Pearl come through and I was like, oh, here we go. Okay, what is going to be strongest? This is really dangerous for just Essentials, right? Because now it really is going to come down to them being able to take this first map on Haven. If there is an upset on Haven, their strongest map, and they end up immediately over onto Bind, it is going to be a really tough call. So this Agent Select is going to be absolutely crucial. And I think for Haven, at least, like, you do have, as we pointed out, a little bit more rounded in terms of the agents that you can pick, so it can be a little bit more versatile, a little bit harder to pin down the composition that you're going to roll out with. I'm a big fan of Neon. On Haven. I really adore Neon with just the amount of aggression and distance that you can cover really quickly, as well as having things like that fast lane to be able to buy your team the space to be able to move onto the site when you're playing aggressive and on attack, but you can also flip that over onto the defense and be able to try and sniff out the first kill. Yeah,
I mean, this is really scary. Having both strongest maps, it means that the potential for an upset leading to a 2-0 is so massive. You know, you have to make sure you're winning your map pick, and you have to make sure you're winning your map pick in good form as well. If you win 13-11, that's not a good look for you. That's your favorite map, and you're going into your opponent's map next. We've seen it all over the place. If you've been watching Game Changers, there's been a lot of upsets going on there, and a lot of it starts with winning the opposition's map pick, and it's a lot of the time they're also banning out maps that they don't like instead of banning out maps that the opposition do like. So when you're playing this game of we're going to play our strongest game, means you have to play your strongest game. Really important that you do bring your A game.
Yeah, it's mind games, honestly. Valorant, like 75% of it is in servers. The remaining 25% is all mind games with your opponent. So I can't wait to see what agents are going to be coming on through. Are we going to get the Raze duelist? Are we going to see the Neon coming through? Maybe we see a return of the Jet as well. Potentially even a Chamber as, here we go. Already we're getting to see a Jet coming on through. I don't think we're going to get to the Yoro teasers immediately, as it's going to be replaced by the Omen. Big fan of the Fade coming on through though. Fade is so strong on Haven, the amount of information that you can gather as well as the Skybox to make sure that you are getting the full picture of the map for as much as possible while still running something like that Killjoy as well to be able to sort of tick off all of those spaces. No on the defense, because there are 3 sites to defend. Mathematically, you're always going to be short-handed on one of those sites. You need to have the information, the intel of where the attackers are actually hitting.
Yeah. You can see Just Essentials there on your left, and again, it's that double initiator, Fade Breach. Breach is a lovely pick, obviously, on Haven. It's the usual. You're not going to see, a Sky too often here, but Breach, very good. But an interesting Killjoy pick, honestly. It's kind of rare that you would see a Killjoy on this map. A lot of the time, you are going to see a Chamber, but well, if Cass is going to run that Jet, definitely a good idea to get that extra Sentinel utility. So I could see it working, definitely. It's definitely just going to be down to how they play this one, because they've got a very balanced comp there. There's some good aggression, there's some good defensive ability on that one. I think Omen is pretty much the only controller that works on Haven right now. That Paranoia is so useful, obviously, because you have the flashes available for your team already, but being able to use that Paranoia to get in and completely lock down areas like C long or like A long, and even just the whole of B you can cover with one Paranoia, really important for your team.
Lobby as well, control. Like, we have 2 teams, both coming with the Fade and both having the same idea of using that Fade, pairing it up with additional AoE damage, so when you get caught in the seas, one team is actually going to be using that Killjoy with the Nano Swarms to be able to try and follow up with. The other team opting for that Raze. And so it does mean that you're going to have really good control of places like sewers and garage as well, all of the really claustrophobic spaces, to make sure that you're really getting the bang for your buck when you're using things like the paint shells, because they're able to ricochet and bounce off of those walls, hitting multiple areas, making it really hard for things like that Jet to be able to move through.
Yeah, well, this is really, really important now. We've set up the stakes, and I think they could not be higher at this point. Obviously, this is the fight to represent the North in the Grand Finals here today. It's going to be much later today. You'll see that against the winner of the South Final. But whoever wins this first map, it's really going to be the ball in their court on the next one. If it's an upset for this first map, it makes things really, really interesting moving into Bind. So, exciting stuff. Last Dance versus Just Essentials. And things start off very quickly with an A-long push here. Last Dance trying to make things happen on the attack. It's going to be Headless, holding things down. A 4-stack from Just Essentials over to A.
Yeah, really wanted to take control of that game side, unfortunately running into the power from Just Essentials. As there's the chamber, but it's going to be cast on that Jet, able to take out the chamber, and immediately all of the momentum that Last Dance were looking to set up on the A side has been removed. However, it's smoke and mirrors. They're actually headed over to a different part of the map, shooting through that dark cover, moving onto the C side. Having to take out the Killjoy turret is going to give their attempt away, though.
Well, they do get onto that side. They will get the spike down at the very least, but you can see that Just Essentials are just waiting, biding their time to get back into this one. They haven't lost a single player yet, and Sausage did a lot of damage there in window. Brings them to an even better position as they're just going to go for that retake quickly, use that reach utility to get in. The Seize does not land on its target, flashes through. Headless is trying to make that flank happen and just puts some pressure on from behind. He actually gets the first kill. Headless is there with a trade. Sausage gets one more, and it does look like they have control of sight in this 4v2 now. One player trying to make their way through from Garage. And make it happen. 2v2. Guna getting 2 there. And the third! And it is going to be Last Dance taking that one away in a 2v4. A beautiful retake of the situation.
You can hear as well the players from the other room. This is my favorite thing about LAN. This is why emotions really matter, because they're going to be buoyed up now. They just took pistols, and they took pistols when they were a player down.
Yeah.
They were able to see the full retake through, and honestly, some absolute stellar shots coming through from the Omen. Guna coming in with an absolute clutch from the team is going to allow them to buy up into the second round.
Yeah, absolutely. Gives them a great standing to get up into this one, especially on the attack. Being able to use those submachine guns as you move on into the sites is absolutely massive, especially towards B, towards A, where you've got those tight angles to watch behind. Being able to land those shots quickly is a massive boon for the team, but it looks like they're just defaulting at the moment.
Yeah, Just Essentials playing it a little bit slower, wanting to see whether or not Last Dance are going to give themselves away. This was one thing that they were punished by, right? The fact that they had that level of aggression was how they lost the chamber very early on. It is going to be Just Essentials coming in once again with that Guna down, but very quickly traded off. That is the power of the superior weaponry.
One enemy remaining.
And in the case of it, the pistols have absolutely no power.
It's a good start from Just Essentials there. They were able to get that first pick, but no more than that whatsoever. It's a good start, but it's not enough damage. I wouldn't say that it's not a successful round there for the Eco, but in the end, third round is where things matter. They didn't buy up into it. That's the important part. They still have an option coming into this one. They've got the rifles coming up into it, and it was not, an aggressive buy either from Last Dance. You don't see any bulldogs, no rifles coming out from them in the second round. Very safe, so it is going to be arguably a little bit of an easier round for Just Essentials here.
Arguably, as we get to see Kogo and Thorns both setting up those breach fault lines to try to land and secure a stun so that their duelists can move forward and find that first pick. Look at actually really use that to be able to make their way towards Sewer, drops the boombox to see whether or not they're going to get tracked, and Serial goes for a little bit too aggressive a peek and immediately gets taken down.
Well, Milker isn't going to be able to get one more. The trade is there from Headless. Milker stuck in a corner, couldn't get out of there in time. Bringing it down to a 4v4 now. Just Essentials probably not happy that they've already lost a player, and Last Dance have slowed things down and they're heading back towards C.
Yeah, they lost the Omen as well. That's going to be really costly because there goes your smoke to try and set free C along, but Seductive is able to find Zetchi with that Vandal. They do have a better buy in this round. Trying to take that distance fight is going to favour Just Essentials. Castle with that jet dash is going to be able to use it to make their way towards Link, as immediately it's going to be Last Dance, seeing that the A side is open off of intel coming through from MGT on that chamber, immediately going to be swerving to rotate.
So much control as well. Picked up a Vandal, means they can hold down A. MJT doing a very good job of just not letting in the Just Essentials side. Stun will come out from the breach going up into heaven, but in the end, one is going to have to go down. Last Dance able to find one more there. MJT sprays down into the crowd of Just Essentials players trying to make their way through from CT. The paranoia is good. FAT finds one more. 3v1 on this one. Seductive Sauce is able to find one more, but it's a 1v2 and it's a difficult situation to bring it back, especially as a Killjoy. You've only got the turret to work with. It's a good fault line, and it's a third round there for Just Essentials. This is what I was talking about. It's what I was talking about. I told you the third round. It could go either way, and there it is.
It was honestly a make or break of missing an Omen. The paranoia just stops them from being able to get through tunnel. And as a result, they have no way of being able to break the defense that Last Chance have set up to just punish them the second that they try and pull back onto that site. If they'd had a paranoia or even a dark cover to make it just a little bit harder to track their movement, maybe Just Essentials would have had a more successful retake. But as it is, they lost that third round, and now they're going to be back on the eco.
Unfortunate situation to be in, but we've seen people come back from worse. We'll put it that way. It is obviously, we're on LAN, the nerves are high. You're looking directly at your opponents. There's a very special, kind of dynamic. So, a shaky start, not the worst thing in the world, but Guna is just able to take the head off Sausage before they even get in towards site. It's a lot of damage done as well. Just Essentials already basically down to 3 players. There's 2 of their players very low on health now. They're going to have to try and make their way in once again, but it's a quick lunge. It's just, they can't even get close. Heads are flying off of the shoulders of Just Essentials players. And it looks like Last Dance are just moving on into CT here. Headless trying to hold him down. Serial is caught the aftershock and gets taken out by Zekshi in the end. Headless able to find 1. That's all she wrote.
Fade is so good for stopping these retakes from the defense, right? Because you just lob a horn around the corner, and you get all of the information that they're trying to push through, that they're waiting for that regroup, and then when they start to make the move, you actually move forward aggressively and catch them when they're not expecting it. And we are just seeing that momentum turn and shift against this defense because of the economy is turning and shifting against them. Thankfully, they have a jet. So when we see the Bladestorm coming through, they might still be able to have the threat, but they don't have it in this round. They do have the lockdown to be able to play around with, but we've seen Last Dance be very finicky about committing to these sites, so I don't want to see an early investment. I do want to see that, though. Cass able to find that first pick again on MGT.
Oh, and it might be a little bit more. Serial not able to find one before that Rolling Thunder comes through, stuns him up. Guna able to take that kill down. That could have been massive. 2 players moving through that dark cover could have been taken down. It does not happen for them, though, and Last Dance once again get that spike on the ground. The Nightfall comes through. A lot of utility from Just Essentials to try and retake this one. Little aftershock back in towards them to try and slow him down. Thorns takes down 1, but is immediately traded out by Headless. Was able to take the head off of Guna as well. 2v3 now. Just Essentials investing a lot of ultimates into this one, but their duelist, their linchpin, is on low HP as well. Looks like they might just stick it. Pros do not fake, and Headless is able to close out the round. Just Essentials get there first, and that's my reaction as well, mate. That's what I'm thinking.
Just this surprise coming on through. All the while, Headless is just sticking, gets the half, and then you're like, surely they're going to notice. Surely someone is going to shoot them. No.
There was not a shot fired at that diffuser. Not a single one.
Here's the thing. They take full advantage of the fact that the lockdown is going down. That's why Headless is able to get onto the site. Everyone is just stuck in that site because they don't have anything like a front line or even a hunter's sword to be able to destroy it early. So they have to move forward and get aggressive. And as a result, that site opens up and they get a very sneaky defuse. As that's the confidence we want to see. Again, defense starting to pick up momentum. Cass not able to get punished. Will again be able to take out MGT very early on.
Yeah, Last Dance completely stunted. Gonna have to just stay in their spawn at this point. And Just Essentials, they're looking for more. It's a good flash from Thorns, and he's able to pick up the kill off of it. Perfect headshot. Brings them back into this round. It's a 3v3 now. As Zekshi able to take 1 more before they head over towards A. The site's completely open for them. They're still going to use that Nightfall to just make sure nobody is around. Nobody caught. They know the site's free. They can get that spike on the ground. It's a TP up into heaven there for Guna. He's going to try and make that position count for them. The aftershock. Ooh, he's going to find that pick. Well, traded the life for the plant. It does now mean that they are lower off in this one. Last Dance looking like they may just lose another round, but Guna able to hold down heaven. The aftershock slows down those defenders as they try to move in. The spike ticking down. Kogo is going to be the first one to try and get things done with the Guardian. Not able to find the pick, and Thorns is able to hit those shots. Last Dance get their next round on the board and just keep away Just Essentials for a little bit longer, but they had a good start to that round.
Yeah, it's the same problem though that we see start to creep and reoccur on that A retake, lacking utility to be able to safeguard your way through tunnel. And that is something that last time have actually started to realize. The fact that they go for that TP really lets the up to heaven, so even if they're going through tunnels, they have a crossfire set up to punish Just Essentials when they actually try and push through past hell. That's when we start to see this adaptation.
Yeah, it puts them into another economically awkward situation as well. Cass does have that Blade Storm available, going to utilize that quickly. They do have a couple ults. Rolling Thunder is available as well as they're from the shadows, so
much pressure now on MGT and Cass on that Jet. Both of them opting for that very early initiation of the ultimate. Serial very aggressively placed up towards window. Once I think is expecting it. There's the Prowler. The Omen's position immediately going to be given away. Serial has no choice but to pull back. So that's just moving forward, trying to create a crossfire. A little bit of safety. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find a trade. And Serial goes down.
No chance to keep your teammate alive there, no matter how aggressive you get. Now Last Dance can just head over towards A site once again. It doesn't matter if anybody's holding up in heaven, they can just move in, get that spike down. They know they've got better weapons.
Spike plant.
They know that Blade Storm is still up for Just Essentials, but what are they going to do? You're not going to hit all 5 of those shots immediately. It doesn't matter how good your SteelSeries peripherals are. It's all in the wrist when it comes to that.
That was risky from Just Essentials. They sacrificed the full line to make it a bait. And it appeared that they were pushing through from tunnel, and Last Dance did not fall for it. They did not fall hook, line, and sinker, and as a result, they're again able to walk away, preventing that A retake. This is starting to become a very big recurring problem. If they're not able to lock down that A side, I am very concerned for this defense.
Our crowd are loving it as well. Sat off to the sidelines, watching those players. They're pretty close to the players as well, honestly. They've got a good view of what's going on. Yeah, Just Essentials finding it very difficult to find a foothold in this game.
Oh, Twiggy, it's come to it. It's happened. It's the push in case of emergency button. The operator coming on through for Cass on that Jet. It's going to be a gamble. If they're able to win this round, they can start to recover. But if they lose it, they're going to be so far behind the economy.
Yeah, it can change the game completely.
For the better or the worse.
Yeah. How many teams do you see pick up an operator and suddenly win every single round? It doesn't matter if Sausage can get a couple of kills before they head in towards B, though. That Chamber is on the flank with the rest of those players. Get that spike down. They don't really have anywhere to go. No smokes up just yet. They'll want to move out of there as quickly as possible. You don't want to be sat on the spike, especially not when that Rolling Thunder comes in. Sausage is able to find one more. And now those players are sat in awkward positions. Gudaga's trying to get away. He's stunned up, but they know exactly where he's going to TP to. Kogo gets one. Sausage on the board as well. One trade is all she wrote for Last Dance in this round. Now MGT has to do everything with this one. Not going to have a good angle on the spike. And the bodyguard is there for Just Essentials. No way of getting that diffuser down. Just Essentials can take that round pretty convincingly. They did have to invest, obviously, that Rolling Thunder to get them off of there.
Yeah, B-side is honestly probably the easiest site to be able to retake for the defense, especially having ultimate and control of Link.
Yeah.
That was the problem for Last Dance. They were able to get a very quick plant on B-side, but they all sort of pulled back and gave up control of the side-arching areas, which meant that when the Rolling Thunder comes through, Seductive Sausage is already in anticipation of it, is able to move into position so that the second the breach ult comes out and the pancake fry-up goes through, they're able to use that distraction tactics, back themselves a kill and move on to that site and immediately eject Last Dance, as we are actually going to see the first of that timeouts coming on through. Because remember, this game started off in Last Dance's favor. They probably thought off of the opening momentum from picking up pistols, they would be able to pick apart this defense, but it's very quickly falling apart around them.
Yeah, that was a very solid round from Just Essentials, and I think, you know, pushing B when the Rolling Thunder is up for the opposition team, maybe not the smartest of ideas. I'll be honest. I do see a little bit of a logical fault in that one, but in the end, I think it was all down to them just sitting on site. They had no kite. They had no way to get out of that position, and they just fell into it.
It felt like a game of ult chicken, to be honest, coming through from Last Dance, whether or not Just Essentials would throw in that Rolling Thunder. Because remember, when they tried to retake A on the previous round, they used the fault line rather than the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah.
So for Last Dance, they were probably anticipating Just Essentials holding onto that ultimate a little bit longer, and as a result, they were caught on the res, as winning that round has allowed the Jet to keep the operator! You cannot blind peek lobby when you have an Omen. You have to early smoke that angle every single round.
Beautiful shot, and that's the way that operator can change the game. Being able to get that opening pick when you're quick with the trigger, it can be perfect for your team, and Cass looks like the man for the job. Sausage backs out of window there. Just making sure that they hold this position. Now they've got that man advantage. It's so massive for them to be able to hold on to it. One ult available for Last Dance. It's an aggressive ult. That showstopper could get them in towards somewhere.
It does create a lot of space.
Yeah, how spread apart Just Essentials are. Players looking at Sausage, able to find one more through the thin gap in the door. Last Dance, they're not deterred. They will move in through Garage. They'll try and make their way in there. Serial is not aware that they could be coming around from behind. Maybe a lack of communication, but Headless walks back to the side. He'll spray one down. Koga there as well. And it's just Thorns left versus the world. 3 players to deal with. They have the lockdown if they really need it.
30
but honestly,
seconds left.
With that breach and that jet, I don't think you need anything whatsoever, but Thorns is just going to push the issue. Head over towards CT, find the first head. No trade available. Aftershock to stop them from moving in from CT, and the spike will go down on the ground. It's Cass moving around from behind, and the lockdown does get used in the end. At the very least, that'll distract Thorns. It'll make him move towards, well, anywhere. That covers a lot of ground. There's nowhere on site that you can go at all. Going to try and break it, but Seductive Sausage is just holding it down. It's a good play.
Yeah, the decoy strategy, it does cost an ultimate, though, and that may have major ramifications in this next round. The fact that not only were you able to find 1 kill when it's 1 versus 3, but also forcing that lockdown, it is definitely going to be something that Last Dance are very happy with for the way that that round went. As we do see the defense really wanting to hold on to that economy. That operator is so instrumental in being able to burn out this early aggression coming through from lockdown. So lock down the A site. They figured out they don't need to be able to win the retake if they make sure that A site is entirely barricaded off because of early op play.
Yeah, and you can see for most of that round how Cass was just holding it down from CT. Nothing aggressive, nothing insane, just making sure that they don't get in towards site and get that spike down. This time, Cass is over towards C long. Stunned up, gonna have to move back, but still has a good view of the area. If they move in through this one, it's a shot through the dark cover, it won't land. Milka brings out the showstopper, not firing it yet, and it's a good shot from Cass, but the trade is there. That showstopper able to find the kill in trade. That means that operator does go down, and there's the lurk from MJT able to take down a member on B, Kogo. And that puts a lot of pressure on Sausage here, who doesn't really know if they can go round from Garage.
Yeah.
As soon as they drop, that Prowler has found them, and MJT can put on a little more pressure. Just make sure that they don't try and get some position happening there on C. The rest of the team moves through from CT. MJT doing even more damage there. Headless looking for something. Smoke of their own goes down so they can try and get that tap on the defuse. The Rolling Thunder is available. They can move forward whenever they want to. Zeki gets in on that one. The defuse can happen again. It's not going to happen this time. Zeki runs his way forward, able to hit that right click with the classic. Just make sure there's no repeat. None of that silliness.
I love the comms were probably just, just stay alive a little bit longer. I've almost got it. I've almost got it.
Got it.
It's
Sticking.
80% stuck almost for Headless to come on through. That would have been a heel turn in terms of tilt.
Yeah.
Coming through from Last Dance. If you lose that round the same way because of that ninja diffuse, oh my goodness, you would have been tilted.
Yeah.
As Last Dance are able to stop it from coming out. Headless now actually going to change up that position, throwing a very early seize towards lobby. As it is now going to be Last Dance very much anticipating that jet aggression coming in with the double satchel pack to be able to make sure that they close up the distance. Cass was down.
Serial and Milka are both on opposite sides of the site looking different directions. It's like the cover of a cheesy 2000s rom-com movie. But in the end, Last Dance, they've done all they needed to. They got on site and they got picks. And now they have A for free.
They got A. That's the problem. They made it look like they were pushing towards C. And that is the fake. That is the power of Haven. The defenders had to rotate, and now they've been out-rotated. They have to make it through A, the tunnel. That has always been their grave. As they do have the Omen this time around, but they're lacking gap breach. And the second that they try and move through tunnels, they're walking into the fault line, which is going to slow them down even longer. The spike has been on the ground too long, Twiggy. It has to be a save. They just have to back out graciously and keep a hold of these guns.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a painful one in the penultimate round of the half. But having this guns into the last round means you can contest for that 4-8.
I mean, it's silver lining. They're able to backtrack towards C site, so I think they might actually be able to pick up the operator.
Yeah.
For Cass to still have in this next round, even though the jet went down very early.
Silver lining in a pretty grim cloud, like we're seeing outside here in London earlier today. But still a possibility here for Just Essentials. They do need to bring out something special in the next half, though. This is not looking perfect for them.
I mean, they have the jet, though. Like, jet is brilliant on attack because of the amount of space that you create for the rest of your team. The problem is that you're running into a Fade and a Razor who are both known for just slowing down that level of aggression. When you see things like the Seize, the Haunt, the Paint Shells, it can become very hard to actually find the momentum that you're looking to pick up. As it is going to be last round and a half, Just Essentials really need to take this round.
Oh, that's good. A peek at the same time from Kogo and Sausage means that with attention split, Last Dance are able to
I have the spike.
Lose their duelist immediately in that round.
They didn't expect it either. The chat actually popped up the nice shot. Confirmation coming through from Last Dance's side, acknowledging that, yeah, the Guardian was very much good for one.
Nightfall is out, ready.
Face your fear!
It's probably going to be used as soon as that spike is down as well. Be able to put some pressure on the Just Essentials players from the other side. It will go down in that second default position. Nightfall goes out. You can see the fault line getting ready as well. The Rolling Thunder goes in. They're going to move in with all of that utility, but the repositions have already happened. Gunnar is not going to be able to use that ultimate because he's down, but Zenchi's in the corner, able to find two. Kogo is there, stemming the blood flow in the end, but Thorn's able to make it a 2v2. They've got good positioning. MJT has good aim, and now it's just Cass left. 1v2, they don't know where he's coming from whatsoever, and this could be a massive push because one player is free here. Oh, the spray down is fine in the end. MJT round the other side here. It's a game of cat and mouse, but the time is ticking down, and if MJT can keep it up, it's not going to happen. The head comes off, and it is another round there. Just Essentials able to make it 4-8 by the skin of their teeth.
Oh my goodness, the fact that you're able to catch that breach sleeping on shore. We have a game on our hands. Just Essentials needed that round. We cannot stress enough that they needed that round. This was their map pick. Remember, we talked about it. That potential upside coming on through. The next map is Bind, which is their opponent's favorite map. But taking that round really does give themselves a little bit more of a safety line to not have to stress out over pistols as much. It's still going to be massively important for them to be able to take right when you're attacking. You need that firepower, especially as a jet. You need that firepower behind you to be able to make up for the space and pressure that your team is having. It's so close to it. The tragedy for me is that they want to commit through tunnel, and then the gun barrel gets seen. They know that there's a player around corner, and because of it, they backtrack, and that moment of hesitation costs every single player in tunnel their lives. It's only the clutch from Cass that allows themselves to turn that round around.
It's a good flashpoint to get MJT out of their position. Means that rendezvous is used already. But no life loss, no health loss whatsoever. Just Essentials are going to be able to get the spike down, but Milka finds his first with a frenzy. Onto Serial there. And it gives them an opening there through the back line. 3 players coming through on that flank. Zexy is going to be the first one to make contact. Cass holding down, coming with his mate there. It's a good shot with the Sheriff. There's 2 more players left to deal with. Thorns is able to make a move on the other side. Now they have control of sight. There's only 1 player left. Kogo trying to hold it down. But with all that pressure, who's going to be able to withstand that? And again, it's Last Dance looking very, very, very comfortable.
Very aggressive as well with that frenzy. I feel like whenever we see a frenzy come through in a pistol round, it tends to be the decider.
Yeah.
The clincher, right? The fact that you can just immediately push aggressively through. You know that they're in cover. You saw the aftershock is a little bit early. It gives away the breach's position. And again, getting Serial out of the way very quickly meant that they were able to go for that elbow squeeze, that they could collapse in and sandwich, unfortunately, Just Essentials on both sides, where they were looking to have full control of long so that they could actually tease Last Dance, not go for site control, but make sure that they're able to pick apart the player looking for that defuse.
Yeah.
That is denied, and Last Dance are 1 round away from putting themselves into double digits, and that's a very promising start. Serial again taken down very early off of the wallbang.
That means there's no controller utility for the attackers here, which makes it infinitely more difficult to get in towards a site, especially because that paranoia is so useful when you're moving down these straight lines that Haven affords you. MJT finds another pick.
Yeah, they have no smokes. We just cut to Cass's perspective. Not a single Clyde burst left for the Jet at the moment. So every single time Just Essentials are walking through into these angles, they're walking into Loudhound's peripherals. Milka is going to be able to find one with the Spectre. It is going to be traded. Zexy and Milka both going a little bit too aggressive, turning it into a 2 versus 3. Is now Just Essentials. Yeah, they're laughing. They know.
Same.
They know that they misplayed that. As Just Essentials now have actually been able to upgrade their weapons off of the bodies they just dropped.
It's alright, blame it on the Spectre. Terrible, terrible spray. It's not your fault. It's the gun. My gun does that as well. I swear. It's not my aim. It's the gun. But Just Essentials trying to give Last Dance a taste of their own medicine here, holding down this one, but it's not going to happen. They don't have the utility to keep them locked in that position. MJT is savage with that Sheriff. They do manage to close out that round, despite the questionable spray.
Yeah, if you wanted to retake A, that is the problem, right? When Just Essentials tried to retake it, they were either missing the Omen or the Breach. Last Dance had access to both of them when they were pushing through tunnel, and we see the Dark Cover come through, we see the Fault Line come through, and it just pushes Just Essentials to hold on to Hell. They don't get tunnel control.
Yeah. That is the important part of that round, but no matter what way, whether by an inch or a mile, it is Last Dance that have made their way to double digits. And that puts a lot more pressure on Just Essentials. Now, you make a mistake and you're suddenly pretty much on match point, especially on this round. This is so important for them. Luckily, Last Dance, they're not a team that likes to buy rifles or bulldogs into that second round. So, again, I said it last time, it's an easier round for them. But once again, Last Dance won the third round last half as well. And Milka is able to find a pick there with the Sheriff. Serial, however, has made their way in through to A, giving them good position, but Last Dance, we've seen how effective they are on a retake.
Yeah, they are displaying at the moment for a retake. Potentially thought about using either the Aftershock or the Fault Line to delay that spike point so the rotation defense is going to be in time. However, this is the aggression! That is how you play to stop the A retake. Serial moves forward, giving all of the information of where Last Dance's players are starting to move into. And even though he falls, Headless is able to immediately take the absent Omen's position and take everyone else out for Last Dance. Spike ticking away. MVD comes in, we're trying to set up the pinch, isn't able to find it. And as a result, off of a very cheeky, aggressive push-up from the Omen, they're able to secure the round.
Yep. Maybe it would have been better if they didn't reload after, you know, leaving the smoke, even though they had 20 bullets left in their
We're gonna ignore that. We're gonna ignore that.
That's fine. It's all good. It's all good. I'm not nitpicking. It's fine. You know, in the moment, it's difficult. Especially, you know, you've been playing other games in Valorant. Sometimes you just spam that Arky, and it becomes, you know, muscle memory at that point. But yeah, I'm not going to make any accusations. I'm not going to levy any accusations there against Just Essentials. I'm just saying. Oh, it's a good shot from MJT. It is through the edge of a wall. It does.
Spook.
Yeah, that's about all it does.
I mean, no, it does a little bit more than that as well, if you look at Cass's health.
Yeah. Oh, hey, that one's not a leg shot. That one is through the wall, and it does manage to take the life of Serial. 2 for 2 now, with shots from the tour de force.
This is a problem that I'm seeing from Just Essentials. They don't really smoke those angles before they peak.
And now they don't have any smoke, so that's unfortunate. MJT 3 for 4 for 4 with shots from the tour de force. One of them hasn't been a kill, but it's done all the damage they need to. And Last Dance,
I have the spike.
they've already done all the hard work. Now it's just closing it out. Just Essentials left with one player and
Blocking sight.
Mr. 23 over here, trying to move in towards B. They know exactly who it is that's moving around the back line, but it doesn't matter because they've taken the position. They've switched the angles. Headless able to make one of the players from Last Dance Headless.
Oh no.
MGT has 1 bullet left in that chamber though, quite literally.
Headless. Going
Oh, and there it is! 5 for 5! He's hit every single member of the Just Essentials team, and although one of them wasn't a kill, maybe he can still get that ace. Oh, looking for revenge! Revenge is here! Cass able to take down the player that has absolutely crippled his team. But another headshot. There's 12 seconds left on the timer. I don't think the round's going towards Cass, but he can at least make it difficult for the team. Milka able to close it out. The Last Dance, that is an effective round from MJT.
Oh my goodness. MJT has just figured out, okay, if they're going to peek me without pre-smoking, I can literally just have tour de force, wait for the sign cue, shoot through the wall,
Yeah.
and either find the pick or spook them away.
Imagine if that first shot wasn't
Yeah.
a leg shot. Imagine.
It would have been
the perfect round.
It would have been the perfect tour de force.
Yeah, 5 for 5 with the tour de force.
Every
each on a
single
different
player
player.
dropped
Oh
with
my
one bullet. They have to start smoking these angles off.
Yeah.
I cannot stress this enough because sooner or later, MJT is going to realize, okay, if I can
Get
do that
out
with
of
the
my
tour de
way.
force, I'm just going to buy the operator.
Wait,
and I'm
yeah.
going to try and do it again.
Wouldn't you know it? MJT has an operator in his hands. Milko
Satchel out.
uses an early showstopper, but it gets the value, and that's a Blade Storm down now for Just Essentials. It was invested early on. They no longer have that.
They no longer have one of those smokes.
Oh,
Clyde Burst denied. Just Essentials now only working with dark cover to be able to make it past the gauntlet that is going to be MJT's operator.
Oh, here it is.
Smoke the angle.
They've done good so
Please.
far to flash him out of position, but you need a little more than that. Oh, the rendezvous is good once again, gets him out of position. Did take a little bit of damage, but can still get value on 72 HP. They move in, but there's actually in Thorns. They've got that crossfire down on top of that spike. They'll move in a little further. Thorns finds his second headshot, moves through, isn't aware that Headless is there. He'll find another one with that Sheriff, but the knife kill almost comes through. Milk are able to steal that one away from the teammate. But it's all falling apart. As Illenium and John Bellion say, all good things do fall apart. And Just Essentials, it is looking like they're falling apart a little bit at the seams.
Yeah, this is what we theory crafted. This is what we were concerned over, right?
Yeah.
Because this was your map strength. This was your favorite map. This is the map that you voluntarily put yourself onto. And
Get that stretching, yeah. Good
waiting
idea.
at the end of the tunnel. It's not light, it's bind.
Yes.
And that may be an absence of light.
It's a fairly bright map, I would say. It's
pretty,
in Morocco. That's a you know,
pretty
it's usually
sunny.
sunny in Morocco, yeah.
Pretty sunny. However, I don't know how much light is going to be there, given the fact that it's probably going to be every single angle, every single corner, paranoia nipping at your heels that you're going to be walking into a tour de force, that you're going to be running into a chamber before you even get to step foot and play, because that's what Chamber does to teams. He makes you second guess when you want to use utility.
Yeah.
And in the absence of using utility, because they want to hold onto it for defending these sites when the spike goes down, they're losing control of even being able to set up a defense of a retake.
Well, timeout over for Just Essentials now. This is where it all matters. Need to bring this one back. Don't have enough money for that operator for Cass, so it's just going to be 5 rifles moving on in. No ultimates available.
No ultimates?
A few close, for sure, but they need to get kills to get those, or get towards an orb. MGT once again gets out of position just in time, doesn't manage to find the kill. Serial though, that's a good opener. And now that means From the Shadows is available for themselves, but there's actually ever consistent with those. Serial taking matters into their own hands. 2 picks now. And just moving up C-Long, making sure that they have sight to themselves. Actually, can he find another headshot? Not quite. There it is. Kogo down. Making it a 3v3, but if Serial keeps up the run of form they're having, it could be massive. Headless gets that plant down, but the Rolling Thunder is out for Last Dance, and they move in. They'll find that first pick. Thorns, he'll find 2, and Milker is there with the 3rd. It's a 13th round for Last Dance. It's a pretty, I mean, I'd call that convincing.
Yeah, it was definitely a very convincing performance coming through from Last Dance on Haven. Just getting to use that chamber, getting to use both the tour de force and the operator, really seeing the weakness. Yeah. Unfortunately, in Just Essentials utility usage and taking full advantage. Serial tries in that last round. Like, we see the force of a very early rendezvous coming out onto MGT, which is when they know, okay, it's safe, we can push aggressively forward, we can try and take that space and deny the chamber. They're not going to be able to backtrack
enemy remaining.
And look for that kill.
Enemy remaining.
It is going to be them taking and setting themselves up to probably take the series.
Yeah. Really convincing first map.
One enemy remaining.
Sometimes it takes a map to kind of learn how the opposition plays. So I don't think you can base everything off of that. But Last Dance look confident. Very. You can see exactly hitting shots left, right, and center.
It's the hesitation.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like Just Essentials got into their heads a little bit when they started really being able to take those A retakes.
Yeah.
The hesitation, the backup, because they had that space. If they pushed forward, they would have been able to look at the clear to Zeki.
Yeah.
But they're not able to. As a result, they lose all 3 stuff that they want. And they have the touch for Cass, and Cass is able to cover it, but there is only so much that Jet can shoulder.
Yeah.
Defender.
We can see the scoreboard for that game coming up here. Beautiful. Thank you, graphics team. That is lovely. But you can see how one-sided that game looks. Cass getting on the board with the only positive KD of the team. And that is mostly due to those operator plays, a few first bloods. But, I mean, you can just see how effective this is. Because MJT, I would say, one of the biggest components of that win. Obviously, Thorn's consistent with all those picks, but you can also see that Milka is the one getting the first bloods. Not even MJT with that operator play with the tour de force. Every player getting involved, every player able to do so much for the team, and that's what really matters there for Last Dance. It's why they took that map.
It was early round control as well, right? It was really playing in. However, we are going to be headed over to a break. But before we do, we can once again thank our lovely sponsors. We're going to keep just fangirling over this beautiful map.
I need a PC with this form factor. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's like a third of the size of my PC at home.
Dude,
it's
you
amazing.
need one of those? I need me one of these.
Yeah.
These SteelSeries headsets, they are so comfortable and the game sound is so crisp off of the back of it. I definitely think if I play Chamber with these, I would be able to hit any Jet sneaking up on me, and I might just be able to land a couple more total force shots because of it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you once again to intelnuc, to SteelSeries, to Aegon by AOC, and once again to National Express for the travel. We're going to head to a break, and we'll be back with Map 2 soon.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna top, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time, giving icon. I'm giving icon, I'm living right, yeah, it radiates in my songs, yeah. Draw my sights on, my insight strong. I can see you with no lights. I'm a python, I'm a fighter. Got my sights on, something bright, something real hot, no lighter. I can make a spark, no fire. Never put in park, made a good boy my driver. I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time. Giving icon, giving icon, yeah. I'm giving icon, yeah. Giving icon. I want money, yeah. I want all the money, yeah. I want money floating, spend it like it's nothing. Give me. I know. I deserve a little something. I mean, look at me, you cuff it. Look at me, you cuff it. You know everything I do comes with the prequel and the suffix. Suck out syllables and sell 'em. If you wanna work with me, you better come correct. If you flirt with me, I got my freaks waiting on your deck. Yeah, I'm baby, she's well protected, and it goes way back. I said I'm well connected. I got the ops, I'm retainer. No competition, no brainer. Slim waistline, no trainer. I said that, I made her. I'm giving icon, I'm living right, yeah, it radiates in my songs, yeah. Draw my sights on, my insight strong. I can see you with no lights. I'm a python, I'm a fighter. Got my sights on, something bright, something real hot, no lighter. I can make a spark, no fire. Never put in park, made a good boy my driver. I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time. Giving icon.
want y'all to listen to me. Cause I know there's a lot of talk out there. A lot of people try to put you down, but I got a few words for you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Red Bull Campus Clutch Regional Finals for the United Kingdom. We just watched our first map there between Last Dance and Just Essentials, and Last Dance, they brought the heat. That was an impressive first map on Haven from them. We're going to be moving on to Bind next.
I'm concerned.
Yes.
I'm really concerned. When we saw these map picks and bans coming on through, I wanted to hide under the table. I want to leave the room.
I don't know if there's enough space.
I'm so scared because honestly, this is their strongest map.
Yeah.
Haven was Just Essentials map pick. This is where they thought they would be able to kickstart off the series with a confident map victory.
Yeah.
And it is a heel turn of energy for this team. They have to be able to recover, to be able to go toe-to-toe with Last Dance as we head over to Last Dance's map pick, which, surprise, was Bind because it wasn't insta-banned, and this is their favorite map. This is their strongest map. This is the map where they won their regional qualifiers with a 13-1 scoreline.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary for Just Essentials, I would say. But maybe they used that map to warm up. They did look a little more confident towards the end of Haven there. Obviously, you know, it's nothing to do with here. It's perfectly warm here in the studio and here in their playing environment, so their hands should be absolutely fine despite the incredibly cold temperatures outside here in Shoreditch. But we'll see. Maybe it took a little bit to get that mental up, to learn what the enemy is going to be doing. They haven't played against each other just yet, so that was an important map for both teams. I would say it was much more important for Last Dance, but Just Essentials maybe learned a thing or two from them, and can, you know, you never know. Last Dance were able to take their map pick. Fully possible that Just Essentials can take Last Dance map pick.
I mean, we were theory crafting as well in the break what exactly they could do, because, I mean, we don't need to be a procaster to know that most likely MJT is going to be fielding Chamber on this map.
Probably.
Right? So you know that you're going to be running into a Chamber, you know that you're going to be running into an Operator or a Tour de Force at some point, which means you need to have sightline denial.
Yeah.
So there are two ways that they can play this. They can either play Sage and look for the slow and have an impact as well of shutting down Milka on this Raze, who's going and using that aggressive momentum that the Chamber is buying at the beginning of these rounds to push forward, and use things like the slow orbs and the heal as well to make sure that you can really push forward and match the aggression on your jet, while having the wall to be able to cut off one of those sight lines, get onto these sites quickly and plant that spike. Or you go for the Viper and the Toxin Screen. You immediately throw that down, but it does force you to actually play around the area where the Toxin Screen affects to make sure that the Chamber doesn't have that sight line onto all of you. Plus, unlike the Sage wall, it doesn't soak bullets. So if the Chamber knows that you're most likely going to be pushing that, they're probably going to fire away anyway.
Yeah, I would say this is one of my favorite maps for just a nice, balanced experience. You know, it's one of those maps, it's very simple, there's not a lot going on. You've got the teleporters, obviously, but apart from that, it's a 3-lane map. Well, 4-lane, I guess. There's not really a mid, but you know, it's a very simple map. There's not much weird telegraphing that you can do. Obviously, Haven is a goofy, silly, you know, three sites, very cool. Little bit of a, you know. But, you know, Bind, very different, very simple. And I like that we're seeing something a little different from the teams. Obviously, Viper, relatively expected. Sky expected. No Sky. Oh, no, okay, no, there is a Sky. Sorry, Gunnar, I didn't see you there. But no, I do like the difference here between a Brimstone Viper and just a Brimstone, it looks like it's going to be. Cool, okay. So a little bit of a double controller here. That's good. I like a double controller from Just Essentials.
I like the double controller coming through, as well as the fact that they are pretty much just anti-strutting the Chamber.
Yes.
At
Scary
the moment,
part, no Sentinel.
that is the scary part. They are going to be relying on the Sky with the Sankey's of successful flashes from the Guiding Light to give away whether or not there is a player, as well as the Prowler too, and the Haunt. So I think like if there are two agents that do cover a lack of Sentinel, it is the Fade and the Sky together. But we saw on Haven what happened when they were lacking those utilities.
Yeah, it harkens back a little bit to the old days of Bind. Before Chamber was a thing, before even Killjoy was a thing, it was a bit scary. Because Bind, there's a lot of corners, and there's a lot of ways to flank. And if you don't have that Sentinel utility, suddenly fast flanks happen. Like a lot. There are 4 lanes. As I said, no mid, which means as soon as you go up B short, somebody's going to rotate all the way through A short as soon as they know you're not there and come around behind you. And the fact that you now need to commit somebody to watching your back is going to take the sting out of your attack. So it's really important that they get rounds on defense here, despite not having a defensive comp.
I have to say, I think Bind and Split were probably the 2 maps where we saw the most amount of keyboards being broken off of people just being tilted by judge meta.
Please don't break your SteelSeries keyboard.
No, definitely do not break your SteelSeries.
You know what?
I'm pretty sure you couldn't break your SteelSeries keyboard.
Just 1 second.
Listen to this.
Listen.
Look, it's so satisfying.
Oh my god. My keyboard does not make those noises, and I wish it did. That's
it's
all
literally,
I need to say.
we got in, and we were just playing around with the keyboards, and Twiggy's just like...
I played with it for a good hour, I feel like.
You were like a cat chasing a laser.
Look, we had to sit here setting up the lighting and all that for a while. I was bored. I wanted to... The keyboard is nice. I have monkey brain, 2 brain cell. I tap, 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 tap. It's satisfying noise. Very good. But here we are. On Bind. Really important now for Just Essentials to show us what they're really made of. They've got a really, really out there comp. No Sentinel whatsoever. So, if they're going to get rounds, they're going to get them on defense, I feel like. And Sausage is opening things up, but they get caught on each other. Headless and Sausage, they get their feet twisted up. Thorns is able to find 2 headshots. Zekshi finds another towards the other side of the map. Things already open up for Last Dance. And although Serial can try and keep him back there on main, oh, that's already a bad start.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this coordination is potentially going to cost this defenses. Off of the back of it, MGT has already been able to worm their way up
Oh man,
through
this is
lamps,
no Sentinel, no Sentinel.
and is now actually going to be able to push up into heaven. MGT is able to catch Cass unawares on that raise. This is the concern we had when we saw this composition come through, right? The fact that you were relying on your Fade and your Sky to be alive and relay information. Because the second you lose that vein of information, the chamber just gets to run amok.
Yeah.
We're about to have to put bells on MGT's ankles to be able to track where that chamber is walking to.
Yeah, that's scary. And I think now maybe Just Essentials have a little bit of reality check, because MJT, with that final kill of the round, did just walk straight up behind the member of the Just Essentials team and go. But look at this, already all the way through A. MJT is just going to walk into showers, finds 1 head, easy enough. Thorns pushes through his own smoke. Into CT with the judge comes actually. The trade is there, but Serial is already down to 7 HP. That's 1 hit on any part of the body with any weapon. Unless it's through the edge of a wall with a classic, technically. That could, to the foot, that could not kill him. But apart from that, bit over.
Now, what else is going to kill them is if they don't contest the spike and they stay in that space.
Oh, yeah.
Last player
they are
standing.
going to have to peek or give up ground.
Please
Serial not able to walk into the molly. Unfortunately, going to be put out by the Haunt. Has to turn around and take it out, and that allows the Fates to move forward and find the kill. Reality is starting to set in.
Yeah. I mean, that one was expected. Fine. Let's see what they do with rifles now. This is really important.
This is the round. They need to have used those last 2 rounds to figure out, okay, our opponents are going to walk into us.
Yeah.
We need to start punishing this.
Exactly.
We have the weaponry now to start punishing this.
Yeah.
If we see Last Dance do the exact same shenanigans of 1 player goes in, creates a little bit of space, a couple of communications coming through from Just Essentials to allow somebody else to take the flank, we have a problem.
Reveals Hookah. They will move in. Kogo able to find the first headshot. It's a big target as well. Zekshi, the duelist, the solo duelist for this team, taken down. With 2 initiators. That's not really all of the problems you're going to have to deal with here. And you're going to have to deal with, obviously, that lurking chamber who as you can see, I mean, he's free roaming across the map at this point. Just, you know, it's like we can watch this game, but the real story is where is MJT? And right now, the answer is walking up A short and making
like the
sure.
Valorant themed Where's Waldo?
Where's MJT? Where is he? There he is. Kogo trying to hold on to the back of the site here. Oh, there's Milka. Serial takes down 2 though.
Down,
Milka
B.
moves all the way in. Oh, that's a lot of damage. But he just gets away with his life. The Sky Smoke Keeps him away from danger. The spike is down, and Serial's trying to protect him, and in comes MJT. He's not on A-shot anymore. Now he's in hookah. Oh, it's another kill, and it's just another one of these rounds where it's just so much damage. No matter what happens here for Last Dance, they've already done all the work that they need to. Spike going down would be a lot more money, but MJT just finds one more. Are you going to pick up that Vandal? Are you just going to keep that? No? Okay. Well, a body shot with that headhunter would do enough damage here. Knows that Sussex is just around the corner. The fake plant once again, and MJT hits the shot to finish off the round. Oh, it's heartbreak for Just Essentials. They needed that.
They needed that. Even if they'd won that round, though, they would not have been able to find the recovery they were looking for, Twiggy. They were coming in with a better buy. But because they lost players so spread out and so deep on site, it allowed Last Dance to be able to get on top of those bodies, recover the guns. And ironically, unfortunately, what Just Essentials had picked up at the start of the round to try and turn things in their favor turns the tide against them.
Yeah. It's actually still using the judge. Doesn't need anything more. All good.
Well, I mean, if they have no information of where you're walking to, the judge is your best friend. Is that, again, is
wait,
a
hold
lack
on.
of
He doesn't know. Elno Sabe. No!
One enemy remaining.
I looked down and I screamed into my microphone. That is my bad. But that was, I mean, I had to put my head into my hands there. That was...
tragedy in motion.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't get much more humiliating than that. Kogo, last member standing. And only a sheriff. Actually, wait, I have to go. Kuna finishes things off. Last Dance. No problem. No problem whatsoever.
They are very confident on bind. They know this map. They know the angles that they like to take. And they have a chamber as well. That's where you can push that aggressively past Cubby, because even if you start seeing your health bar drain away, you can just rendezvous and take the fight again at your own leisure. That is not, unfortunately, a luxury that is there for Headless.
Yeah.
Who is not just headless, but unfortunately lifeless in that round.
Yep. Headless, nearly headless. Completely headless. That's my next
Bomb buddy out.
book, novel. Thorns already with 2. The trade is there. They get Milka, but
It's a good defensive Viper's pit. It does force Last Dance
yeah,
closer towards the A, but MGT is just spraying in. Notice that the Viper has to be still residing in the ultimate for it to stay online for so long. And trying to just throw the Viper out into Zechi, who's using this judge and firing it up into the air.
One enemy remaining.
there's a gap in the Viper's pit. Oh, and Serial's just standing out in the open. The showstopper, Cass, no.
Oh no,
Cass, no.
Cass, no.
Cass, no. Oh.
Cool Razors don't look at explosions, they fire the showstopper and they just walk away.
Yeah. Oh no. All Last Dance are doing very good. They're doing very good, and all Just Essentials are not having a good time on Last Dance's map here.
Yeah, it's got to be even worse of a twist of a knife. The fact that you drop the Viper's pit thinking, okay, that's forcing them towards A.
Yeah.
That's why Cass rotates. They're heading towards Heaven. They're wanting to have control of short so that when the attack is pushed forward, they can try and find that first bleed with the rifle.
Yeah.
And it doesn't happen because, as you said, there's a gap in the Viper's pit. A chink in the armor, which is very, very quickly going to be immediately punished, as it is going to be a timeout coming on through.
I'd like to point out that Last Dance have not used a single timeout in this series whatsoever. Last Dance Just Essentials now currently on 3. And it doesn't seem to be working at the moment. There hasn't really been a significant change in their playstyle that has been able to dismantle Last Dance here. There hasn't really been a eureka moment. Look at that beautiful trophy.
Very shiny too.
It is very shiny. Yes. It's not a rough trophy. It's nice to you.
Here's the thing that Just Essentials can do, though. They have Seekers in this round.
Yes.
So they will get the information of where Last Dance are going to be pushing forward. The problem is, because they've lost all of these rounds in a row, the economy is against them.
Yeah.
So even if they use the Seekers, it's just going to be baiting them into taking the rifle fight.
Yeah. We're just going to have to see an adaptation to what goes on here. Last Dance, undeterred. They're going to move in, especially with the judge to open things up. Nightfall comes through. And also, that orbital strike can clear lamps as well. Nobody's in there, but at the very least, they can now say, site's clear. Let's get that spike down on the ground. It's left behind. They did manage to get 1 kill there.
Got the spike.
But no positional advantage. The spike will go down right in the middle of the site for everyone to see. 2 players on that flank, but that's already known about. Last Dance, they have a Sentinel. A special agent style that Just Essentials haven't learned about yet. It's right there. They make up 4 of those.
It's pretty powerful too.
It is, indeed. There is a reason why it is, you know, in the, oh no, in the guy, oh, Headless able to find 2. They weren't ready for that one, no matter how much Sentinel utility you have. That's 2v3. It could be an unfortunate round for Last Dance, and they still don't have a rifle in the hands of Zedgy, and they come back to haunt them. Orbital Strike pushes him outside there of Lamps, but with a classic, he's able to find the kill. Thorns finds 2 more. Last Dance, I mean, they let it slip for a second, but Thorns is just such a great, reliable player to finish that out.
The better guns, the distance of the fight as well, the fact that that spike has been ticking for so long. Unfortunately, it really forces Just Essentials into taking that fight. They can't pull back, they can't even go for the save because they don't have the weaponry to merit going for the save. They just have to try and find that round clutch.
Yeah.
And it is denied from Fawns. You may drop MGT, but Fawns is waiting in the wings to be able to immediately pick up that slack. And we can definitely see why Last Dance were able to find themselves as being one of the top 4 teams in the entirety of the UK.
Yeah, you can see why they like Haven as well. The confidence on display here from this team. Not giving away a beat to Just Essentials so far. Can they take this next round? Is it possible for Just Essentials to stem the blood flow just a little bit for Last Dance? Well, Sausage trying to make it happen. He'll find 2 headshots onto Sexy and Thorns. That's a brilliant start. Spike down on the ground. They know exactly where that is now. The Seekers come in from Last Dance. They still have that total force in use as well, and Gunnar is able to find one more pick, make it a 3v4. Nightfall still available for Just Essentials, which is going to be a very nice ability to have on a retake. Maybe they don't even let them in towards sight whatsoever. So, as they head back towards A, it is just Headless available to try and stop them. If they're able to find this first pick, it could be massive for the team, but Headless finds 1. Cass is there from the off angle to take down Gunnar, and now it's just Milka. 1 versus 3. Pogo trying to figure out exactly where this player is. It's a great flash. Cass finishes off the round, and Just Essentials do manage to find their first in the game.
There's a reason when Bind first released, the staple of taking one of those sites was you needed to have split control, right? You could never just push from showers, you could never just push from shorts, because that would happen. There would be an off angle set up by the defense, 1 player in heaven, 1 player from Lamps, and they would be able to just find what's necessary. And because you're in that panic state, because you're in that panic state of, okay, we have to immediately get this plant down, they don't check the angle. It comes in too late. Headless does their job, occupies to be able to set that crossfire up. Actually, might have been trying to set one of those lineups, but...
No, I think that was a rain dance. Something like that. I don't know. Thorns gets a trade for his teammate, who once again, satcheling in towards Lamps. Is able to at least throw off the players. Headless narrowly avoids getting seized behind triple there. Cass warmed up a little bit into the game, able to make it a 3v4 at the expense of quite a bit of his own health. Headless with the Guardian.
Spike
makes
down.
Milka headless. I'm going to make that joke more times than once. Actually, well, maybe not, if Just Essentials get knocked out here by Last Dance, which is looking ever more likely as Kuma and Thorns move in towards sight. 1 player left over there. Oh, and that's a brilliant orbital strike. Pushes him outside. Has to walk straight into the guiding light there from Gunnar. It's a perfect combination play. Cass able to find the headshot, but with only 30 HP left, this is going to be a difficult round for him. Doesn't know the spike, I don't think, is down in Cubby. So it's just trying to hold back. Gunnar hit. Shots traded. It's going to be an aggressive peek. Oh, but the flash is good once again. Gunnar manages to get round the corner. Cat and mouse. Cass fires off some shots, manages to hit a couple body shots, but Gunnar just about skin of their teeth, able to take the round away. And again, Last Dance.
It's these clutch moments for Last Dance, right? Gunnar able to come in, not just with the team up for the orbital strike into Guiding Light. Remember, the change to Guiding Light too, you can't shoot it. You can't destroy them anymore. You have to either turn and avoid the flash or walk into the flash. Because if you turn away, you're going to stay in the orbital strike.
Yep.
So unfortunately, Gunnar's able to turn it into a 1 versus 1, able then to grab the spike because Castle's just so low that he has to dance and go for the contest with satchel packs to allow him to actually stop his peaks. And as a result, Gunnar is able to dictate all of the control of that 1v1 engagement. And Last Dance, 7, Just Essential sitting on 1.
Yeah, and adds the stinger for you. Nova stares down the horn as he grabs that lovely orb. But, I mean, Senshi, as ever, allergic to rifles here on Bind, picks up the Odin. Just spray down into CT with that one. There's nobody there. Oh,
unfortunately, it does give away his position.
Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit. You know, it is a constant stream of traces through that sky smoke there.
It's like a signal flash.
Yeah.
It's like, I am here, shoot me now.
Perfect. Oh, headless. Oh, no, no! Oh, I'm not able to find the pick. You don't hit that first shot, it's all over already. Sausage is able to take down MJT at the very least, but it's a 2v3. Really only a little bit of utility to work off of here. A flash does manage to catch one, and Sausage is able to get that pick there, and a third headshot. But Thorns, we know how consistent they've been. Gogo is able to spray down the head, get Just Essentials one more round, but again, it's only one player alive for Just Essentials that gets it done.
Yeah, this is the problem for Just Essentials. Even when they come so close to winning these rounds, it's so expensive and costly that they're just not getting that opportunity to continuously buy into these rounds, buy utility, buy weapons back to back, and as a result, they're having to play on the reactive. They're allowing Last Dance to control the early parts of these rounds, and as a result, they get so much movement towards these sides that, unfortunately for Just Essentials, even though they're running counter-strats to this chamber, the chamber isn't the problem at the moment. The fact that they had to literally turn their composition into counter-stratting a chamber is the problem that they're facing now, because they can't unlock that composition, they can't slot a sentinel in.
What I'm really worried about is the next half, how that's going to affect them. Because on the defense, the attackers are going to attack. That's just the way it works. You're always going to have a lurker. But on the attack, they're going to be constantly flanked by defenders. That's completely different. That's a whole other ballgame.
I've got your
Last Dance, they've managed to get back the momentum that they lost over the past couple of rounds. They've moved in towards B, flawlessly able to get a couple kills and get that spike down very... No, the spike is still in spawn. But, you know, what? We'll ignore that for now, because actually, still does not want to pick up a Vandal at all. Moves in towards CT, plays with his own life, once again.
Cass at least denies the BM kill. They were trying to use the Seeker to give away the position so that the judge was able to move up and take the player out if they were talking to reload animation.
Yeah, well...
That at least is denied. The spike plant not going to be denied. Overall spike not going to actually be called in. As it is going to be Last Dance getting the clock running against Just Essentials. As the hesitation, it's the same as on Haven. They were hovering over the iPad. They were hovering over hitting Orbital Strike to deny that spike plant so that they could have pushed through wall. And it doesn't happen, and as a result, they lose the opportunity to use the ultimate, they lose the opportunity for the retake, and now they're going to lose the weapons.
Yeah, it's just Cass left, low HP, running away for the hills, blub blub gun in hand. But even the blub blub gun cannot.
Did you just call the Vandal a blub blub gun?
It's the blub blub gun, it's a blub blub skin. Look at it, it's the blub blub skin. It goes blub blub when you shoot it. That's what it's called. Does manage to save it at the very least. And has Showstopper available next round too, but the round has already, the half has already gone to Last Dance at this point. And that's not a nice thing to look at, especially when you're moving into, again, an attacking half with no Sentinel.
It's going to be the recovery state. That matters the most for this team, because as you said, they're going to be moving into an attacking half without a Sentinel. They have to take these duels. They have to win.
Yeah.
They are going to come into this knowing that they are going to be flanked by a chamber. They have to be prepared for it. They have to be able to win that 1v1, as it's going to be a very fast push coming through from Last Dance, off the back of that rifle already.
Put away the Judge, please, Senshi, please. I want to see you get an ocean frag. Just one first blood, please. Oh, Kuna moves through. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you lose, actually. You've already pushed them out of bounds. Thorns able to get one more before being traded out, by Serial. Up in heaven there. But it's now, again, a 2v1. I mean, Last Dance are making it as difficult as possible for themselves, but still
the flank.
Doing well.
Oh, no.
Again, they've left Spike in spawn. Again.
Yeah, MGT doesn't care about Spike.
matter.
MGT wants kills.
They're heading towards B anyway. I mean, this is... we're just gonna... This is just, you know... You're just gonna follow him.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, wait. Oh.
There it is.
No. And the spike goes down on B. Insult to injury. Salt in the wound. Great song by Pendulum.
MGT is literally just looking for that flank in defense.
Yeah.
The entirety of that round, it is literally just, okay, keep the player on A, keep the player on A, keep the player on A. I'm in position, go B. that's the communication vein for that round for Last Dance, and it is going to be a timeout coming on through.
Yeah.
As it's a pretty dominant performance coming out from this team. We were concerned going into this in terms of seeing the map pick, the upset potential that was there, the fact that it would definitely pull at the mental as well coming out from Just Essentials, that you lose your map pick, that you go in to a map that Last Dance are so famous for being so dominant on.
Yeah, we said it. I hate to say I told you so, but yeah.
It's that lack of Sentinel. It's really costing
that is
this
like
team.
I appreciated the what would you call it? Pushing the boundaries, right? I appreciate it. You know, a double initiated double controller. It's out there. It's cool. But when the last player on that team is then a duelist and not a Sentinel, you're missing probably the most important role in the team.
I think the chamber, honestly, is what's costing this team. The absence of the chamber. Not the chamber on the other side, the absence. Because
well, that's the thing. That covers all bases. So then, at that point, yes, maybe you don't have the aggression.
Yeah.
Sure. But you have two initiators. You don't technically need a duelist. You know, Raze is played on this map for her utility, not for her ability as a duelist. That's
controlling the space, because you're able to shut those angles down with the threat your utility brings to the table.
Yeah.
It is going to be last round in this half. Immediate Viper's Pit coming on through. Serial pushing up, is able to find one, but falls, and the Viper's Pit will fall around on him.
And this time it's not the gap, but it's the undoing of that Viper's Pit. It is just a push. Oh, it's a good shot with a Bucky from Cass, able to find the trade. It is a 1v3 now for Milka. It looks like it might be a 9-3 here for Just Essentials. Well, for Last Dance, but Just Essentials will get the 3. You know, you understand what I mean.
Well.
Milka, this is a difficult situation. Haunt available, but no Nightfall whatsoever.
I'll find
so that
you.
won't go outside of that. It's destroyed. This is very difficult. Sky Smoke up in front of Milka. It's going to have to be absolute heroics. The crossfires are coming through now from Just Essentials. They're ready for this push to happen, and you can't go through the teleporter at this point. You're going to have to go for that spike at some point here. There it is, on the ground, spotted.
Oh.
Wow, shot from Sausage. Closes things out. Okay, 9-3 half. The curse, possible.
I mean, we saw the aggression, we saw the confidence. The difference is that they dropped the Viper's Pit, and instead of just stay there, Serial pushes out, isn't expected out because the Viper actually had that super aggressive. They think that Serial's going to drop the ultimate and then sit in the middle of it to be able to secure and cut off any entrance from Garden, and as a result, they do go down, but it's a trade. And it slows them down long enough for Cass to be able to rotate through from Hall, come in with the showstopper, hit it over tube, catch onto another player trying to move onto that side, and from there burn out all of the confidence and momentum and aggression that Last Dance were looking to snowball onto B-side with.
Yeah, I do like the adaptation, the quick thinking. Heard the dog on its way and went, you know what, I'm just going to push it. That's fine, that works. Oh, but you can see Last Dance, as I said, just going to start pushing on defense. They know that if they start a flank, they can do it. If there was nobody B long there, maybe they don't get picks, but they get a free flank. They're not going to have any clue Last Dance coming from behind. MJT, there we go. Another push round from Showers.
One enemy remaining.
And it's just impossible for Just Essentials. I don't see a way they win this.
Yeah, the problem is, the thing is, Bind doesn't just have one flank route.
Yep.
Right?
Many.
If you try and push for Showers, you're going to get flanked in short.
Yep.
Or from Heaven, or from Vents, or from Lamps.
Yep.
If you try and push onto B, you're going to get flanked in Elbow, Hooker, Teleporter.
Yep.
The backstab from coming off. It's so hard to be able to survive that initial dig of aggression. And we know that they're expecting it because they are looking towards B long. The problem is they see it come through from B long and then they think, okay, Showers is safe. Yeah.
I remember Bind back in the early days of Valorant when I was a color commentator in the beta. I had this whole spiel about how Bind is the flankers map. You know, the Sentinels, they don't have enough utility to be able to hold all of those angles from that flank. So you can always, on that defense, go for that flank. The game has changed since then. There's much better Sentinels to be able to hold flanks on this one. Mainly Chamber.
They don't have a Sentinel.
Yeah, well, now Last Dance don't have a Sentinel, but I mean, they still have weapons.
Still waiting.
They push through. Cass is able to find one more. 3v3 now. The jug is picked up. Boop, gone.
That makes 3.
That does make 3. Yes, indeed. You have got 3.
One enemy remaining.
Milk has got the ace in their
Possibly.
sights.
Kogo right around the corner. No, able to close that one out. But very, very good. Yes. Hold on. Yes. Wait, the round's not over. Okay. It was a good headshot. Yes.
Yeah.
I do agree with that one. But yeah. Another one of those. And yeah, I like as I said, it's just Last Dance are going to be able to do this every round.
And again.
And then every round. Yeah, there we go. There's the end of the round. There's Thorns finishing it off. I was going to say, early celebration, all good. Last Dance able to take away the second round once again. It was a little scrappy, but here's the thing, right? You've got 5 rifles coming out from Just Essentials, but they need to commit one of those to watch flank, no matter what, no matter where they're going. If they split across the map, then yes, they can stop any flanks from happening, but they have no attacking potential. So it's a scary situation to be in.
It's terrifying. Like, the comms as well have to be so on point, because not only, as you pointed out, is it going to be one flank angle, they're going to be overwhelmed entirely. And I think, honestly, like, the play that you want to do is you want to deathle this.
Oh God. Yeah, well, they tried. they really tried. Serial and Headless didn't let that happen whatsoever.
This is what they need to do. If they're going to be flanked from different angles, everyone take the same approach.
Yep.
So that you can just overwhelm, because Last Dance, they commit to all of these angle controls, so they splinter their forces.
Yeah.
If you come in with the numbers, yeah, one may go down to the flank, but the second you actually see that flank coming, you're able to deal with it. You have plays to make up for the absence of one drop.
Okay.
Spike
Well,
planted.
we're just going to have to see now what the remaining players of Last Dance can do. Maybe deny a couple of rifles from being moved into next rounds. Actually, once again has a jug. 2 satchels. Can move forward. Oh, but Headless holding backside there. Serial makes it a flawless round. That's very good from them. And it's a good... That's the play style you need, is pushing and deathballing. The problem is now that, you know, rifles are going to be available for Last Dance. It means that MJT is going to start walking around from behind. And yes, like, they're probably not going to do the same thing and give you 3 free kills at the start of the round.
Yeah. What they might start to do, though, is Operator.
Yes.
Because they know if you're going for the group up, collaterals are going to come into play.
Yes.
If you group up in B-Long and you get pushed with an operator and you all get blinded by a guiding light, MJT is going to have an absolute field day.
Yeah.
We're going to see Bind turn into the shooting practice range, essentially.
Yeah. Let's everybody keep an eye on that mini-map. Everybody, I want you to... I'm training you to be a caster now. Take a look at the mini-map and just keep an eye on it while the gameplay's going on.
Can you point to the mini-map?
Where are you?
She's behind you.
That's a pantomime, don't you?
I don't know. It's everywhere, you know? Oh! Milk are able to find the first kill. It's a good side peek, and it is a nice shot, I agree, Cass. MJT able to find one with that operator as well. Milka knows that a second player has moved in towards Showers, and he's just holding that corner, but Thorns is there. Able to get that one as well. No, the trade comes through. Oh, the Serial. Again, I'm not sure the approach is working, but they're not going to clear that second corner. And Guna is able to take down 2 more kills. Last Dance. They make it. Match point once again. That expression has come out way too many times at this point.
I feel for Serial. I really feel for Serial because he moves forward and gets caught in the reload animation.
Yeah.
Clocks the sky. Goes, oh no.
Yeah.
At the same time, it's like, oh no, and that's...
Unfortunate.
It is unfortunate for Just Essentials. It is also match point for Last Dance. Seki, once again, has the judge. MTT, once again, has the operator. A very early nightfall coming on through from Just Essentials into Last Dance. Both Fades dropping the ultimates. However, Just Essentials walk away the better for it. They have been able to take down the range. A-shot is a little bit safer because of it.
That's a beautiful reveal. Just spray down through the box, not able to find anything. But Guna and MJT get on the board, and we could be looking at the end of the game here. Thorns comes around from behind, able to take one down through the Viper's pit, and he tries to leave Serial, but he's not going to get anywhere. Last Dance, they take the map, they take the series. What a stomp.
What a team.
What a team. What a team.
Do you know as well, there's a second mind game that is going to come into play. All of these players, because of National Express, are here in the studio.
Yeah.
Right? Which means the Southern teams just saw that match too. And that's a double-edged sword, right? They now know how aggressive Last Dance is. They now know the compositions that they like to play. They now know the maps that they like to play as well. So whoever makes it through from that Southern final, be it Birmingham Bulls or Castle Natura, ban out Bind, please. I am begging you. I will come into that room.
I want to see not a safety ban. I don't like a safety ban. I like a counter ban. I love that. That's what I love to see.
Ban out Bind, because if there is one place that is perfect for the flanks, perfect for the aggression, it is this map.
Yeah, well, we'll see the replays of that game. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot to go through for Last Dance team. It's a beautiful game. They've won out that series with little to no pressure whatsoever. I mean, Zexu was running a chunk that whole game and still managed to get kills, and more kills.
Spike down, B.
Give up. Didn't quite work out for them.
One enemy.
Perfect for them. Every player getting involved as well from Last Dance, which is what I like to see on that one. No matter how many obstacles and trying to win the game, just like this one, didn't quite work out for them. We'll take a look at the scoreboard for that game once again. Look at all those beautiful players. It's actually, why do you keep running the judge? You're down there at the bottom. I'm not sure about that one. Questionable choice is all I'm saying. But the rest of the team does get involved nicely and completely shuts out Just Essentials, and that's all that matters. That is all that matters. As long as you win the game, whether by an inch or oil, whether or not your duelist is throwing the game, they still manage to win. So we have almost got time for an interview here. Moxie is going to be able to interview one of the Last Dance players, so take that away for me, Moxie.
Questionable indeed, Twiggy. And do you know what? Just for your benefit, I've actually got Zetchi, the race who was running that judge. And I'm sure Twiggy has the question. I'm going to ask it. I can practically read his lips from here, even though the monitor is covering them. Why were you running that judge so often on Bind?
It's fun. Like, that's all I can say. I didn't need to take the game too seriously. So I said, let me use the judge. I don't even know why I'm on Rays, to be honest. I don't play Rays, but yeah. You gotta have fun sometimes.
Okay, that was Twiggy's main question. My main question actually came from map picks, because we know from all of your qualifier games that Bind is by far not just your favorite map, but also your strongest. Were you expecting Bind to actually be left on the table for you to take it to map 2?
Not really, but even if it was gone, we still win anyway. The team, they can carry me nicely, so yeah.
And obviously, we saw a really good synergy coming through from the team, especially on that first map of Haven, because of just how large it is. It really does punish if you don't have that synergy and communication. MGT and Milka were both getting really aggressive very early on, and a lot of time finding first kills. Was there a specific reason that they were so successful in being able to do this?
They're just different. Like, that's just it. When you're confident in your aim, like half the time we're just telling them to fight because we know they can kill them, so it's just fine. I have to sit back sometimes. Gotta let them do their thing.
Very confident words coming on through. So we know that you've booked your position into grand finals. We now have the Southern finals coming on through. Do you have any words for your competitors that you're going to be facing pretty soon?
No words really. We're winning either way, so I've got words for the people at Brazil, but I'm gonna save them for now.
There we go. You heard it. Strong words coming out from Zetchi. Perfectly interview, and good luck in the grand finals. Thank you so much, guys. We're going to catch you on the other side as we head towards the Southern finals after a very short break. Before we go, we have to thank our wonderful sponsors, as you get to see intelnuc, SteelSeries, National Express, and Aegon by AOC.
One enemy remaining.
Gunner.
Spike down, B.
Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Ayy, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no snakes in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Huh. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Ayy, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no snakes in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. This back and forth, this so obnoxious. I stand cautious, I stand firm like a young king. These other rappers behind me, I lead the cake in 2 languages, chillin' diplomatic, living universal. From Puerto Rico, I'ma give 'em verses, put me on the verses any verse. Ayy, you went from losing all to loosen it, to loosen up, to look at her, to what the hell I'm looking at, to pack your things, to pack your bag, leave the house and knock 'em back. I mean, look at this and look at that. You really can't compare, you can't come back. I mean, to be mad or be a man. I live my life, play to make amends. Let's go. I got cards up in my sleeve, and you never heard of a mystery man like me. It's a lonely curse. Hey, when you wake up from a dream, it is all cap, they don't rap. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Hey, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no snakes in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Huh. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Hey, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no snakes in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Oh baby, I pray that my enemies, they trip over my high heel. I strut over them, no fear, just pure glam. I'm a working man, I get my bag and I'm out. I ain't here for no drama. Hey mama, didn't know about that karma. It is my universe. Hey, I got cards up in my sleeve and you never heard. Hey, of a mystery man like me, it's a lonely curse. Hey, when you wake up from a dream, and everything you see is what it used to be. Now breathe, 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 breathe. I got cards up in my sleeve and you never heard of a mystery man like me. It's a lonely curse. Hey, when you wake up from a dream, and it is all cap, they don't rap. Yeah. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Hey, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no snakes in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Huh. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Hey, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no snakes in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite.
I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big, big habits, I'm a big, big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time, giving icon. I'm giving icon, I'm living right, yeah, it radiates in my suns, yeah. Turn my sights on, my insight strong. I can see you with no lights. I'm a python, I'm a fighter. Got my sights on, something bright, something real hot, no lighter. I can make a spark, no fire. Never put in park, made a good boy my driver. I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big, big habits, I'm a big, big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time. Giving icon, giving icon, yeah, yeah. I'm giving icon, yeah, giving icon. I want money, yeah, I want all the money, yeah. I want money floating, spend it like it's nothing. Give me, I know, I deserve a little something. I mean, look at me, you cuff it, look at me, you cuff it. You know everything I do comes with the prequel and the suffix. Suck out syllables and sell 'em. If you wanna work with me, you better come correct. If you flirt with me, I got my freaks waiting on your deck. Yeah, I'm baby, she's well protected, and it goes way back. I said I'm well connected. I got the ops, I'm retainer, no competition, no brainer. Slim waistline, no trainer. I said that I made her. I'm giving icon, I'm living right, yeah, it radiates in my songs, yeah. Draw my sights on, my insights strong. I can see you with no lights. I'm a python, I'm a fighter. Got my sights on, something bright, something real hot, no lighter. I can make a spark, no fire. Never put in park, made a good boy my driver. I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a breast, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time, giving icon.
Yeah. I want y'all to listen to me. Cause I know there's a lot of talk out there. A lot of people try to put you down, but I got a few words for you. Check it. Hair standing up on your neck. Goosebumps on your skin, you a wreck. But to the world you look focused. Take a breath, remember that you chose this. You've been hustling, now it's time. Not a person in the world that can match your grind. Come on and get ready. Set go, give them hell like Freddy. This is your chance, you better take it. Let go of your fear and you can make it. One shot, one shot, one shot, one shot. This is your chance, you better take it. Let go of your fear and you can make it. One shot, one shot, one shot. listen to me. Cause I know there's a lot of talk out there. A lot of people try to push you down, but I got a few words for you. Check it. Hair standing up on your neck. Goosebumps on your skin, you a wreck. But to the world you look focused. Take a breath, remember that you chose this. You've been hustling, now it's time. Not a person in the world that can match your crimes. Come on and get ready. Set go, give them hell like Freddy. Hey. This is your chance, you better take it. Let go of your fear and you can make it. One shot, one shot, one shot, one shot.
Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back to the Red Bull Campus Clutch UK Regional Finals. I'm Twiggy, and I'm joined here once again by Moxie. We just watched Last Dance dumpster. Just Essentials a little bit. Okay, maybe it wasn't the worst thing in the world. Just Essentials did hold their own. However, Last Dance will quite confidently move their way into the grand finals later today, but before that, we've got to watch the two South finalists play against each other here for a chance to play against them and possibly represent the United Kingdom in Sao Paulo for the World Finals.
I'm really excited because I was talking to you about this during the break. We actually got to have Last Dance have a little bit of a participation in the Southern qualifiers before they moved over to their region. And they get to play, on these really lovely matchups as well, all on our wonderful sponsors. We have our SteelSeries, keyboards, headsets, a beautiful intelnuc that I know Twiggy has his eye on.
If Intel want to give me one, I'm just saying I wouldn't say no. That's all I'm saying. Obviously, hey, I love my PC, but I would give it up in a moment's notice for an intelnuc. But either way, with all of these beautiful sponsors, especially National Express helping us join here, we can move forward into our next game. It'll be a beautiful one. I think, we know a couple of the players, especially from one of the teams, but apart from that, there's only one player here at this event with a Wikipedia page, I can tell you that much, and that is Hypers.
And Hypers is a part of Naturo. I think this is going to be a really fun matchup. Naturo were actually one of the teams when they were going up against Last Dance in the Southern qualifiers, who actually walked away with the victory. It went 39 to Icebox, but it's still a victory, and we just saw how good a team Last Dance was. Granted, it wasn't the same iteration of Last Dance we had. A couple of the players had actually been swapped around, but still, if you're able to go 13-9 against a team that good, you've definitely got a pretty good team behind yourself as well.
Yeah, definitely. They're a little bit scary, and that's what I'm excited to see. Obviously, we want the best possible grand finals here today. That's what we're aiming for. We can all go, oh, I'm a fan of this team, oh, I'm a fan. No, I want good Valorant. That's all I want today. That's all I want out of life in general is good Valorant. I live for good Valorant.
I want smart analysis coming through from these teams.
Yeah,
because that last series, mechanical skill, yes, there was a little bit of a gap, but honestly, a massive part of the difference was the map matchup and the Asian pick select as well. And so looking over some of these teams and looking over, the history of the rounds that they played for that qualifiers, Birmingham Bulls do have an instaban of Breeze.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see in that last series a smart instaban of taking out your opponent's strongest map. We did see the comfort map bans come through of, Pull getting removed, no one wanting to be playing on that new map, not really wanting to have a composition fielded for it. And then the second one, we saw the kind of counter-strat of the chamber come through without one of those sentinels to be able to get a lot of information. I don't want to see that. I want to see these teams having done their homework. I want to see them looking through all of those pages and going, yes, the instaban here and here and here and here. We should make sure that we either try and take them to Breeze or we push them outside of their comfort zone. Yeah, I don't have a problem with a comfort ban, especially if you are confident on the map that the other team has picked, obviously. But it's just so much more effective. We saw it a lot of the time in last VCT. Obviously, Bind was a strong map for Fnatic and then Ascend. In order, both of those teams were pretty much flawless on Bind a lot of the time, and a lot of teams would ban out Bind to make sure that they were on level playing field for the rest of those maps. That's what I like to see as a team that is taking the initiative, being able to take away a map that there is no shame in saying you're better at us than this map. You can
you know, we're going to ban that away. There's no shame in doing that, you know. And that is what I want to see from some teams is acknowledging that the other team has a really good map and going, you know what, let's just get away from that one. We can pick our favorite map. Even if they ban our least favorite map, that's fine. Who cares? Oh well. We can take a look at the stats for these two teams here, playing up against each other. And this one's exciting. The Casa Nocturna versus Birmingham Bulls here. You can see Casa Nocturna, there's just a slight bit of a difference on this one, but they both have the same
The thing, they both have the same favorite maps of Bind and Ascent. So it really is going to be down to agent compositions coming through, because both of these teams, if they both want to play Bind and Ascent, are both going to have really good strategies, which show why they're that confident. So it is going to be a case of, are you going to take us to your favorite maps, or are you going to throw a curveball into the mix and try to actually pin your opponent on a map that they don't want to end up going to, because that would be the true unexpected angle.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, obviously with these qualifiers, these teams haven't gone through, you know, a plethora of different maps, and generally when you go into these events, they're pug teams, or you know, they don't have a history that you can go back and say they never play Fracture. Let's make them play Fracture. You know, we've only seen 3-4 games from these teams maximum, so you only know. I mean, Birmingham Bulls have only played 2 maps.
Well, Birmingham Bulls have actually had a couple of run-throughs of some of things like, you know, the Goose House Open Beacon split. They've been participating in a couple of these sort of tier 3 middling into professional tournaments, trying to build up team synergy. So they definitely have a little bit more experience into not just coming into the Campus Clutch new. But again, like we pointed out, on Casa Nocturna, they have players like Hypers who have been signed to teams and have been the carry.
I think Geef Kalash is the one I remember very, very clearly in the qualifiers for VCT last year. Oh, well, this year, technically, right at the start of this year. Very, very highly rated team. They qualified for the VRLs as well. So really, really exciting stuff from that player. And the rest of the team, obviously, you wouldn't join a team just for stat padding here at the Red Bull Campus Clutch. There is a chance that you go to Sao Paulo to compete against 49 other countries in this event. That's really, really. I don't think, you know, I've seen teams go into like small prize pool tournaments to stat pad and just get a nice little VLR page going, but I think there's a little more at stake here than that. So they're going to want to build a team around them that is competent and that is able to keep up with their play style. So I'm hoping to see a really synergistic team.
I'm hoping that we as well as that don't just get the mirror matchup of these agent selects coming through. I like to have like a little bit of diversity in terms of the agents that come through, because I mean, mirror matchup is fun because it means that every decision that you make, every micro, every macro has massive ramifications. If you do make a little bit of a muck-up and it's a mirror matchup, your opponent has the same abilities as you and can immediately punch you for it. And likewise, if you find yourself lagging behind, you can't really be ingenuitive with your strategies and solutions to the problem, because again, they're going to have the exact same abilities. So being able to sort of flex between all of these different solutions in case you do run a grind in terms of being able to either push aggressively or defensively is really good to be able to flex between, because it forces adaptation from the other side, right? If you're playing a mirror matchup, both sides know your win condition, both sides are going to have the exact same win condition they're trying to set into motion, and both sides are probably going to suffer from the same issue. If you're not playing the mirror matchup, it becomes a question of how many rounds does it take for your enemy to actually be able to adapt into what you're running against. Yeah, I think adaptation is really the name of the game, especially, you know, you can go into, you know, the tier 1 of any game and it's just, these players are insane at the game. It's all about, you know, being able to hit a headshot 90% of the time and stuff like this. But down at this level, adaptation is so big of a positive to have for your team, because if you can just figure out a team and completely counter them, it doesn't matter how good their aim is, it doesn't matter what's going to go on with that team, there's always going to be enough kind of holes in their gameplay that you can take advantage of that, because these aren't perfect players, you know, like, this is not tier 1, you're not playing in VCT, you're not playing with, growing into it. These are students, they're still growing, they still have a lot of time to get up into that pro scene, they're still just trying to make their name known. And that is the entire point of this competition, right? Not only is it meant to sort of allow these players to be able to enter that competitive pool, but even if you think back to last year's Red Bull Campus Clutch, we had players, when we headed into the grand finals in Madrid, rumors were going around that because of the performance they were able to put on the stage of the Campus Clutch, they would potentially be being picked up into tier 1 teams. That is the story that you were going for. You were trying to put yourself out there, show that not only are you looking for that expertise, you also have that talent to be able to refrain yourself, really practice, and manage to make sure that you get polished up into a pro player.
Yeah, and in fact, speaking of that, Anubis Gaming did turn into probably the biggest team in the MENA region. We saw them playing at Superdome earlier just a month ago, basically, and doing incredibly well there. So, you know, it's proof that, first off, the Campus Clutch can turn you into a full-fledged pro, and second off, that, you know, this really can make a name for yourself. This is a really big, important step in your journey, and especially getting not just a little bit of local LAN experience, but possibly getting international LAN experience before even being signed to a professional team, before being signed to a contract that's going to, you know, make it your job. It's
Especially
really
now,
exactly.
when we're in the middle of Rostermania.
Oh yes,
and all of these teams are on the lookout for players that they can really look not just to pin down immediately, but that they can have on these long contracts to be able to grow the talent into the scene. There are some really good teams that do look to just pick up players for the long term, so that they can start you off and you don't really have that level of expertise. But when you have that time to be able to build into a roster around those 5 specific players that you have picked up, that's when we see the synergy start to flow in. Yeah,
especially because we're seeing a lot more roster depth. We're seeing not just 5 players picked for a team. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing, I can't remember which one it was, one of the APAC teams picked up 12 players, something like that, more than 2 squads worth of players. So, you know, there's a very high possibility that you get put on a substitute contract for a very, very good team, maybe an International League team, maybe a Challengers team. That's really, you know, that's a possibility coming through there. So I'm really excited to see if any of these players can really make a name for themselves. Obviously, the winner of the UK finals is going to be heading to Sao Paulo. I've said it 4 times already. Can you get the timestamps of all of those and put them together? Maybe we can get a compilation of me saying the word Sao Paulo. Anyway, it's so going off track. So it's really important that these teams can make that name for themselves, can be able to go, hey, teams, hey, I'm right here. Look, all of these teams have been announced already. You know, you can hit up those managers, find their emails. Please don't find managers' emails. They hate that. But you can probably get in front of a good audience.
Yeah, I mean, you want highlight reel stuff, right?
Yeah.
You want to be able to go and clip these moments and say, that was me, and hopefully we do get to see those players and go, oh, look, it is those players in a matter of moments. Hey, there it is!
Hey,
I love prod.
those players.
See? So on the ball with being able to catch those players. We are going to get to see those players indeed just panning over some of these teams. I can't wait to see this matchup. I always love as well just like that starting moment where both teams are really trying to scope the other out, because sometimes you have the team that's just looking at their opponent, and other times you have the team that's just engrossed in their monitor, and a lot of the time the teams that are just engrossed in their monitor, they're the ones with confidence, they're the ones who are like, yeah, okay, we're here to win.
Yeah. You can see though how, I mean, we saw it throughout the whole game how intent these players were, how much they really cared about what was going on, and you saw even Zeshi, who you know, was not really playing his own role and was running in with an Odin into CT as Raze, was invested in the game. You saw the facial expressions going on when they made a mistake. It was, you know,
think my favorite was the headless.
Yes.
The diffuse.
Yeah.
In the middle
just
of
the
everyone,
confusion. Just,
and then it just cuts to the sheer and utter confusion.
Yeah. My SteelSeries headset did not pick up that diffuse sound. What happened? There was not a shot fired towards Headless in that engagement. It was amazing. Amazing. I mean, pros don't fake. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it very much is like that commitment now, that decoy strategy. That's why synergy is so important. You have to be able to trust in that situation that your second player is going to create that distraction and you can fully commit to the defuse.
Indeed. But our 2 teams here, once again, this beautiful LAN event. There's the trophy. Oh, UK winner 2022. Shiny. And all of our players here. Again, 6 feet from each other, staring each other down. We saw a little bit of trash talk last game.
We did.
I want to see a little bit more of that. I feel like, okay, at the risk of like profiling the North and the South as different personality types, which one do you think would trash talk more, South or North? Do you think there's going to be more trash talk in South? You know, do you think there's going to be more animosity in the South game or more animosity in the North game?
So here's the thing: the North, like, would probably
We're actually South and North, I guess. In a way,
we are
yeah.
indeed. So I will say now, the North would definitely go for the outspoken trash talk.
Right.
The South would probably go for the backhanded.
Okay.
Trash
the
talk.
Sarcasm,
You know, a little bit
yeah.
of the sort of
okay.
sarcastic.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you on that one. Yeah, me and Moxie are about as North and South as you can get.
Did you really just call me? You know the amount of people who actually think I'm Scottish when I tell them where I'm from? I can literally count on my hand.
Yeah, no, you have a bit of a southern accent, so it's.
See, I went to my doctor for about 12 years.
Yeah.
And it took 12 and a half years for the guy to think and realize that I wasn't from New Zealand.
Okay, no, okay, I can see it.
My favorite memory of university, I kid you not, Freshers Week, we all had bets for how long this would last. I tricked an entire bar into thinking that I was from Australia.
Wow, that's impressive.
For a week and a half.
That's very impressive.
For the entirety of the next month, I would have kids coming up to me being like, oh, I thought you would be going back to Australia. And do you know how I did it? This was the most bonkers thing, right? My name is Victoria.
Okay.
And my strategy was, my parents called me Victoria because I lived in Victoria, Australia.
Okay, that's, yeah. Yeah, I can see some parents being that bad at naming children. I've seen some...
I'm also hopeless with directions, so it would make sense that my name is literally where I need to know to go to.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I like that. Oh, look at... Oh, wait, that's not just the crowd. That's just us. Not Just Dance, Last Dance. You combine their names, and it's the name of a very popular game. And it's not helpful. It's not helpful. They named that. No, they did it on purpose. They did it on purpose. Well, either way, that's enough of whatever the kind of tangent we were doing there. We've got map bands ready for these two teams. We can see what they have gone with. Obviously, we know that they like a couple of different maps. Oh. Okay. We've got the Ascent. We've got Icebox.
Yeah, Bind gets banned by Casa Natura. This is what we wanted to see.
There
this
we
is
go.
spice.
Yes,
This is spice. This is, okay, we both have the same favorite maps.
Which
but
spice?
we're going to throw a curveball.
Which spice? Posh spice? Which
it's
one?
Scary Spice.
Scary Spice.
Because
okay.
we're headed over to Icebox. Icebox is probably like one of the scariest maps for duelists.
Yeah.
To walk into, because I mean, obviously a lot of the time we have either the Jet or the Chamber. Sometimes we actually see teams fielding the double duelist.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a big fan of having Reyna on Icebox, although I will say KO has pretty much replaced her in the meta for being able to use things like delay to be able to enter onto those sites.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox has always been one of those maps where it's very, very essential to first off run a Viper. That's a big one. But then there was always the Sage. There's always... Back in the day, there was two comps that you ran. It was either a Reyna or a Killjoy.
Yeah.
Along with a Jet, a Sage, a Viper, and a Sova. That's it.
Yeah.
Now Sova's still in the comp because you kind of really want that Aldro.
Setups, belt control,
exactly.
having things like the shock darts and Hunter's Fury to punish diffusers so late on in the game. Yeah, it's essential.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna see either probably double Sentinel or double Initiate. You're gonna see a Sage and a Chamber probably, or you're gonna see a KO and a Sova are the two kind of, differences that we're probably going to see. Icebox has probably been one of the most solid metas that has stayed around, even with all of the changes to meta that we've seen. And so here we go. We are going to get into that Asian pick, and there you go. That's a little bit different. Fade. I have seen Fade a couple times on Icebox, actually. Yeah. Just a couple, but it kind of works. I don't know if I like it without a Sova, because Aldrone is very important, especially on B main. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe they've got some good B main lineups, and that'll work out for them. But on the other side, on the side of Casa Natura, it looks like they're going pretty normal. That is about as normal as it gets. Double Sentinel, very simple.
I mean, I'm considered like this Fade can be really good for slowing pushes down.
Yeah.
Right, especially on defense on A side. Or even on B, if you're able to stop them from using that Sage and getting onto B side, because they're not running a KO. No one at the moment is running that KO.
Yeah.
So entering onto that B side to set that Sage wall up is going to be the most dangerous part of that planning stage. And having that Fade, being able to stop them, use the Haunt to find the intel of whether or not it's a fake, or whether or not you need to double down on utility to prevent it. And then being able to use that Sage to grab the Sage into position to stop the wall from going up into perfect place. That's really dangerous.
Yeah.
For you to have to worry about.
Yeah. Well, only one difference between the two teams, and that is the Initiator. And I'm a big proponent of the Sova. I'm going to be honest here, I'm a big proponent of the Sova, and that's not just because... Well, I don't know. I don't know why I would like Sova over Fade anyway.
Retired Sova main?
No, not at all. I was never a Sova main. In fact, I get forced onto Sova on Icebox and I hate it.
I was. My Valorant journey, I started off as a Sage, I went on to Sova, and then I became Killjoy.
Oh, I was a Cypher main, and then a Jet main.
And now
I'm
you're
a
Chamber.
Well, yeah. That's just because Chamber's easy. You just shoot things.
You get a lot of value with Chamber.
Yeah, I feel like it's very easy to, although it's very easy to also, if you don't have a good game, suddenly you're the worst player in the world.
Yeah, I think random lobbies too, like Chamber is just able to run through random lobbies because no one communicates where the Chamber is.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think if you're good at flanking or good at lurking, you can be a really important Chamber up until like Immortal level, and then, you know, it's more about how you play with the team, obviously, but...
This is team play though.
Yes, it is. This is, okay, so, I am interested by the Fade. I want to see what the plan is here for Birmingham Bulls with that Fade, because if it's played correctly, I could see it being really, really good.
It could be really mean. You could play that Fade into things like the Viper Snakebite to make them take the DK, and then you push forward with that Jet. That could be absolutely devastating. As it is Marky on that defense up first, taking very aggressive control to make sure that no one from the side of Birmingham Bulls is going to be able to enter onto A for free.
Well, they're going to get all the way through onto B with the use of that Toxin screen. Wall will go up as per usual. Sage gets that one down, gets 1 point towards the ultimate as well. So Birmingham Bulls, despite losing a player over towards A, managed to get the spike down on B. It's going to have to be a retake here from Casa Natura.
They at least have numbers.
They do indeed, and they definitely have some good aimers on their team. So here comes the first piece of Sova utility that the other team does not have. It's a good recon dart, and it facilitates 2 picks. Justice trying to keep up this one with the Headhunter, manages to find 2, and a snakebite as well from Melon, trapped within that wall. They created a jail for themselves. Melon is just sat outside this one. They don't see him coming. Bensky tries to get that one. It's not going to happen. Oh! Melon somehow manages to get 3-1 with the snakebite too, with the Ghost. Clutches out that round. I'm not sure that wall placement was very... That was perfect for the snakebite.
That benefited Melon's fight.
It was beautiful. It was just, oh, great.
It trapped them into the snakebite.
Oh my god.
A little bit of miscommunication coming through there, it feels like, and unfortunately it is going to cost defense that round. Like on pistols too, it's very hard to be able to break that Sage wall in time.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the weaponry to be able to do it. And not running a raise either, so you don't have the satchel packs to instantly shred it. And as a result, Birmingham Bulls are going to be able to buy up. As Smile on that Chamber doesn't have to worry about buying up. The Headhunter is going to allow them to push aggressively through from Tube. A little bit of information, secure a couple areas into mid very early on, forcing Birmingham Bulls now to have a little bit of a longer rotation if they want to commit to one of these sites. Toxin screen coming through for the attackers towards that B site, really trying to push Casa into trying to pull out from middle, and it is going to be Justice with the Headhunter, but Smile's able to trade out. Jet for Sova, Intel going to be lacking for the defense. As a result, Bulls may have an easier time being able to hold for retake.
Well, they're going to have to back up no matter what. They don't have that Sage available to keep back the players from Casa Natura as they move in. Casa Natura, they do still have that Sage. They know this Jet might be coming around on the flank, and Thomas is going to be able to take that one down. Bensky trying to make some space on towards site, but they know exactly where he is now. Seized up. Thomas finishes things off. I'm liking it. Both initiators are using their different utility. We're demonstrating the differences here. It's very nice.
Yeah, Bulls as well, using the absence of that Sova. They know that when the Sova is gone, they're not going to be spotted out when they hold for those flanks.
Yeah.
And as a result, all of them just split off and take different angles. So wherever the defenders are funneling their way from mid towards that B site back into, they're going to be caught out unawares.
Yeah.
And because it's things like the Jet who's able to meet you, even if you don't find the kill immediately, you can still dash away to safety. You've done your job. You've delayed that retake from coming through.
Indeed. Well, let's see now what Casa Natura can do with rifles in hand. It's Zeno holding down mid. It looks like it's an immediate rotation through from A because that chamber has already cleared all the way up. Marky able to move into kitchen, find one pick before Justice can get that trade. That does mean one extra rifle for the Birmingham Bulls.
Oh my goodness, look how deep Bulls already are.
Yeah, it's the tale of two flankers. Because you've got one coming around from behind and destroys that. If you were looking at the, he destroyed the trademark. If you were looking at if you're paying enough attention to the minimap. I told you earlier. I told you go look at that minimap. But Birmingham Bulls, they have control of kitchen, and that's pretty important because it means that Casa Natura have to fight their way out of their own spawn at this point. They don't know if somebody's close, and Thomas is going to be able to peek at just the right time to take down Zeno. They now know one's there. Bensky not able to get the trade whatsoever. 2v3 now.
Able to bait for Smile though.
Yeah.
So Thomas does get dropped, but Melon's able to drop Hyper. Small coming in clutch as that chamber has to go through the decay. So has to wait for the health to come back online, has to tap that spike, running out of time. Melon is immediately going to know that position, but it's not Melon who takes it, it's the chamber. And I mean, we were concerned, right? We saw that Sova coming through, we were like, okay, cool, this is going to be good, they're going to have a lot of intel. A lot of the time it does feel like Xeno on that Sova is going down way too early. And as a result, again, it's that sort of scatter approach coming through from the attackers once they know the Sova's removed, because no one's there to find out that position before they're able to find those picks. And even if you're being traded, the spike is down, you're still winning as long as you're stopping the defenders from getting back onto site.
Yep. That's just going to be Sheriff's, the order of the day for Casanova, and it might just be a quick push to see if they can find an opening pick. Hyper's not able to get the first. Smile, the remaining player on this angle. They haven't checked that corner. The Headhunter doesn't find anything, and he has to teleport out. Unfortunate. Viper's pick comes through. Smile able to find the first pick, but not before that wall does go down. Justice is going to start planting behind that one. Shock Dart's not going to do anything on the other side of that wall.
Good knifeful too, catches out everyone on the side of that wall. And immediately off of the back of that intel, you don't need a Sova, you've essentially got a 13-second long recon bolt.
Yeah. Tagging
onto every single ankle on those players on the other side of that Sage wall. As Casper already going to be reduced to just the one player. Xeno left alone isn't going to be able to find the clutch moment. And Bulls definitely making Icebox look pretty dominant.
Yeah. Seems like they know what they're doing so far. Pretty dominant rounds, and they're making everything work pretty perfectly. Obviously, the expectation was they win that round, no matter what. And I do like the use of the Viper's Pit quickly there. You know, they're not afraid to use an ult against
take control of the site,
an
get
eco,
the spike down. That's where Cassandra have struggled when the time has turned against them. They don't get that opportunity to use the jet or the chamber to try and find those aggressive first picks. And as a result, they have to be on the reactive.
Oh my.
This is very aggressive. Tour de Force coming through from Smile. They know that there's a presence in mid. This is not the first time Smile's pushed up through Tube. And as a result, the Tour de Force doesn't find the kill it's looking for.
It was close, a hair's breadth away from Melon there, but no cigar. Smile might just go for another attempt here. Oh, and all players, moving all the way up mid. I don't know if they expect this one, but Xeno is going to trade down two before Justice can get there, and in from behind is going to... Doesn't manage to find the pick, but still, that pressure is there. Smile does manage to get one before the round ends, get some value out of that tour de force. But in the end, that is just a well-timed peak from Xeno that manages to catch off every single player from Birmingham Bulls. I think that's the first error from Birmingham Bulls so far.
That is the strength of the Sova.
Yeah.
Right? You are able to find the intel. You can punish if they go for the death ball strategy. They all push the exact same angle, and as a result, they get overwhelmed by those degrees. As it is going to be, as you pointed out, the first mistake coming through from Bulls, grouping up, pushing through from mid. Even though you know that Tour de Force has been pushed back, most likely the chamber's going to backpedal. And if you group up, that slow AoE off a successful shot is going to catch all of you in his trap.
Oof. Smile almost able to find the pick off of that reveal. Not quite. Not quite. Once again, just about missing his shot. It was a little too late. Got slowed down by the jet there of Birmingham Bulls to make sure that he didn't push up mid too quickly. But you can see the playstyle that Smile is going for on this team. Not just, not just a sit back and spawn operator. Definitely an aggressive operator, and Justice is able to find that pick in mid. You can see them switching through that one, but Marky manages to take down his copy, which makes it quite an even matchup as they move in towards A. But there's that resurrection. Justice able to find one more with the tour de force before that spike goes down, but it's a good Hunter's Fury, able to find one pick and a little more damage as well. Maybe possible to move in off that, but they've already lost so many players. It is just Hypers, and that's over, waiting. And they don't know where these positioning of these players are. Justice has already moved quite far up, watching CT here.
No recon either. It's on cooldown, so you do just have to check the angles with your face, and that is going to reveal your position.
It's close. Oh, Bladestorm not able to find a pick. Xeno is able to move around to the back of sight, but Justice is quick with the flick, and he finds his fourth with that tour de force. not letting them in whatsoever. Birmingham Bulls take their 5th round.
Tour de Force always punishes uneven fights. And you always think, okay, if it's 2 versus 1 on a Tour de Force, you're probably going to get the chamber. But no, if that Tour de Force gets a single successful shot, and you're standing on the exact same ground where it just hit, that slow AoE is an absolute serial killer.
Yeah.
That is a very costly round for the defense to give away. The Hunter's Fury was gorgeous. It delays the spike plan, it catches Flip out. The problem is, it comes too late. You've already lost too many players, and now you don't have it. Heading into this next round, Smile actually going to be going for the operator play to try to slow Birmingham Bulls' momentum down.
Marky trying to play bodyguard, but is in fact the one left players lonesome in that engagement. It's good presence on A from Casanatoro. They get that first pick. Clearing generator is Flip. They do move in. They will manage to get enough space to get that spike down, but still 2 players. Oh, there from Casanatoro. It doesn't seem to matter whatsoever. They're just clearing every angle. Marky's in the corner. It doesn't matter. Not whatsoever. Birmingham Bulls, they only lose 1 player in that engagement.
It's so methodical from them, right? When they move together, it is just a surgery of precision. Check generator, check nest, check site, move on, get spike planted, cover angles, bodyguard even, because you know that an operator player is going to be in play. And it's really good for this team, because it means that when they win these rounds, a lot of the time their bodies are intact and their opponents are entirely decimated. The economy for this defense, they bought the operator in that last fight, thinking it would be the linchpin to turning the tides, and it's turned the tsunami against them. They have to go for the strategic call of a timeout, because they have to figure out something needs to change.
Yeah, this really hasn't gone the way that they would have wanted it to hit on Icebox. Not a map that either of us were expecting in this matchup.
That's the problem. Smile is being too predictable.
Possibly,
because Icebox was a pick that we didn't expect to see coming up, but the Chambers location is something that Bulls are always expecting.
Yeah.
Every single round we've seen Smile push up through Tube. Even if you don't find a kill, even if you have to rendezvous away, it still means that you're short-handed in a fight, and off of the back of it, you lose mid-control.
Yeah.
Temporarily, but you lose mid-control, and that opens the door to be able to take A.
Indeed. Maybe I would like to see the Sage taking Kitchen instead, and then
I would
Chamber
like to see the
rotating through to A.
Sova.
Yeah. Well, Smile is once again going to head through Tube, this time only with a Headhunter in hand. The Birmingham Bulls are happy to just default at this point. They got 2 players towards each site. They've got Chamber just watching down mid.
They know Smile has been pushing that area religiously now.
Yeah.
Every single round, fanatically pushing through Tube.
Oh, Marky. Oh, Marky. Smile is able to find the first pick. Marky can't get away in time. That was an awkward position. Hyper's not able to find the shots that he needs. And Thomas will get a couple of kills before the rest of the team moves in towards B. The space has been made. The spike is lagging behind quite a ways, but as long as they can hold off the remaining members of Casanatoro for long enough, they can definitely get that spike down on the ground and have a nice advantage moving into this one. Justice takes out the operator, takes out Smile, gets that spike on the ground.
I think, to add insult to injury, that might have been the operator that Smile had actually brought in the last round with. That drops his body
It's like
next
a
to
reward.
Snowman, and it is unfortunate. And here's the thing, like, they're on a really uncomfortable buy. It's very obvious the tempo that it's going to turn into. Either they all aggressively push out and go for the death ball strategy, so even though you have inferior weaponry, you have better numbers, and you just pepper them with bullets, death by 1,000 cuts, essentially.
Yep.
Or you play slow and you wait for them to get antsy and try and push one of those angles so they can catch you unawares as you approach one of those sites. And what the attackers do is they slow things down. They wait for the defenders to play themselves.
Indeed. Well, once again, the members of Casanatoro push up aggressively on A, and this time it works out. Bladestorm is now up for Marky. Oh, he just sees the edge of Melon there. Not able to find that kill. Has to back out of that one, but Bensky's still in jail and is still watching down. Belt there manages to get one more kill. And this is different from Casanatoro, and it's worked out perfectly. This time they've managed to hit their shots. Smile is taken down, but still a 2v4. There's still 2 ults available for Casanatoro. And that's not even counting that Blade Storm that's already been committed by Marky. Spike is down up on Belt. It's a difficult location to get up to. Without revealing your position, up in jail. Marky finds one more pick before being taken out by Melon. Now it's all up to you in a 1v3, 65 HP to work with. That is not a lot, and you don't know where these players are coming from. No sentinel left to hold your flank. I think that shot dart knew exactly where Melon was, and Xeno will finish it off with a nice shot to the head.
See,
they needed that round.
That was really good positioning coming through. That was the aggression that we wanted to see, but it's tempered. What they do is they take very early control of Garage so that they know, okay, it's not going to be a B push. Yep. We've got presence in mid. We know that they're not pushing here. The only way that they can go is directly onto A. So you have a player in Great watching through Belt. You have players all around Nest to catch them out as they try and push onto Boiler. And as a result, we see the control is there for Casa.
Yep.
The problem is they now have to replicate it, and it's going to be expected.
Yeah. Who would have guessed it? A bit more tube presence from Casanatura, however. The chamber is not over there. Hypers moves up. The Battle Sage finds one, able to get around the corner just in time as well. There is no ability to get out of there, but having walled himself off, just has to play around the corner. Slows them down at the very least. Maybe Smile can do a little more to damage this team. 4v4 now. They still haven't made any space here. Birmingham balls, and there's the headshot from Smile to make it a 4v3. Spike down, they know exactly where that is now. And so far, it's just holding positions here for Casanatura. Now they've got that damage done. They have that player advantage. They can just sit on their haunches and wait for Birmingham balls to make the move.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. Birmingham balls having to decide, do they go A, do they go onto tube to B, or do they try and push directly into kitchen? Smile has been able to spot out one. Notice there is a contest going over there. Melon still wanting to try and push onto this B side. 37 seconds left. They don't really have the time affordable to go towards the A. It has to be commit onto the site. Snakebite to clear yellow.
30 seconds
As
left.
deep on site, Casanatura's Jet waits. Marky absolutely frothing at the mouth.
My God, that timing.
This wraparound is going to be absolutely brutal. They're about to back into the Jet. The timing not just saves Justice the first time, but allows them to pick Marky out as they turn the corner.
The Nightfall is perfect as well because he has no idea where Thomas is coming from on that one. 1v2 now. The spike goes down just in time, and Bensky is put from what was an incredible round for them into a really awkward retake. 1 versus 2, 65 HP remaining. Melon just watching down that angle. It's a good seize. It'll pull him in, it'll get his health all the way down. That decay does so much, and he's just going to be stuck in that location for a few more seconds. They spray through that wall, it goes down and find the first pick, but Thomas is there to close out the round. And that timing could have been so nice, but it just went the other way.
A gift from the Riot gods.
Yeah.
Was how we described that timing. Oh my God, Marky just got divine smouted. As he crossed that corner, we're going to see it again.
Oh.
He knows that they're around the back of yellow, and he just isn't able to land the shot in time onto Justice.
What I want to know is what possessed them to turn back around. What?
Probably the sound you picked up by their amazing SteelSeries headsets.
Yeah, exactly. They can hear walking with those headsets. They can hear Jet's soft footsteps while she's walking up.
They can hear Mikey just getting so happy because he was about to land an absolute gift of 2 kills. As it is now going to be Marky looking for redemption. Flip found out in spawn goes down early. As it is going to be Birmingham Bulls slowed to a steady space.
Casanatura currently the least consistent team in the United Kingdom. Managing to get a lot of damage this round. Birmingham Bulls down to 2 players. A total of about 53 HP between them. Not a lot. Not a lot particularly. And, good timing with the Guardian once again from Marky. Hypers is down, but Smile finishes it out. It's another good round from Casanatura, but they've only had 3 of these good rounds in this half, and that's the problem.
I think the problem for this team is that they can start having good halves of rounds.
Yeah.
And then very quickly, it just skids turns.
Yeah, I do like how non-committal they are. However, it seems to be biting them in the proverbial every now and then.
Like, they go really aggressive out of the gate, right? And look for that early control with the chamber and the Jet. and sometimes do find an early pick, and do turn the numbers advantage onto their side. The problem is they aren't able to carry that momentum into late round.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether it's the economy that they're sitting on, the fact that they're relying on the Sova as well to just have that recon of whether or not it's going to be a fake play, like you don't want to fully commit and find yourself being out-rotated. Mm-hmm. The fact that they monopolize mid so importantly so that they can get those snappy rotations to be able to catch them out if it is a fake. Either way, it means that all of that momentum that they should be picking up off of the first two kills isn't being carried through into the final parts of these rounds, and as a result, the scoreline is not reflecting how good this team is.
Our producers, bless them, working overtime last night. They should have made a kiss cam overlay though. Not gonna lie, that would have been beautiful there. Just the slow zoom on those two. I'm sure Zekchi was. He acted like he didn't want any of that, but go on, peck for the camera. Anyway, I think we're getting a little tech pause. All good. We can talk for a little longer. Maybe I shouldn't dig myself deeper in the kiss cam hole.
I was gonna say, you're literally like, you know, a 5-year-old when you have like action figures.
Yes. Yeah, I definitely did that. Oh yeah. No. Yeah, 100%. No. 100%. That's the most fun you can have with them. Is that you pretend that they're people. And then
I'm
bend
pretty sure
them
that
to
is
your will.
the idea of action figures. Yes, Twiggy. Childhood imagination.
Yes.
The greatest power that there is.
No, the greatest power that there is an intelnuc powered PC. That's the greatest power that there is, Moxie. You and I both know it. Look at the small form factor and the amount of power that's packed into it. You can't tell me otherwise.
You can't see
the
right
childhood
now,
imagination could
he
never.
He is obsessively holding on to this.
I want it. I want them to give me it. Maybe if I say enough good things about it, they'll send me one.
Just make sure it's to the right address.
Hey, Intel. Yes. Okay, story time, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. A few days ago, I ordered a new phone. We've got. Oh, thank you very much. Yes, we've got a viewer right here in the studio watching me talk about this. I ordered a new phone. Lovely, great. Black Friday deals, awesome. So a certain company that likes to keep hold of your addresses, even after you've moved out from those addresses, kept a hold of my address, even though I've moved out of that address. And they decided, you know what would be good? You know how he calls the one that he currently lives in home and the other one old address? Let's send it to his old address instead. It's a beautiful idea. And that company, who I will not name, but I'm sure you can guess, they have sent my phone to the wrong address. So whoever lives there now, I hope you enjoy my new phone, because I will not be enjoying my new phone. My old phone is on its last legs. I'm telling you, it's not going to last another week. It's not going to.
It's not quite the powerhouse.
No, it's not. I mean, the day they fit this amount of power into a phone size, that would be unbelievable.
Maybe. I mean, we're seeing a resurgence of the flip phone. You know, like the big brick.
Yes.
Maybe
I had a Nokia. What was it? Like a Nokia 3000. You know, the one that's like, but it was big. Chunky. Yes, exactly. The ones that were indestructible. Do you remember? And you could play Snake on them.
Yes!
I love playing Snake on my phone.
Snake was the best.
Actually, I don't know if my phone had Snake. I think I had to play Snake on my mum's phone.
See, I was very sad. I had one of those not flip phones. I had one of those rip-off phones that liked to pretend that it was a phone. And I didn't get to play Snake. I got to play Spell Attack.
Spell Attack? Do you want to explain that one to me? Because I have no clue what that is.
Here's the thing. Me, when I was like an English major, I loved it. I was like, English is my favorite class. This is the best. And looking back, I'm like, oh my goodness. I was fangirling over getting to spell words to time.
I was once part of the spelling bee team as well, so I understand you. I wasn't an English major, I'll tell you that much. Music major myself, in fact. Actually, not music technically, acoustic production. But you know, you don't want to get. It was so nearly an engineering course, which so nearly made me drop out. I really didn't like the engineering part of it, but at least now I know how to like design a room That's cool. I know how to do
You can
acoustics.
appreciate the acoustics in here.
I can appreciate actually some of the dampers that are in the other room as well. Very cool. They're like wings that come out of the walls. It's very nice. I like what Red Bull have done with the place. I like what you've done with the place. Very good. It's very nice. Hey, we're back in the game. You can stop listening to us talk about benign things. Very cool. Casa Natura. They have one more round left in the half to be able to gain themselves a little bit of confidence, a little bit of well, maybe make themselves look at least somewhat good here. Xeno, however, already able to find two. Modi trying to find some way out of this choke point, but the damage has already been done, and Smile is up there. The res isn't going to do anything whatsoever. It's all up to Flip now. 1 versus 4. Make that a 1 versus 3 now. Spike can go down. Oh, but the res in the other way. I was wrong. 1 versus 4 again. Counting with Twiggy. 4.
We've had story time with Twiggy. We've had counting with Twiggy.
I could be a primary school teacher.
I was going to say, you could be a primary school teacher, or you could set your own
I don't
television.
I don't think I'm smarter than a primary school student though, so I don't think that would work.
Well, we're going to see whether or not Flip is going to be better than 4 players at Valorant, as he's already been able to drop Marky. Tries to bait out positions with that thank you, but there's the shock dart. Xeno had an absolute blinder of a round, by the way. Here's the Reds going through from the aggressors and decides, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use Hunter's Fury in that direction. So for those of you that don't know, res animation has a little bit of time for you to actually be able to recover. So what tended to happen when Sage first released was that everyone would wait for the res animation to go through, and if you didn't drop the Sage wall immediately after, you just got rezzed, and then bam, you would be down on the ground again. That's exactly what happens, and I love that it's actually a race to kill the Viper. Is it going to be the Hunter's Fury, or is it going to be the Jet? And it is Marky.
You know what I used to do a lot of the time? Now, this is just a visual thing. If you're being rezzed and you crouch, your little like, you know, the like being resurrected thing goes up and down. Doesn't actually happen for enemies, but I would do it anyway because I thought my head hitbox would go down or something like that. Okay, Casa Natura, that's a start to a pistol round on the today here in London. That's beautiful. That's a good start. They can move forward off of that one. Modi trying to find one more, has to dash back through that toxin screen, gets taken out in the end. Melon finds one, but that's all she wrote there for Birmingham Bulls. It's a pretty much flawless round for Casa Natura. Yes, same.
I love this. I love this. Oh, it's so good to get to see players online again. Like, just the synergy and chemistry they feel just radiating from the screen, the happiness too. Also, I feel like we were surprised by how aggressive they were in that pistol round. I really think we shouldn't have been surprised about how aggressive they were. They have a Jet and a Chamber on Icebox. They are not going to slow down. Yeah,
not whatsoever. And I think, here's the thing, right? They didn't really use any Sova utility that round. It's pistol round. Generally, you will buy an Aldrone here on Icebox, but you don't need to.
Aldrone slows you down. You need to go in with the gun.
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't look like they're using it whatsoever. It's even now, okay, here we go. We've seen an Aldrone. Here we go. So this is the thing, right? I like attacking way more for Casa Natura here because the Aldrone is so important on Icebox to be able to clear every single corner. Smile gets such good info there, but is now stuck in the corner. I love the aim check. He just walks halfway across his own spawn. Thomas does so much with the Sheriff. Melon gets on the board as well. 1 versus 3 for Marky. On an eco round for Birmingham Bulls, things have not gone well for Casa Natura. And again, the consistency of this team is just not there for them. One's there, but the trade is immediate. And Birmingham Bulls make it 9.
Here's the thing. They push A twice. And they have this, like the first round of pistols, they get away with that surprise element because you think it's pistols, you have a Sage, you're going to go for the fast plant because pistols aren't going to be able to drop the Sage all in time. So not only are you going to get that spike planted, your Sage is going to survive the plant. You're going to have 5 players with a retake. They push on A second time, and this time it is expected.
Yes.
So Bulls, when they see that aggression coming through, are able to meet it level-headed as opposed to going into the panic fugue state where they're able to actually bat back and recover. And because they're holding onto those angles, they are able to just blitz through with control of corners. As it is now going to be a very early Sage wall coming on off 2 blocks mid. Marky dropping that Clyde to be able to pick up the open, get 1 away from being able to come in with those blades. As they know, it is going to be a better buy coming through from the defenses. Marky, unfortunately, the figurehead of this composition is the first to meet Modi.
And Birmingham Bulls, once again, have just grabbed a little bit of momentum, taken hold of it completely, and now Casanatura are on the back foot once again, waiting for the recon dart to come up, I'm sure. Oh, but even before that happens, Modi takes down Smile, looking for another one. That recon dart was hopeful at best. So many people on the site that could have taken that one down. Hyper's just trying to make sure nobody is going to push into this team, but Birmingham Bulls are playing it pretty much perfectly. They're staying back. Modi gets his third, looking for his fourth, has to reload, and Bensky will take advantage of that. But in the end, Justice is very capable to be able to clean that one up. And Birmingham Bulls, I mean, that round was almost over in the first 20 seconds.
I mean, it's an expected outcome, right? It goes one of two ways.
Yep.
You're coming in with a inferior buy, so you pick up the old orb, and then your Jet is able to find one more kill, so you can come in with the Blade Storm.
Yeah.
And use that to bulldoze your way onto side, and then you're playing for retake, and you can try and pick away at numbers as well as pick up the guns from the bodies you've dropped in your path. Or you lose the Jet, you lose the power of the Blade Storm, and you just get overwhelmed as the defense decides, okay, well, we can either play for distance, or we can just push into you.
Well, Justice is doing exactly what Smile did before. 3 players from Birmingham Bulls way up close. That drone does not catch all of them. And Flip, oh, is not able to get that trade at all. It's a great dash from Marky, and it gives Hypers the information to be able to take that pick, but they do not expect Justice. Bensky is quick on the flick to get that one, though. And Casanatura, oh no, you don't miss that wall. Thank God they have taken out 4 members of this team already, because otherwise that could have been disastrous. The spike goes down, Hypers finishes it out. Oh. That was close. I didn't like that. I didn't like that in any way.
I did not like that at all.
Hey.
Oh my goodness, that's so strong. Okay, we're gonna move
Anxiety
faster.
simulator.
Yeah, literally, it's just like when we see Casa, it's either the highest of highs or the lowest of lows, and it just
genuinely
heel turns every single part. This is an emotional roller coaster.
Every 10 seconds they roll a d20.
Sometimes, it's either a nat 1 or a nat 20.
Yeah.
As well.
Alright, on to mid-aggression this time from Casanatura. Flip has already taken the first pick.
Blade Storm as well coming through from Bulls so that Modi can move forward. They know that the res is online, and Modi moves forward to anticipate where it's going to be coming from.
It doesn't quite work out for them. Not whatsoever. Manages to get the handle just about. Guys, please don't bunch up in there that tightly. That makes me feel claustrophobic. I do not like that. But they've already lost. Well, their Sentinel. Well, the real Sentinel. Sage is a duelist, not a Sentinel. So they have no way of knowing if that flank will come through. And Modi is just waiting there to be able to do that. It's now just round the corner, and that aggression is going to come through towards A. Doesn't quite hit the shot. Has to back all the way out. No dash. Can't get away in time. Hypers capitalizes off of that. They can move in towards site now. Has heal up. I have heal. Bark for it. No, actually, to be fair, probably somebody did. I think we've already established that Casanatura will bark for heals. The spike goes down. Bensky gets that on the ground. It's just Justice. Just. Looking for 4. No, not going to happen. Bensky finishes things off. And again, Casanatura, it's a really good round for them, which I wish I could say means that there's momentum in their favour, but it just seems like it happens sometimes.
I think a lot of the time when they're actually able to catch the defenders unawares, that's when they're able to really pick up that momentum. Like, the thing is, Casa do play it well. The Blade Storm is anticipated. When they have to use that res very early on, they know that most likely the Jet is going to use those dashes to be able to gain that distance and make sure that you punish the res animation. So they're expecting, they're watching the angle. It's happened before, they know, because they were literally the ones who wrote the script for that exact same play a couple of rounds ago when they were on the defense.
Is one of the viewers watching the stream? Oh wait, I think that's actually our audio guy.
Twiggy, I would hope.
I was going to say, the screen is right in front of you. You've got a flat screen
Maybe they're
TV
just pulling a U.
directly in front of you.
Maybe they were pulling a U in rehearsals yesterday where you were trying to set up the infinite.
That was very fun. I stand by the fact that was incredibly fun. And that's all that matters.
You are on every single time. You're just like a kid in a toy store.
I am a kid in a toy store. Figuratively. Not literally.
Well, Smile is about to be a very happy chamber in a very big icebox with a very dangerous gun. As the operator is coming on through for the attacking side, Casanova going to be banking on Birmingham Bulls once again, showing themselves a little bit too early. I mean, it's a good call off of the buy that Bulls are coming in with. They could get super aggressive and go for that death ball strategy of just looking to dismantle the economy long term, as opposed to winning the round out. They're expecting it too.
Sat here. None of them have moved an inch. I like the idea, but Birmingham Bulls are not playing into it whatsoever.
It's just a stalemate at the moment, and the stalemate is going to benefit the defense because they just get to hold. As long as the spike doesn't go down onto one of these sides, the defenders win the round.
Casanova eventually have decided maybe Birmingham Bulls aren't pushing. Although Birmingham Bulls have now started to move up. Amazing. It's beautiful. Bensky makes his way towards Tube, looking for some kitchen control. Makes good time of it. But it looks like it's going to be a Viper lurk, which I do like to see. Marky has utilised dash already. Has no more of that. Modi still has his up.
Oh boy, the
Still
waltz.
just a stalemate.
Yeah, the waltz is about to turn into a foxtrot though. There goes the aggression. The defenders making their way towards A main, able to meet Casa as they start to forge onto that site.
Oh! No, there's no way. Oh, it's not a flawless round for Birmingham Bulls.
It's not a flawless, but it's definitely
hold on.
not a round that Casa wanted.
Spike goes down? No. No. No, not the
Yeah,
ace
they
from
have
Xeno.
time. Xeno has time. Hunter's Fury as well. You can play for time. You get that spike down. As long as you don't get taken out! The second that you cross away from spike! Oh no!
Or nor. Clear. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I will never do that again. That was about as perfect as it gets from Birmingham Bulls. I think they had a good 80% accuracy in that round.
Here's the thing. Casa, by being that hesitant, played themselves out of time.
Yeah.
Because we had that stalemate that just stretched for the beginning of that round, they did not have time to clear the angles.
Yeah.
And it meant that Bulls, the second they heard movement, could apply pressure and just hit them with every single angle possible. It doesn't matter if you're coming in with water pistols if the other team is blind to where they're coming from.
Yeah. Well, Casanova, they have learned from their mistake. They're gonna actually push now. Hunter's Fury very early on and catches Modi. Almost a little bit of damage onto Flip as well. But either way, Flip's gonna have to back all the way up. It's a good toxin screen to segment the players from Birmingham Bulls. Viper's pick goes down as well. Then get in and keep that spike locked down completely. This is Casanova being safe with this round. They don't want to give anything away. Even Marky is being a little bit cautious.
They have to.
With that Blade Storm. It's a good Nightfall. The res is there as well. Melon gets taken down by Bensky. And as Justice moves in with the shorty, he'll find the first pick. But he still has so many players of Casanova to clear out of this one. Hypers is playing bodyguard inside of there as well. And it's pretty much a flawless hold from the side of Casanova. Again, flip-flopping between amazing and terrible.
It's really good. They read the room perfectly. They get the early drop. They know that the resurrection's going to be online, so we see the full commitment. Viper's Pit to cut off sight, and then you go in with your jet, making sure to keep rafters clean so that even when the resurrection does come through, it's so late in the round that you've already been able to pull a couple of your players off of sight to catch them. Even if that Viper's Pit goes down, you're still going to be able to rumble on top of them before they get the defuse. The problem is, it was costly in ultimate departments. Casa do not have ultimates into this next round. Justice going to be giving that position away with that first opening of a tour de force shot. As thankfully, even though that position has been given away, they have been able to slowly back on out. Immediately going to see if anyone's going to be pushing out from green. It's a good shot done! But even though they're anticipating the chamber sticking around, they still peek Garage!
Oh man, Birmingham Bulls get the first pick once again. And the Viper's Pit is still up on 8, so there's really no way to get in towards that. You've already used your Aldrone. So there's no real way to push into it. And one solo fade is just going to be able to hold down this whole B site pretty much without the use of that Sage to get a wall down. Casanova just wait now, because there's really no way they can do this apart from taking gunfights. They move up. Marky will take the first pick onto Justice there, making it a 4v4. Up goes the Toxin Screen. They can get that spike planted, but it's a good seize. I'll keep him in place. The spray doesn't quite land. And Smile takes one more player and a second onto Modi. It's a perfect flank through from Orange? Yes, Orange. I was wondering where he was for a second there. I was like, is he in mid? No. Melon is in mid. And now Melon is dead.
There you go. You can teach your numbers.
Yes.
But you can't teach your colors.
Yes. No, I can't. I am colorblind.
It's really good from Marky in that round, honestly, because when we see the Tour de Force still in play and the Fade is still online playing from Snowman with 1 C's left, the crossfire is set up. They don't have the Sage Wall to get the safety of the plant onto B. You try to move forward, you get caught in the C's, the Tour de Force immediately murks you, that slow AoE stops you from being able to fall into that position and get the plant, and you run out of time. All of that is denied by Marky getting the kill onto the opposing chamber.
Indeed. Justice is just going to move up this time once again, Birmingham Bulls. This time maybe he might fall into the trap of Casanova playing very, very passively. Don't see any of that utility down on the ground. This could be a brilliant spray down. Smile will find 2 from the other side. But in the end, it is Birmingham Bulls that come away the profiters of that push. And now only 2 players remain for Casanova. And they know there's that Viper on B. And they know there's 2 on A. Which one do you want to contest at this point? What kind of utility do they still have?
Yeah, the Sage on A has the utility to delay Casa and allow the rotation to come on through. Especially because there is no mid control at the moment for Casa. So it's going to be a very easy path from B towards A. That's a very mean wall as well, blocking out the path from Nest onto main. You can't even shoot it. If you shoot it, you give away your location. You just have to wait for it to break naturally, and that denies you precious time. 30 seconds left. If you don't clear generator, Flip is going to absolutely mince anyone who tries to go for that spike plant. The Recon Bot's going to give away the position, and again, the Guardian with the distance is able to find the Sova. And from there, it's just the numbers advantage going against Casa.
Oh, yeah, nice. What gang signs are we throwing up? Very good. Love that. Love that. Beautiful. Got nice hands.
Yeah, remember, there is stakes between Last Dance and Casa. Casa has beaten Last Dance on this very map, 13-9.
Yeah.
When Last Dance were playing in the Southern qualifiers with some of their members, so...
A grudge match that may not happen. Birmingham Bulls keep up this run of form.
It's the consistency for Bulls. Both teams, I would say mechanically, are evenly matched. It's just Bulls are more consistent with rounds they're able to find.
Yep. Moves the outro towards B. Spray down from Thomas. Won't quite find anybody. Can back up. It's a good default from Bulls once again. They're getting slightly aggressive, but not too aggressive this time. And it's a good pick from Justice to open things up. No problems there whatsoever. Marky cannot press that dash key in time. No way, but they do still have a res available. They can head back towards A and get that one back up. They know that the disengage came through from Birmingham Bulls. That Justice backed up towards site. Smile can't see him. That's enough info. Intel info. Same thing. Got the words mixed up a little bit, you know?
Yeah, you went very Cockney for a second there.
Sure, okay.
Hyper's actually having to use the wall to get the resurrection in case the operator player is still there. Thankfully, the Jet's ponytail not above the rampart.
She's spamming crouch, that's what I'm telling you.
That's the true play. Unfortunately, it has to be a true push for Casa. They have to commit onto this B site. They do not have enough time, and once again, Thomas with that seize is looking to rain on this attacking team's parade.
Still not a single, well, there has been a pick, but still 5v5 into the last 15 seconds of the round. The spike goes down, but again, the seize has kept them in place. Horn does not get any info whatsoever. Birmingham Bulls are just going to have to go for a full-on retake. They have the utility to try and get back into this one. They also have a Blade Storm available if they need it, but Smile is the first one to get the pick here, and that's onto the Sage. That could be a really useful one. Zeno and Marky get on the board, and the diffuse starts to come through from Melon, but that tap is just long enough that it gives them a kill, and it's technically not a flawless round from Castanetura, but it's the exact kind of round that they needed.
It's a gorgeous slow up as well, coming out from Hypers. Directly into the path of Bulls when they were trying to push onto yellow. And as a result, not only are the Sankeys given away for the smokes, they're also slowed down, so they can't cross distance as quickly as they would want.
Okay, we saw it before. I get it. LFT, very good. Very good.
Thank you.
Why don't you come in here and show us that?
I mean, some teams are gonna be watching these VODs looking for players to pick up. You gotta shoot your shot.
Yeah, shoot your shot. Go on. I believe in you, King.
Hypers is actually going to be the one shooting the operator. This time around, and Hypers is going to actually hit that shot onto Justice. Battle Sage full play.
Well, Birmingham Bulls have saved up in this round. They want to close things out guaranteed, so they're not going to really contest this one too hard. Now it's a 5v3 Melon. Rocking a hard place at this point. Marky sprays down into that one, but it is Bensky that finds a pick through the Toxin screen. Looking like a pretty runaway train round for Castanetura. Just flip left with a Sheriff in hand. Over to, oof, one headshot. Ah, it's too far away. Wouldn't have got the kill anyway. All good, don't worry about it. Didn't shoot because, oh, and now there's another, cool. Can we just give them whiteboards at this point? Can we just give them whiteboards?
We're probably encouraging them.
Yeah, we are.
Just
give them whiteboards. I'm squinting trying to see the screen. You gotta get the whiteboards going.
It's the audience engagement, you know, like Game Changers with all of its audience, like everyone had the signs.
Yeah, that's what you need.
Get a couple of calls going. I think Casa are gonna need it. They still have to get this
double operator
next round to come through for them to be able to take us into overtime. The good news for them is that they cleared that last round without using an ultimate, so they are coming in with 3 to be able to play with, and double operator. As it is now going to be Justice in the exact same angle. Please do not cheekily peek out from Garage. Do not get caught out by this chamber taking the exact same angle that you find yourself falling for time and time again.
Here.
Castanetura take it differently once again. Another passive round this time. Hasn't worked out for them in the past, but maybe this time Birmingham Bulls will fall prey.
Oh, is he? No.
Waiting, I think they are going to head towards B in the end.
Marky has to be the one to make this play. Marky is the only one who can survive baiting this shot from the operator. Okay. Good Aldrone. It's going to force Justice to relocate. But the dart still actually sticks onto the chamber.
Well, they don't know if somebody is coming through mid, and until they see Smile, they're not going to have any idea if there is a flanker coming through or if he's with the rest of the team. The Viper's pick comes up, which means probably it's going to be a push from Justice. He bought the shorty just for that one. He knows that the Viper's pit is available for the opposite team. That means he can get that first pick, and he's got the second with the operator as well. Spraying through into the Viper's pit is Melon. But it doesn't matter at this point, because they can't get the spike on the ground whatsoever. Melon takes down that Viper's pit. Zeno is there to get one more pick, but it's now a 1v4. Smile just trying to hold this one down, narrowly avoids that operator. Gonna have to push through, gonna have to get this one, but it's Birmingham Bulls that take the map. It's 13-11, as close as it can get. But they managed to close it out in the end. Castanetura back and forth between good form and bad form, but they do not take the map.
No, it's definitely not as close as it could have been. It could have been overtime.
Well, I mean, it still wouldn't, that wouldn't have made it closer. You still have to win by 2 rounds.
It would have made it closer.
No, but by percentage of rounds, maybe, but not by amount of rounds.
The problem is, and this is a recurring problem for Casa, when they try and play those rounds slow. Yeah. Right? And a lot of times, like, there is a reason they're playing it slow. They have the ultimate. They want to go pretty overwhelmed. They want the defense to really think we only have 20 seconds left. We have to make a move. We have to try and punish them. Yeah. So they're trying to force the defense to make a mistake. The problem is, in the game of Time Chicken, we have seen Bulls do not stampede in blindly. They know as long as they hold on to that lane, they are going to be able to stick on that side and force the attackers to try to push forward and throw in those ultimates. And even though the ultimates come through, the defense just gets sprayed down because everyone, even in the cover of the fight sprint, has to move forward to try and get that spike planted. Otherwise, they lose and run regardless. Yeah,
I think very much. The tail of the game there was consistency. Birmingham Bulls, they had similar performance every single round. And when Castanetura had a really good round, yes, they got outmatched, but when they won, it was pretty simple for Birmingham Bulls to take them away. And even though it was a close game, it did look like definitely most of, I mean, Justice.
Oh.
That's an unfortunate scoreboard to look at. But, I mean, all of those ACSs are within about 30 points of each other. You can see Hyper's there, away from Flip, all within 30 of each other. It really was just the two linchpins of the teams, Marky and Justice, that had all of that ACS and all of those opening picks. But in the end, when you can't work that ACS into meaningful rounds, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think we're in for a really good series between these two teams regardless, right? Because now they've used Icebox as sort of feeling out how each other plays.
Yeah.
I think my main concern is that Bulls have been able to mix up the pacing.
Yeah.
We've seen them play slow, we've seen them play aggressive, and we've seen them benefit from both, as opposed to Casa, who have tried to play slow, have not been able to work any success into it. They find success when they're aggressive, but that makes them predictable,
Yes.
right?
Well, okay, we're going to head to another break, but not before we once again thank our beautiful sponsors. And I'm just going to say it once again, you want to send me one of these, intelnuc? I'm not going to say no. SteelSeries as well, this keyboard, it's amazing. And thank you once again to Aegon by AOC for our monitors that our players are using, that we're using over here as well. And for the travels, National Express, thank you very much. We're going to head to a quick break, but we'll be right back with map 2.
Okay, let's go. I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time, giving icon. I'm giving icon, I'm living right, yeah, it radiates in my sons, yeah. Draw my sights on, my insights strong. I can see you with no lights. I'm a python, I'm a fighter. Got my sights on, something bright, something real hot, no lighter. I can make a spark, no fire. Never put in park, made a good boy my driver. I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time. Giving icon, giving icon, yeah. I'm giving icon, yeah. Giving icon. I want money, yeah. I want all the money, yeah. I want money floating, spend it like it's nothing. Give me. I know I deserve a little something. I mean, look at me, you cuff it. Look at me, you cuff it. You know everything I do comes with the prequel and the suffix. Suck out syllables and tell them. If you wanna work with me, you better come correct. If you flirt with me, I got my freaks waiting on your deck. Yeah, I'm baby, she's well protected, and it goes way back. I said I'm well connected. I got the ops, I'm retainer. No competition, no brainer. Slim waistline, no trainer. I said that, I made her. I'm giving icon, I'm living right, yeah, it radiates in my sons, yeah. Draw my sights on, my insights strong. I can see you with no lights. I'm a python, I'm a fighter. Got my sights on, something bright, something real hot, no lighter. I can make a spark, no fire. Never put in park, made a good boy my driver. I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my
want y'all to listen to me. Cause I know there's a lot of talk out there. A lot of people try to put you down, but I got a few words for you. Check it.
Hair standing up on your neck. Goosebumps on your skin, you a wreck. But to the world you look focused. Take a breath, remember that you chose this. You've been hustling, now it's time. Not a person in the world that can match your grind. Come on and get ready. Set go, give them hell like Freddy. Hey. This is your chance, you better take it. Let go of your fear and you can make it. One shot, one shot, one shot, one shot. This is your chance, you better take it. Let go of your fear and you can make it. One shot, one shot, one shot, one shot.
One shot, only got one shot. Make it worth it. One shot, only got one shot. Practice makes perfect. One shot, only got one shot. Make it worth it. One shot, only got one shot. Practice makes perfect.
You ain't gotta prove yourself. Ain't got nothing to prove, only to yourself. Don't listen to the bitter. All the sorry words of a quitter. You better than that, you on your way. Don't matter what anybody say. Stay the course in whatever you do. You're the source of your success and I wish you the best. Come on.
One shot, only got one shot. Make it worth it.
Welcome back to the Red Bull Campus Clocks UK Regional Finals, one and all. We just watched a very close game between Birmingham Bulls and Casa Natura. It was about as close as it gets, but I think very different ways it was close, you know? Birmingham Bulls, it's not like they were just better than them throughout the whole game. It was the fact that Casa Natura, they made so many mistakes that just led to enough rounds for Birmingham Bulls to take away. So I want to see some more consistency from them in this next map, but it's going to be one of the maps that they both like, so maybe we will see that.
Yeah, it definitely felt like through Icebox, if you opened a dictionary and you just wanted to find the definition of coin flip, you would probably find a picture of Casa Natura's team. We had some really good rounds coming from them. Like, they looked extremely clean. In some rounds, they had really good synergies. They had some really good ultimate matchups as well as some really good mechanical fights. And then we also had some horrible rounds where, you know, Hyper's Sage Wall blocked off the entire site so they weren't able to get the spike planted. And there was a little bit of miscommunication on some of the locations that Justice was popping up in as well, and that needs to be fixed as we head into the second map, which is Ascent.
Indeed, Ascent, a very different map from Icebox in that, well, okay, we were running double Sentinels there on Icebox. Let me teach you a little bit about team compositions. This was the first piece of content I ever made was about team compositions. Usually, Ascent, we're going to play double Initiator. It's very normal to run a Sova and a KO or a Fade and a KO here on Ascent, so I'm assuming we're going to see that. You never really know, honestly, with these kinds of games. It could be anything whatsoever. But that is what I'm expecting to see from these two teams. What my question is who on each team is going to be flexing onto that KO?
I mean, we had the hypothesis that it's probably going to be Hypers. For Casa, right? That it would make most sense that it was Hypers going over towards that KO, because I feel like if you don't run KO on Icebox, understandable. He's fitting into some comps, not so much others. On Ascent, you need the KO.
Yeah.
Like, not just because of all of the damage that you can do with the fragment in terms of being able to cut attacking teams off as they try and move onto those sites, especially if you have Raptors control. On A site, there are some brutal setups you can do with the early fragment to make sure that they just get stuck in main and just without control either of tree or main are not able to walk on site off of that just one bit of KO utility. But also at the very beginning of these rounds, the lineups that you can find with those 0 points to checklist where your opponents are, to have mid control and also to have places of like lobby control towards A is absolutely paramount to be able to control the defense.
Yeah. So I'm expecting to see some relatively similar comps from both teams once again. It's one of those maps where it's not like there's 50 different comps you can run. You're generally going to run an Omen, you're generally going to run a KO, you're generally going to run a Sova or a Fade, you're generally going to run a Chamber. So, you know, it could be a Chamber or a Jet, honestly.
Sometimes we see a Breach.
Yes, Breach and Jet is also one of the things we might see. So it's usually either Breach and Jet or KO and Chamber are kind of the two schools of thought when it comes to this. I've seen people run Ascent without a duelist sometimes. I think that's a cool idea. I think that's very cool. I think it was pioneered by I can't remember what team it was back in the day. It was way in NA, Tier 2 NA, I think it was, that started playing no duelist Ascent. I feel like that's fallen out of favor a little bit now. But either way, you know, I want to see something interesting. You know, they're both good at this map. Maybe one team just needs to bring out something new.
That's honestly my pet peeve with people who play Breach on this, because every single time I see a team trying to use Rolling Thunder to move onto A site, because it's so static in where it lands, it's always into back corner of Rafters.
Yeah.
Every single time it gets thrown out, they don't play in Rafters on the defense.
Yeah.
As opposed to the KO, who, when you use that null command, you are mobile.
Yeah.
So you get to bring that suppression aura with you, and when you go down, you get to be picked back up by your teammate. So again, you're moving that bit of utility, forcing the defenders even further back, as opposed to, oh, there's a breach, oh, there's an ultimate. We're just not going to hold really far into Rafters.
Yeah, well, it is looking like it's going to be a bit of fade KO for both teams. We're seeing an Astra on the side of Birmingham Bulls, a little bit different. Astra fell out of favor in Ascent quite a bit ago, because the map is very open, very wide, and now that Astra doesn't quite have the same range that she did way back in before Champions 2021, it's not quite the same anymore.
Some teams still run it though.
Yeah.
Finest, I remember Finest for Polaris actually liked to run Astra on this map. Even when she had been nerfed pretty much into the ground, because just of the control that you have to be able to slow, it's very much like KO, right, or a Killjoy. You use the utilities and the fact that they can really pop up anywhere to be able to have a lot of map control without having to actually push your Astra physically around the map. So your rotations are always going to be very, very snappy. And if we see they're actually not just fielding the Astra, but likely alongside a KO, a Fade, and a Killjoy, that is going to be a very potent defense.
Yeah.
And on attack, if you're able to take control of these sites, you are going to be able to burn the defenders out of time on the retake as well. Yeah,
it really is going to be, you know, there's a win condition here for Birmingham Bulls in that they need to get control of site very quickly and play post plants on the attack, which is the first side that they are on. And on defense, they just need to be able to hold down areas and not have that Killjoy have utility not available because you're on the other side of the map, and kind of have the Astra play very much in the middle of the map. So if, you know, if the attack can be focused down onto that Astra, you take out the Astra on their defense, you're going to have a good time on the attack, but otherwise, I think Birmingham Bulls have a clear win condition. I think that's a good thing to have at the very least. Maybe it's not a comp that is quite as utilized in pro play, but at the same time, you have a clear path to victory.
Yeah, I think though it directly clashes with the composition that they're about to come into, because again, it relies on the attacking side for you to be able to take control of that site to burn the defense out of time on their retake, and they're running in to defense that is set up to stop you from moving onto site.
Yeah.
That is the main concern. So we have two teams with clashing ideologies. One of these teams, off of the start of these rounds, off of the very beginning half of these rounds, is going to be able to walk away with the round in the bag.
Indeed. Here we go now. The two teams will be getting ready to play here on Ascent, a map that they both like. A map that, well, even though it wasn't banned out, it would have been funny if both of the maps they liked got banned out, but it was not. Icebox went well for Birmingham Bulls. Almost let Casanatura into overtime there, but it didn't quite work out for them. This time, they're going to be looking to maybe be a little more consistent. I think Ascent is a map that facilitates that a little bit.
Ascent, on the other hand, though, is also one of those explosive, just kegs of momentum that can be really hard. If there's a chamber in play, or even a jet, trying to track where they're going to pop up early on in the round for the defense is so hard to call.
Yeah.
Because they can pop up top of mid, they can pop up on main, they can pop up on lobby as well. So it really is going to be about just keeping a track of where the duelists are going to be.
Indeed. Short little tech pause as we wait for everybody to get ready. We want everybody to be on level playing field before we get this game started, obviously. Competitive integrity, number one. So, with everybody getting ready here, we can take a few more looks at their beautiful faces.
Yeah, we can also take a few moments to appreciate the other number one.
Oh, yes. Indeed. Well, 4 number ones today.
4 number ones.
We have 4 number ones today, and those are intelnuc, AOC, or Aegon by AOC, in fact, specific part of it. SteelSeries, the esports peripherals, and of course, our travel partners, National Express. Very thankful to have all of them making this event possible. And of course, thankful to Red Bull as well.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Very, very graciously letting us come in here.
Yes, it's a nice room.
And just occupy all of the space.
It's a nice room that we're in. It's a nice room that they're in.
Yeah.
It's very cozy in here. I think it's a little cooler in there. Obviously, they have a little more aircon because the players need to stay nice and frosty.
I thought you were going to tie in with just how chill that trophy is.
Yeah, the trophy is chill. I'll give you that.
Radiates.
It does.
An aura.
Yes, indeed it does. Well, Marky is going to try to open things up, does not quite get the pick, and here comes that utility that Birmingham Bulls have to attack off of. It's a good pull from Melon. He'll get a pick with that frenzy as well. Moving in, suppressed in towards backside. That's a help that KO brings. Doesn't manage to find a pick with the Sheriff, but Smile may be able to find something a little more with the Headhunter. Not quite. Modi takes down one more. Bensky not able to close things out, and Birmingham Bulls, they start off with momentum that they had last game.
I think that might be one of my favorite gravel uses that I've seen this year.
It's good.
Just tracking that the Jet is going to be dashing away, most likely into lane, grabbing them to seize them in position, and then everyone else, before a rotation can come through from the defense, because no mid control, remember, so it's going to be very fast rotation coming through from the defense.
Yep.
They push into lane knowing that the Jet has been snapped for.
Indeed. So Birmingham Bulls start off with the upper hand once again. This time, we've got a Bulldog coming out. Just one rifle. But that's a little more aggressive than we've seen for the rest of the day. And maybe it will help them out. They're just going to move in. Justice gets over the top of Hot there. Smile finds one with the Headhunter before getting out. Scot-free. Flip able to take down Marky, and Justice onto Zeno as well, so they can get that spike on the ground. The rest of Casa Natura looking to just take a couple more weapons away from the Birmingham Bulls side. If they can win the round, that'll be lovely as well. They're able to move in and get one trade. Flip down. Although Justice looks like he's just going to clean things up with 2 swift headshots with the Spectre there. 2 rounds now for Birmingham Bulls. And it's about how you expect that round to go.
It's smart play from Bulls that they just immediately commit onto one of these sites, so they don't allow the setup for Casa to have information of where they're going to be pushing from. They don't give the lull time, so the 0 point can't come through in time to be able to catch them. Marky doesn't get a go for the aggressive phase check, because every single time when we see these rounds begin, immediately we hear the star activation coming through from Melon of that star going down into lane. So you're not able to be as aggressive on the defense as possible, which means you're waiting and playing reactively. And that is not where you want to be playing when you're on defense on ascent. You want to be the one that has control at the beginning of these rounds. You want to slow the time that the attackers have down to a halt.
Absolutely. Casa Natura looking for some mid-control this time. They don't want to aggress B main. At the risk of losing those precious Vandals that they have brought up this round, they're just going to give the site away, I feel like, to Birmingham Bulls. Try and go for a retake. That is very nice for Birmingham Bulls that they can just get in on site. And they've got one on the lurk as well, which could come up massive if they get good timing on these 2 players coming round to B main. Casa Natura, got to give it to them. It's good, good patience from them to start this retake. It is difficult, I feel like, mentally to give away a site to a team completely and then try and retake. It puts the ball in your hands firmly. They're going to go for this one. Modi trying to hold down lane here. It's a great paranoia. Smile and Hyper capitalize off of that. They'll get some more picks. They'll just spray down all these members. Flip able to find one more for the team, but that's about it. It's a well-formulated round from Casa Natura.
Again, though, we're starting off on this same foot of icebox inconsistency for this team. And I think for them, they need to acknowledge they can't really stand in the way of these post-plant takes, because Birmingham have the means, the utilities to stunt any movement, any escape plan if they try and stand in the way. So they have to play for the retake.
Yeah.
And for Bulls, they have that paranoia of we might be walking into a KO, a Jet, or a chamber, we have to exhaust utility. Which is a mentality that the defenders can punish, because that means that you're not going to have those abilities when it comes to slowing down the retake. When the retake comes through, they only have a grab well to play around with.
Indeed. This time it looks like a bit more of a default from Birmingham Bulls. Now, their economy is the one on the line here in this round. Justice looking for a way up a short, but it typers with the first pick of the round. And that's a high value pick as well. The solo controller for the team. Justice gets one back for his team. Bensky's trying to hold this one down. Will not find the first, but Hypers is there to pick up those kills. It's now a 1v3. And Justice, he can find one more. 2 players to deal with now. Spike is all the way back towards their own spawn. And Smile, maybe? No.
Oh, no.
Smile is going to head around that way. Oh, this timing could be perfect for them. Justice is going to turn back around towards main, has his knife out, gets out the rifle, able to get that pill. It's a 1v1,
doable.
it's very doable.
Justice has the ult too. If they want to be faster on the fire, they can. But Xeno is just waiting. Notice they have to cross onto the A site. There it is. Cuts off the rotation onto site. And will be able to find the pick onto the jet. Clutch moment not going to be available. But Twiggy, we're already seeing that this series, it's going to be close.
Yeah, it was a little close for comfort, but both teams were at each other's throats the whole time. And now, Birmingham Bulls, they're the ones with a little bit to worry about in terms of the money. So this one should go Casanaturna's way, but we've seen a couple of eco round wins already from Birmingham Bulls. So I wouldn't be too surprised if things did not go that way. But it's a different game. It's not a different game, it's still Valorant.
Eco coming through from Birmingham Bulls, and immediately it is going to be the echo of the Jets all activated. Hypers gets a very good 0-point check with 3 of Bulls' positions.
Oh.
But actually, it just beats Marky into trying to find that fight. And no one's able to find the pick off of another C's. As now, it's going to be 3v3.
Oh, no.
They're trying to push onto the A side. They've been able to deal with Bensky, but they lose Justice in the progress. And there's going to be no command coming on through from Bulls to try and keep themselves on this side. They can't pull away as the Smile with the operators waiting in rafters. The second that they leave Generator, they are going to be out into the open of that sniper sights.
It's a good flash to get flipped round the corner, but Smile is watching down from rafters now. It's all up to Modi, but Smile's quicker with the operator. It's a little closer than Casanatura would have liked against an eco round, but
yeah, I mean,
at least it's the win.
I'll be honest, I would rather have seen the lockdown be used.
Right.
Then, unfortunately, that null command.
Yeah.
Right? Because null command, yeah, it suppresses your abilities, but it's not the abilities you're worried about. It's the operator.
Yeah.
If you'd used the lockdown, you had the spike planted, you had control of that site, they would be forced to either go for the save to keep the operator in play, or they would have to go in forward, and then the operator loses its value because it's not hanging over your head a threat trying to force you away from being able to cross into those angles where it is just lying in wait.
Another even Stevens round this time. Both teams full rifles, although an operator goes in the way of Smile that he saved up from last round. He's going to be watching mid, and that is where the aggression is heading for Birmingham Bulls, but Marky is just going to spray him down, a little more damage up onto the top mid player. Bensky finds one more, but Melon is there to get one trade. The round's already almost over from Birmingham Bulls, and that's pretty much it.
Wrapped up with a bow. At the moment, the crossfire from Casa is absolutely brutal. You see the Prowler activated, so you know that there are players trying to push towards mid. The dark cover as well hides Melon's presence, but they still know that someone is going to be playing in the middle of that smoke. And as a result, they do not back out from that mid fight. Having the operator there on the crossfire is so brutal, and Bulls cannot challenge it without walking in to that jet on the off angle. As Xeno and Market waits to see whether or not Melon is going to rotate towards B. The spike firmly out of the Astra's control at the moment. Going to have to cross through mid and reveal their position if they want to be able to pick it up. But honestly, with a Phantom in hand and 30 health, just back on out and try and keep the weapon in play for next round.
Indeed.
30 seconds left.
Smart choice. I think Birmingham Bulls struggling for economy now, but they do have ultimates available. So anything they can save up will be a definite help in the next round.
Yeah, but Cosmic Divide's a funny one, right? Especially on Ascent. It feels whenever we've cast Astra players with Cosmic Divide, it's a coin flip between which team benefits from the Cosmic Divide. The amount of times that we have seen Cosmic Divide come through and then either a Jet or a Raze uses the lack of sound cues to disguise the activation of their ultimate, hops over the other side of Cosmic Divide, pops up in the backline with the ult and catches everybody unawares. I mean, it's odd that it's happened twice, but it's still definitely one that you have to worry about. It might happen thrice.
Indeed. Well, it's an awkward round there for Birmingham Bulls. It's never nice having to retreat into your own spawn and save a weapon, but in the end, it has to be done. All good. Cassandra Turner, though, looking a lot more consistent this time. So positives.
Operator still going to be in play as well, slowing Bulls' momentum down. We've seen them really struggle with mid-control. I think they need to return to the roots of just pushing onto these sites.
Yeah.
Trying to force Casa into taking these fights before the retake is possible, because now Casa are going to be boldened, right, by the fact that they've won those fights. Admit that they've been able to take the fights out early and win off of the back of those picks. They might get baited into trying to deny you from moving out from main. The problem is they're still coming with a better buy. They can still spray through that smoke.
Flash is perfect to get them in towards sight and get them 2 picks. Justice is going to take control of that one. The Cosmic Divide goes up just in time. Smile taken down, and Birmingham Bulls, again, they've just brought something back from absolutely nowhere. Bensky, the final player remaining, he's just sat here waiting. The Cosmic Divide is going to be up for another couple seconds at the very least. Plant goes down. No problem whatsoever.
Cosmic Divide's really well placed too. Because for Bulls, like, they're walking through it. Casa know that they're not going to be able to immediately hop onto the other side, so they can just watch for the emergence of defenders from that area. And because they have the sound cues, because they're going to be able to react faster. However, Bensky very fast on the trigger. Melon falls 1 versus 2. 33 HP, still got utility! Not going to be able to find the clutch. Justice with the Vandal, able to shut that one down. But for a split second, they leave the door open. One well-placed Paranoia would have been able to spin the round in Casa's favor.
Yeah. You can see how close these two teams are. Individual skill on par all around. But in the end, it's all about how you play these rounds together, because you leave somebody in a 1v3 every single round, it's not going to work out as nice as you would want it. And Birmingham Bulls have just taken a round that they really shouldn't have won once again.
With the Cosmic Divide, that's the difference maker in that round. The fact that they lose the Jet because they have to blindly push out of the Cosmic Divide. If you'd had 2 versus 3, you would have won that.
Yep.
Most likely. As it is going to be Justice on that Jet. Not going to be able to use that dash. The window is going to elapse. And that ability is denied. As now they have to try and figure out whether or not they do want to push through main. As we can see, Casa slowly amalgamating their forces towards Ali.
It's slow though. Once again, Birmingham Bulls. They've taken a page out of Casanatura's book. Although Casannatura didn't win a single round, they played slowly last map, so lockdown comes through.
It's not far enough though. It's not covering Ali.
It isn't. So these players are going to be waiting there, luckily enough. Smokes are up, they can move in. Nightfall is also used to push back these players, but Zeno is able to find 1 pick before being traded out. 4v4, they have site control at the very least, and 1 player posted up in towards Market, which could come out massive in the form of a flank in just a second, but in the meantime, Natura move through. Modi takes down the opposition KO. Marquis gets out that Blade Storm. A lot of damage, but no kill, and there's Justice coming through from Market. Bensky finds the trade. 2v3 though. That was incredibly close with the Operator. Bensky turns around the corner. We'll find the first. Smile is there with the Operator. It's a 1v1, and it is Casannatura that take it away just by the skin of their teeth once again, but that is the aim difference.
That's the numbers difference that time. They play smart. They know, okay, the lockdown isn't cutting us into Ali. We can afford 1 trade. We just down 1 of their members, and then as long as we still have market control, as long as we still have Ali control, we can catch them on the site. We can make sure that they're not able to pull back. That boathouse, one of those really good advantages, is turned against them as they just have nowhere to be able to run. Oh my goodness. It's so close. It's a kunai's edge at the moment between these teams.
going to be a timeout here from Birmingham Bulls. And yeah, I agree. It's a good time to take a little break and think about what you want to do next. It's not one-sided in any way, shape or form. This could turn out to be... I mean, this half could go in the favour of either one of these teams. Obviously, Casanatura doing a really good job of keeping back... Oh, double cup.
Double cup,
Double cup.
Speaking of double cup, double ult was actually used by Bulls in that last round. Remember, they used the lockdown and then they realized they didn't reach far enough, so they had to throw the Nightfall on top as well. So it was pretty costly.
It was.
For them in the ultimate department, which does mean that they're not really going to have the firepower of abilities to be able to immediately eject that defense. So once again, Casa can get pretty scrappy when it comes to the beginning of these defensive rounds.
Yeah. But I think any adaptation at this point could really throw this game's balance completely out of whack, so I do like the timeout here. You know, there's still time to bring this half back in your favour completely. It could be a 7-5 half here for Birmingham Bulls if they play well enough. I think highest likelihood as this goes pretty close to even.
That is a mean dot cover.
Yeah.
Prowler, thankfully, is going to push Smile back.
Towards site they move. It's free to take. Bensky, though, is going to be posted up. It's a good shot from Thomas. They can get control of site here. Marky able to find one, but... Well, if they pick Spike up, that could be good. Justice takes down 2. Smile only able to find 1 in the chaos. And that makes it a 3v2. Justice throwing down weapons from rafters here, trying to give them to his teammates. Hypers times his peak well. And the flashpoint round the corner will keep them guessing as well. Spike's still not on the ground here for Birmingham Bulls. They do have a minute to play with. But Justice gets revealed there. The Nightfall comes through. And another haunt for the team. Does reveal even more. Hypers takes down 1, but it's a 1v1 at this point. Out comes a Blade Storm, but Zeno is able to find the head first. And the 6th round will go the way of Casanatura.
Oh, Justice doesn't know it, but the updraft costs him his life.
Yeah.
He updrafts into line of sight of the haunt. That's absolutely tragic.
Every round is going. Just one small mistake can completely...
It's a coin flip. Again, you want the information. You've lost Raptor's control. You want the information of where they're going to be pushing you. But because you updraft, it brings you into the line of sight of that horn, and it costs you.
Yep. Well, now, Birmingham Bulls at least have some economy to work with. Again, able to do so much in eco rounds, but still, I'm sure they would have hoped to have a couple more rounds on the board by now. Have things be a little closer to even.
Marky is in a very dangerous spot.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Justice doesn't actually let the dash rip. Because then it would have been a question of reflexes.
Yeah.
Who is faster to recover? The Jet who dashed into a Jet with an operator, or the operator trying to track where the Jet ended up?
Either way. Birmingham Bulls still defaulting. Babensky is going to take the first pick towards B main. The flash comes through. Justice gets full flashed by his own team, but nevertheless, they'll push through over towards A. That's a lot of damage done through that smoke. Smile holding things down with the tour de force, has to get out of there. That's a lot of utility used by Birmingham Bulls just to keep away these players. They'll check out A main, just make sure nobody's there, but they do have control of this one. The Cosmic Divide is going to be real good to make sure that when these players push through, it is going to be Birmingham Bulls that have the upper hand. They might just have to push it all together at this point.
They can't. They have an operator. They have to wait for that Cosmic Divide to evaporate.
Maybe.
So that they can keep a hold of high ground.
Or they could take away pressure by Bensky pushing around from this one. It's a good pick to start things off. Justice tries to hold down that Cosmic Divide. Does a lot of damage, but Thomas doesn't know that Smile is right next to him. Doesn't hit the shot with the tour de force. It's a 1v1, and Justice gets the 4K to take the 4th round for Birmingham Bulls.
Can we appreciate the timing of that swing from the defense? Because they push as Cosmic Divide evaporates, so they get that pick. And that immediately opens the floodgates, but Justice with the reaction time is able to come in for the absolute clutch. Smiles all around from all of the players as everyone understands what brilliant plays every single one of them just made in that round. That was magnificent from everyone involved. However, it's Bulls that come in just a little bit ahead, and as a result, we see an evening of the scoreline.
Once again, keeping it close. Still within 2 rounds, just as it was last game. What is going on? Birmingham Bulls take even more down, just off the back of some unfortunate peaks from Casanatura with no disengage opportunity.
No weapons at the moment. They've only got really Sharps and a Headhunter to be able to bank off. Remember, they had Operator in play. When you lose Operator, it's so expensive.
Oh, man.
In economy. But the problem is, like, it is a crutch for this defense. They rely on the Operator to burn out utility, especially if it's an A-side push. Like, you have to put so much in to being able to make sure that Rafters is smoked off and secured before you can move on to that site. Likewise for mid-control. It is expensive, but it is so much more expensive if you forego that advantage.
I think one of the biggest differences between these two teams for me is the fact that Birmingham Bulls make something out of an eco every single time they have one. Casanatura fall apart in an eco. They don't get kills, they don't take away economy from Birmingham Bulls, and that's what's let them back into this half at this point. Justice, obviously, has done a lot for the team, solo, but Birmingham Bulls always make something out of an eco. Casanatura got 1 pick in that one.
It's the burst damage as well from their abilities.
Oh, they don't know that Flip is there! Marky finds 2 somehow before Flip can get a trade, and that means Hypers can just take him down. Casanatura get 3 kills out of absolutely nowhere. I'm not sure how Flip didn't manage to get that trade there. Marky turns straight round the corner and he's just standing there.
It's the flash. It's the assistance from the KO. It's really good setup from Hypers. As now it is going to be 2 versus the full force of Casa. Modi crossing through mid. Thomas is able to take out Marky, so Bladestorm going to be denied. Still going to be a very tough task, especially now that you do not have that initiator, no flash potential to be able to buy yourself safety onto these sites. Once again, it is going to be a matter of, do you go for the long-term dismantling, knowing how close Casanatura's economy is to absolutely crumbling?
Here's the question.
Thomas is going for it.
Do you use Nightfall to get into the site? Or do you try and get into the site dry and use the Nightfall on post-plant? The last round of the half, you're going to have to use it at some point. But Thomas needs to make a choice here. He's going to take it dry and smile. He's the drier one. He is able to find that pick. He's dried off after the weather earlier today, and he's got those dry peaks down. Was that not enjoyable? Was that not a good joke? You don't like that one?
I don't know. You said the word dry so many times. I don't know if it's an actual word.
It's a word.
It's like a really weird phenomenon, right? When you just say a word so many times that your brain just goes, "There's no way that can actually be."
Right.
An actual word, right?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. I don't know where we're going with this one, so we're gonna.
I mean, I was going for a sponsor plug because I was gonna say there's no way SteelSeries headsets can be this crisp, this clean with that audio.
Right.
There's the facepalm I was looking for. Oh, I finally pulled it off.
Oh my god! I better get sent one of these keyboards for the amount of plugs we've been doing. I know it's our job, but still, we've been doing it so well. My god. Gotta get bonus points. I better get a sticker. I want to get a sticker.
I'm gonna get brains.
I want to get a golden star.
It's like when you're top
did
of
a good
the class,
plug.
When you're top of the class in high school, you know.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, cool. I got a nice certificate.
I got 5 good boy points. Yeah.
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 It was pebbles in primary school, wasn't it?
Pebbles?
Yeah, they were little coloured stones. That
No,
you get
that's just. Hello. I guess Birmingham Bulls won the pistol. Hey, love that. Love that for them. From what I could tell, it was a 2v3 and they won. So, it was a 2v2 and they won. So, good. Good retake. Well done.
Are we revoking the math privileges as well?
Well, I had the kill feed to work off. Honestly, I got a glimpse of the kill feed. That's all I know.
It was the Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
You know, like where all of the equations are floating around his head, and he's just like, ah, yes.
No, what floats around in my head is the music from Goat Simulator. That's what floats around in my head.
And your love of of a
the
glorious intelnuc.
Yeah. It's beautiful. It's beautiful in every way. Either way. Well, Birmingham Bulls, once again, take a pistol round. We're not quite sure how, but either way. They have SMGs to work with.
They're also on a better half for their composition, right?
Yeah.
Because now you don't have that reliance on your other opponent making a mistake and letting you onto a site so you get to play for retake.
Yeah.
Now they're in the defensive positioning, so they get to use all of that delay, all of that stall potential in full.
Yeah.
To muck around with the momentum that everyone on the side of Casa is trying to spin into existence to be able to take one of these sites.
Looks like we got another little pause. All good, all good. We can talk a little bit more about pebbles. Tell me more about your school pebbles.
Okay, so we had houses, right? We were
Yes,
all divided
yes.
into different houses.
Yes.
And everyone,
We had that too.
we all had, achievement points. And you would have, a jug.
A jug?
Yeah, for every different house. And then when you were a good person, you did, an achievement or you got a really good result.
They put a pebble in
They
your jug.
put a pebble in your jug. And then at the end of the year, whoever's house had the most pebbles in their jug would get a really shiny trophy. We committed. We had plaques.
Why pebbles? Why not just
Well, I assume
a tally?
because they're very cheap to be able to buy from,
So
bargain
is a
stores.
whiteboard.
But you could play with a whiteboard. You could sneak in.
You can put pebbles in a jug. What? I'm sorry, but how is that child-proof? Putting, oh yeah, they'll put a new number on the whiteboard, but they won't put pebbles in a jug. They don't know how to do that
It
yet.
was actually probably worse because some poor teacher or assistant teacher had to count all of the pebbles.
Can we appreciate what's going on in chat right now? They're going for a potty break.
We really are back in primary school.
We actually are back in primary school. We're putting pebbles in the jug. We're going for a potty break. Lovely.
Ascent's got some pebbles up in the sky. I'm sure
Yeah.
they wouldn't miss a couple going into some jugs.
I still can't believe that the solution for we don't want people to mess with the scores isn't, we could, keep our own tally in the staff room.
Let me tell you a tale that shows just how smart our school was. We got a new school, Bull, right? Brand new, amazing, everything perfect about it. Literally the first long weekend we have in that new school, one of the teachers leaves the tap running.
Okay.
Wouldn't you know? It happened. This new school, one of the features that they always touted, and were advertising and so proud of, was the fact that we had wooden floors that had springs underneath them. So in places like PE, when you went for jumps, the floor would support you and let you go higher.
Okay, understandable.
Which now that I think about it, is probably our school's way of trying to do better at things like basketball without other
Yeah, exactly.
noticing.
That's a great. Yeah, it's like your Sunday league football team having a slant on their pitch, or just not mowing the grass on the other side of the pitch.
You know what? Suddenly I'm looking back at my high school and going, huh.
Wow, that's amazing.
Maybe we did have people
That's a good
just
idea.
dropping a couple extra pebbles into that jazz. One house did win every single year, back to back to back, a suspicious amount of time, someone would say. But no, going back to that, this teacher left one of the taps running over the long weekend, and because it was a long weekend, no one checked. So wouldn't you know, these amazing floorboards were not waterproof.
They soaked it up.
They soaked it up.
Oh, that's lovely. Wet wood.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on a second. I mean, wet floorboards. Did it turn into paper mache?
Worse, it basically meant all of the foundations were just nuked. And the walls would then wobble.
No, the damp. No,
yeah,
not the damp.
The walls basically wobbled. So whenever you closed a door, you could put your hand on the wall 2 classrooms down and feel it vibrate.
No, I don't like that. I don't like that.
I was
That's not
very,
nice.
very happy that I only spent a maximum of, I think, 6 months in that school.
That sounds good. That sounds smart. I would not, I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't make my child go there. Was it the only option? This is a public school. Oh, well, I should say a government-funded school, right? It wasn't a private school, yeah. Okay.
Ironically enough, actually, the reason we had that new school built was because our previous school had been built next to a river. And wouldn't you know, it flooded.
Wow. You have some trouble with flooding up there.
Yeah.
You'd think a country like Scotland would know how to stop
Well, it was
flooding.
on a hill. That was the weirdest thing. It was on the largest hill, and I say largest hill because we had cross country, and whenever we did cross country races, you would always have to finish on the hill.
Okay.
And it was a large, large hill.
Wow.
But we one year had like the worst flooding. It broke records, and it passed the hill and flooded the entirety of the first.
Hey, we're back! Who cares about your hill? We have Valorant to cover. Awesome. I'm sorry, your hill's very nice. I shouldn't have said that. I don't know, I've never seen your hill, but... Anyway. I don't want to see your hill. Birmingham Bulls. They took the pistol round. I'll remind you, they took the pistol round. So they are now within 1 round of Casa Natura here. And we've seen their consistency. We've seen how good they've been on eco rounds. In case you've forgotten after the potty break. So it is important that they take this round away, and I do think they have the better chance of doing that, especially with the better weaponry they have. Marky moves in, and revealed in towards the back of sight is one of those Birmingham Bulls players. I'm not sure how he got away with his life for that long, but Justice is able to find one in the favour of Birmingham Bulls as well. The sight does go to Casa Natura, but things are even between the two teams, not anymore. One trade either way. Players are stuck on towards site. It's a brilliant seize. That's going to do so much damage and keep him in place. It's just Smile left. 1v3, Headhunter in hand. No. I don't know if you can hear that on stream, but that is just some beautiful.
I really hope that we do get to hear it on stream because it's just an echo chamber.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It is a glorious seize. That just immediately allows for that flank to come through around Generator. We get to see it replayed too. Look at this overhead shot coming on through. There it is. Melon off of the back of that seize, able to find 2. And remember as well, like they had to do fast work because Castle was sitting on the null command. If they wanted, they could just pop the null command and deny Birmingham Bulls the opportunity to use things like that seize to be able to better set themselves up for that fight. But as a result, Birmingham Bulls are actually the ones to go for that aggression, which is the story of Icebox, for sure. However, this time around, Casa are the ones exploding into motion. 2 kills very quickly going to be picked up. Melon is able to find 1. Bensky, the Omen, is going to be down, and a glorious On is going to pick up a majority of Casa's members headed towards mid, slowing the momentum that they should have been able to build off of with those 2 kills significantly down. As Thomas with the Classic has actually moved into position to be able to anticipate Marky when he starts to push forward.
Well, this probably hasn't gone the way that Casa Natura wanted it to. Started off very well, but they haven't gained any positional advantage. They've got 1 minute left in the round, and they've given the space all the way over to A. They had no lurker there, so Flip Nose can hear the trap wire, or not the trap wire, sorry.
It's a question of how many Flip is going to get.
Yeah.
Is it going to be 1 here, or is it going to be?
I'm gonna say something bold here and say they check the corner. Not with the Prowler. I think Smile. Okay, I mean they technically checked the corner. It worked.
Yeah, Wallbang did force Flip out of that corner and into the sights of Casa.
Alright, well, that's good enough for me. I'll get the spike down. The Birmingham Bulls are going to have a difficult time getting any more picks out of this round, for sure. Not an easy site to get onto with the weaponry
not with Classics either. Like, this time that they try to use to just eke out that distance, Smile is just going to be able to turn around with that rifle.
Ooh, that's a good smoke. Gets rid of that trademark, and that flank can happen now. That should be a guaranteed pick here. Smile is not going to be expecting that. Thomas takes off his head. Good horn as well, but it does not reveal anybody. Maybe some pressure can be put on here by Melon, but the time is ticking down. They need to get that spike defused soon. Hypers takes out Thomas, and that was the biggest help they had. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, he's peeled them away so that 2 players are going to die to it.
Yeah.
Oh, only one, but still. It was a good attempt to keep everybody there.
I tell you what, that 1 round has done though, that is going to get into Casa's heads.
Yeah.
They are not going to be able to rely on that trademark to watch their flank.
As I said, it seems like Birmingham Bulls can make anything out of an eco. It wasn't an eco, obviously, but they were on lower economy, and they still did work. It's not like they got the whole team, it's not like they brought it down to a 1v1, but they got in the minds of Casa Natura there.
Yeah, like you can tell too, Smile is entirely unaware of the fact that there is a player 2 meters behind them because they are relying on that trademark to stop just that from happening. And now they can't just rely on that one kit of utility. It is going to cost another player positioning to be able to keep that chamber safe.
Indeed. Close game once again. But this time, Birmingham Bulls, if they take it away, they're already in the grand finals. Casanatura have to hold on to this one to stay in the competition, to have a chance of winning the grand finals, heading to Sao Paulo.
It's tough for Casa too. They were ahead on this map. You do not want to have in your heads the fact that you had a lead and you gave it up. That becomes even harder to recover from the emotional kick of, okay, we were able to recover, and now we're doing better. But that's a very nice null command, and even better seize as well to make sure even the null command doesn't stop your ability to shoot. You can't actually contest them moving on to main in sight. The spike is down, and it is now going to be a 4v4.
It's a great luck from Bensky, but he will have been hoping that he would have got 2 out of that one. In that situation, the trade is good. Markey just walks all the way up, sees the arm of Modi. The trade is good from Thomas, but it still makes it a 3v3, and the rest of these players are ready to just push back onto site as soon as that defuse starts coming through. Melon will tap it. They haven't fallen for it yet. Down comes that fragment. Did not catch the spike. They could have held that probably. It's a good Cosmic Divide, but Smile is on this side of it. We'll get the first pick. Thomas is there with one trade, and the time, I don't think they have enough to get that defuse. I'm not sure we're going to see. Oh, it's so close. Oh, they got it. Just about. 0.2 seconds.
Yeah.
0.2 of a second. It was so unbelievably close, but it is Birmingham Bulls once again managing to get around.
That surprise from Smile popping up in tree almost bought them the round. Almost bought them the time to stop that defuse from going on through.
So close.
But the time is that's just been the storyline of this matchup between both of these teams. It feels like this is the finals already. It is so close between these two. They are so evenly matched. It really does come down to the 0.0 seconds to be able to decide the winner of these rounds.
Yeah. Casa Natura looking for one more good attack hit. They made their anti-bonus work. Apart from that, so far they haven't had much luck this half. Marky gets revealed and knows immediately that he's going to be taken down. Flip finds one with the Nano Swarm. Smile is able to take him down in the end, but he's done so much work from Boathouse there that Casanatura are already down to a 2v4. Their spike is still in B main, and Smile is alone on site with only a Headhunter and a Spectre to work with.
They know where the chamber is.
Oh man, Bensky able to find one. Oh, Smile able to find one more as he comes up from stairs, but Birmingham Bulls aren't letting them get away with that. They do take another round in their favour, and now they are the ones in the lead.
This was my concern when we saw the side swap and how even it was. Because that composition for Birmingham Bulls, it benefits the defense so heavily. Right? You are able to find these picks off of site entrances because of the utilities.
Yeah.
Because they don't have a way of circumventing it. The only one who can is really Marky, who can try and use the updraft and dash past things like the Nano Swarm, but then you are literally ahead of your team and not creating the space necessary for them to be able to fall into one behind you.
Birmingham Bulls have found their momentum this time. Casanatura not really able to get much out of their attacking plays. So far, that's some good damage through the dark cover onto Melon. Thomas is just sat on bench and will find that pick onto Bensky. One more as well through the edge of the box there. The fragment is going to force him out of position, but the kite is good from his team, able to put up a smoke, able to get him out of that position. And Casanatura again have been stunted before they could even get started with their attack.
Yeah, it's that difference making now. We're actually seeing the horn come through from Bulls early on to catch the players from Casa as they move into mid. And as a result, Casa, they were so used to finding that aggression when they tried to push onto these sides early. But previously, when they went for mid contest, they got it for virtually free.
Yeah.
And that unexpected change of pacing is throwing them for a loop. This is what we talked about, right? If one team is able to adapt into the other team's strategy, they will be able to start pulling away with these rounds.
Well, that'll reveal the remaining Casanatura players as
30 seconds
still
left.
in mid. Maybe moving up to market, maybe backing up out of that one, but either way, they know where they are for the time being, and as long as they keep hold of each of these main pushes, it means that Casanatoro don't really have an option but to run straight into these players. The Nightfall is good for one, and Smile finds one with the tour de force. They're going to move around, they're going to check that player. Melon is able to find one trade, but that's all about it. The spike is down on lane. They have no time to get this one unless Smile can manage to find two more players through a wall with that tour de force. It's not going to happen when Birmingham Bulls keep that one safe, and again, the timer is Casanatora's worst enemy.
Yeah, thankfully for them, it's not going to be sort of running in economy.
Look at that. Beautiful, once again. I've talked about it several times. Look at the LEDs below it as well.
I know, it's really pretty.
Yeah, I didn't notice it on our desk, but when you look at the players' ones, the little LED below it, it's a good touch. But obviously, the main thing is the power that it brings. You're not going to get any frame drops with this bad boy, in fact.
Well, Casa are going to need all of the power necessary to be able to turn this around. Bladestorm coming up for this team very early on, trying to find a pick, any momentum, any undoing of these numbers, checking those angles. Thomas starting to move forward and anticipating that star, the activation slowing down this attacking team once again. As Justice with that flank control through from mid is going to be able to immediately book their way into logs. And unfortunately for Casa, even though they were able to find one, once again, they're still not able to move forward until now. Smile with the Vandal clears out the Jet. Marquee with that updraft, holding sway, reigning supreme in mid, but at the moment they have not been able to get onto one of these sites. That spike is not towards B, the main area that Casa have cleared.
Yeah, although that Prowler is probably going to give away that push as well as the alarm bot. They're going to run all the way in towards A, but it looks like Birmingham Bulls are aware of this one. The spray through the dark cover does a little bit of damage, but Marquis is just moving his way through it. Classic in hand. Can he do any damage? No, he's going to be caught out by Flip before he can get that kill down. 2v3 now. Birmingham Bulls still have lockdown available that they can use for retake, but maybe they'll just push in and get those kills. No! Casanatura able to hold things down, and it's Smile with a 4K that gets them that round.
Oh my goodness, that round was so close. How many times has it felt like they've tried to change up that pacing and play it slow and not been able to find the benefit for it? This time around, finally it works for Casa.
Yeah.
And they are able to catch out those two players in tree, prizing control of that space so that if the worst comes to the worst, they have the area to drop the lockdown, that it's going to be safe behind those walls and force Casa into hunting them out. And unfortunately, all it does is seal their doom. Casa, 1 point away from equalizing onto double digits, still having to worry about recovering that economy.
It's one round in the favor of Casanatura in the past. How many now? It seems like they do have the quality. It's just not coming through every single round. They're just not able to keep up with Birmingham Bulls' consistency so far. Speaking of which, shots don't quite land for Marquis. He's going to have to move in towards button net. Gets the door down. But Melon's still alive. Up over towards CT here. Still holding them down. It's a lot of damage done, but he's able to just back out of there. And they still have ults available. They've used, obviously, the Bladestorm, but Lockdown and Cosmic Divide can be incredibly good for a retake here. Knife and Horn both destroyed. But Castantura is still making space. Down go two of those ult users. The Birmingham Bulls are left with 3 players alive. Somebody plant the spike. There we go. Okay, there we go. Took him a second.
That's a gorgeous look coming through from Bensky, but Thomas...
He's jumping, yeah.
Thomas is expecting the Omen's position, and yeah, unfortunately Bensky was mid-jump. It is going to be committal. Casa popping that null command, trying to guarantee that they're going to be able to take this round.
Yeah. Looks like it will go that way. Still picks coming through for Birmingham Bulls, but it doesn't look like they're going to get the round whatsoever unless Thomas can bring out some absolute heroics. Knife will suppress him, so he cannot use that horn. At this point, do you back out? Does he have the economy to keep contesting this? I'm not sure. It seems like he does because he's still going for it. And maybe just leave. Maybe just leave. It's all good. It's all good. You don't need the pick. Just get out of there, man. It's a good siege to keep him back at least.
The problem for Casa is that they have to burn the null command.
Yeah.
And if you look at the ultimates that are going to be available for the other side for Bulls, null command, lockdown, nightfall, all of those are brilliant at either being able to shut the door immediately on a swift attacking push, or play for retake and punish in one fell swoop all 5 players stuck on that site, because you know they planted the spike, they're committing to actually holding that space.
Indeed. Well, Birmingham Bulls, I've praised their ecos already. Can they do it again? Can they do something that will impress me once again? It does feel like they need to a little bit. Even Stevens up at 10 apiece. Justice doesn't find one. They weren't ready for Smile to be up on top of Hut there, and Bensky takes down Modi as well. Marky gets one before he can dash out. And now it's just Flip. Frenzy in hand. And this is a pretty difficult one to go for. The long-range Frenzy. Thank you, Smile, for that. Very good.
I like this. I like the anticipation, knowing that while they might have ultimate advantage, they don't have the weaponry to be able to back up using those
what
ultimates.
happened? Oh no, what happened? You had such a good round. Why your head in your hand? What happened? It was a good round. Don't worry. It's okay. It's okay. Timeout for Birmingham Bulls. And they do have 4 ults available and the full buy.
Yeah, this is the round that we're going to see them come through.
Yeah.
This is what we are about to call an Observer's Nightmare.
Yes.
Because if they want to play for that full retake, they can. They have the power. They can, as well as that, make it so punishing through the economy of Casa. That's what you want, right? Not just to win the round, but to make sure that your opponent does not get to recover in time for the series to end.
Yeah.
Push them into that horrible cycle that no team wants to be in when you're 3 points away from match point, of full buy into eco, into buy, into force.
Yeah. So I think Birmingham Bulls are going to do everything they can to take this round. If they have to use 4 ults,
so be it.
Yeah, I think it's worth it.
This is the round. This is the round that guarantees that you're either able to turn this series around and you equalize that 11th point, and you put a bullet in Casa's economy, or you burn this for ultimate, you lose the round, and we go into map number 3.
Yeah. Well, important round coming up. Justice has that operator as well. Only one without an ult for the team. Will be holding down mid, it looks like. For Castaventura, they just want to head towards B. Nothing complicated whatsoever. Marky's going to be heading up the charge. Goes in towards button. Gets that one down. The From the Shadows has been utilised here from Castaventura as well to make sure that they get control of Boathouse. Oh, but Smile is there with the luck, making sure Modi doesn't make any headway through A, but they have made some headway through mid already, and Smile may not be ready for that player to be right around the corner. Maybe the player right around the corner isn't ready for Smile. That's the biggest... Oh no, they see the Prowler coming. Smile definitely knows they're there now. Oh, uh-oh. Birmingham Bulls, they still have 2 ults available. These could be really useful ults as well, but they need to get them down on the ground. They need to use them. And Flip Suppress, he cannot put down that lockdown, has to back up with his team. They're going to have to save those rifles at this point.
They have to run. They can't even save fully. But Flip with the Vandal gets free.
That is absolutely massive. I mean, look, hey, maybe you didn't get this round, but at least you've saved up your ults. You've saved up a couple of rifles as well for match point. Oh, Flip loses his rifle. And they don't have a lot of money, but they do have ults at the very least.
I mean, it's gorgeous calling from Smile to understand that when you have that null command and you're playing for retake, you want the KO to come in last.
Yeah.
Right? You want to play him safe and far away from all of the actions so that he has that null command and he can force players into trying to run away and kite them into your other forces, and then you have the lockdown as the emergency button in case the null command doesn't work out. So calling out that the KO is not going to be on the left side of the map, perfect read coming through. But Flip may just have saved Bulls' economy.
Yeah, it's not a fun buy from them. They have 2 rifles, 1 operator, and apart from that, it is just SMGs, but it can be enough, especially with the ultimates they have available.
It's not a full force, it's not a full eco.
Yeah.
So at least if you use things like the lockdown or the null command to bait them in, the operator can be that last death sentence as Flip.
Oh, it's a good flash! Natura edging their way towards this one, and now lockdown isn't available for the Birmingham Bulls. They don't have Nightfall either. They don't have that suppression, so it's just going to have to be the Cosmic Divide that gets them in towards sight. But players are on either side of that wall for Castaventura, and it is just Justice trying to get it done with a shorty and a judge. It's not going to happen. And it is Castaventura that take the second map and even things out here in the South Finals.
I mean, even things out. Oh my goodness. How even was that series?
Absolutely.
It is an absolute nice thing between these 2 teams. Map number 3 is going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah.
As Casa have ironed out the inconsistencies, they've started to adapt around Bulls' strategy, and Bulls likewise have also started planning around Casa's second. And it really is just going to be an absolute all-out clash, as all of these teams, they're just so even on every single standing point.
Yeah, and it seems like no matter how much work each of these players do, in the end, these team plays, these pushes, have been the reason that they've been winning these rounds. You can see the way that all of these teams can work well together, get trades going, get crossfires going. Smile is a massive force to be reckoned with here in this game.
Hypers as well on that KO. The suppression onto the killjoy to make sure that they were not able to plant that lockdown as a backup in market wins them the round.
Yeah.
Hands down.
Again, knife's edge with this game, as with the last game as well. I mean, the last map, we're going to be heading to Pearl for that one. Is just going to be so close, and I think these two teams are running the kinds of players that will really work well in Pearl.
I just can't wait to see what they do on Pearl.
Yeah.
Like we pointed out, Pulse's ingenuity, it's so good. Whenever they're with just like their backs against the wall, they're able to find a solution. And we did start to see Castle really answering back with just mechanical paralysis. We can have a look at those stats. No surprises. That Smile almost hits in that with that 30 bomb. 27 kills picked up.
It's a 2.5k, oh, not 2.5 quite, about a 2.1 KD there for Smile, which is absolutely massive. Does so much of the work. 6 first bloods as well is so much work. Obviously the Chamber is expected to get a lot of those first bloods, especially on a map like Ascent where you have such an open mid, but either way, it's a great and so important map for them.
Yeah, I mean, either way, we're going to have an absolute stunner of a match of Pearl. And you know what? It's going to be brought to you on the other side of this break, as we are going to be headed over to the other side of this end of best of 3. But first, Twiggy, we gotta appreciate the drip.
Oh yes. Thank you once again to all of our sponsors, intelnuc, steelseries, AOC, and of course our travel sponsors, National Express. They have made all of this possible. It's absolutely beautiful to have you guys with us, and of course the Red Bull. So thank you. We'll join. Well, I thought we were done with the series for a second. There, no, we've got one more to come. So we'll see you on map 3 for the tiebreaker of the South Finals in just a bit. Stay with us after this break.
Remaining.
Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Stack the plates up on the bar, in the gym, gone hard. Show out, show up, we the next up. Catch our wave, it'll take you far. Around the world, send a postcard. Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Smashing shows, that's how it is. Dreamed about this as a kid. Show out, show up, we the next up. Work hard, rock star, this the life we live. Play your part, not yourself. Go for one, get the belt, map it out, then you strike. Walk with me, I got the mic. Never doubt it, this the journey. Always grinding, never worried. Took the funds, cap the drip. Hard to haters, hella sick. Why they looking hella hard? Cause we raising up the ball. Spend some bands on the crib. Late nights, we'll take you far. Push the whip, shift the gear. Pretty chick, it's pretty clear. You can tell, it's our year. New whip, top tier. Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Stack the plates up on the bar, in the gym, gone hard. Show out, show up, we the next up. Catch our wave, it'll take you far. Around the world, send a postcard. Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Smashing shows, that's how it is. Dreamed about this as a kid. Show out, show up, we the next up. Work hard, rock star, this the life we live. Walking with all of this ice, I know I'm doing it right. Watch how I hit off the light, watch how I light up the night. Can't say I'm not nice, this really my life. More drip than a pipe, I don't brag but I might. Double C on the hills, run around the carousel. When they ask about me, tell them all I'm doing well. Watch the money is stacked, you can't pay me back. In the lab, that's a fact. Silk on the bill of my hat, tie my sweater, no frack. I don't buy off the rack, pinky ring just a match. I'll act like a Mac, and we don't go tit for tat. The team don't rock like that. Late nights never slack. Uniform all black. Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Stack the plates up on the bar, in the gym, gone hard. Show out, show up, we the next up. Catch our wave, it'll take you far. Around the world, send a postcard. Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Smashing shows, that's how it is. Dreamed about this as a kid. Show out, show up, we the next up. Work hard, rock star, this the life we live. Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Stack the plates up on the bar, in the gym, gone hard. Show out, show up, we the next up. Catch our wave, it'll take you far. Around the world, send a postcard. Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Stack the plates up on the bar, in the gym, gone hard. Show out, show up, we the next up. Catch our wave, it'll take you far. Around the world, send a postcard. Pop up, go up, we gone, blow up. Smashing shows, that's how it is. Dreamed about this as a kid. Show out, show up, we the next up. Work hard, rock star, this the life we live.
Give me the beat, give me the rhythm, give me the 1-2. Show you then the world what you gon' do. Bring the heat to the
Welcome back once again to the Red Bull Campus Club's UK Regional Finals, where we're just about to finish up this series of the South Finals here to see who is going to be heading into the Grand Finals against our North finalists. It's a pretty close matchup here between our two South finalists. You know, Cass and Turner, they have been having their ons and offs, their valleys and peaks. However, they were able to bring the second map on ascent, and it's going to be looking interesting moving into Pearl.
I mean, I just can't wait to see what these teams do with Pearl, right? New map, so lots of different strategies potentially coming on through, different compositions as well. It's going to be really hard to be able to anti-strat some of these teams as well, because you don't really know what to predict coming out from it. And I think that was the story of Ascent, right? Adaptation on the fly, trying to figure out what exactly your opponent is going to do and how fast you would really be able to lean into punishing all of the mistakes that they're making. Yeah,
I mean, we saw some really good plays from Birmingham Bulls, and again, their ecos were brilliant. They were able to bring value to every single round, no matter what, but Cassian and Turner were just a little more deadly on the attacks. They had a good plan of what they wanted to do, and it just kind of worked out for them this time. It wasn't so good on Icebox. They had a bit of trouble getting some of their plans working. They weren't really taking Birmingham Bulls by surprise in any way.
It was the timing.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, like, the timing was their worst enemy.
Yeah, it really was.
It was themselves. They were their worst enemy, just trying to play for that slow burn.
I am my own worst enemy. Is that Sum 41? That's a very good song. Oh no, is that Fat Lip? I can't remember. Either way, yeah. I was into that kind of music back in the day. A little bit of.
Did you listen to it on your Steel set?
I don't think SteelSeries existed back then. I'm not sure if they did. They probably did, but they didn't. I don't think they made like Sony Walkman. You know. Yeah, I'm not sure the CD player would have appreciated them. But anyway, they're too high quality for a CD player. Come on, they've got to be plugged into, you know, something powerful like an intelnuc to really get the full value out of the SteelSeries headset. But either way, it's been a pleasure here today so far. It's been a lovely day of Valorant, and we're getting some really good games out of this one. The North Finals finished relatively quickly, but there were still some really good games. This has been an absolute banger of a series.
This has been a barn burner.
A barn burner.
A barn burner of a match.
A barn burner of a match. Please don't burn any barns. That's a federal crime. So just avoid that one completely. But yeah, no, it's really going really well, and I think our players are really warming up into this matchup as well, because we've seen Cassian and Turner make less mistakes in that game for sure. Maybe it's just a map they were more comfortable on, but either way, I loved seeing that one between them. They were going back and forth so much, those two teams, putting on some interesting strats and actually really having some, like good lurks, some good flanks going on. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen on Pearl, because Pearl, it's not new anymore. It's not new, but teams are still bringing out unexpected things, and the meta in terms of comp is still being questioned right now. You're seeing a few schools of thought still around the place. So I'm interested to see exactly what these guys are going to bring out.
Yeah, like sometimes we see teams run double controller. Sometimes it's double initiator. I'm a big fan of Viper.
Yeah, Viper can work quite well.
Especially if you want like pushing to B.
Yeah.
With how open that first angle is, you know, you've got the hook angle where you always have to be vigilant on the defender potentially taking up advantage there. Then you have holes that you have to clear as well, which can be extremely dangerous if you don't know whether or not there's a player hold up in there with another sitting up on tower for that crossfire. So Viper can be really strong. Sage as well. When Pearl first released, I think everyone was like, oh yeah, Sage is going to be so strong because Pearl B is exactly like Icebox B. You're just going to be able to turn the corner, use the Sage wall, and get that spike planted. But unfortunately, with Tower coming on through, you do have a little bit of an eagle's eye advantage. Yeah, it's an interesting map because nobody's really. I think it's probably the longest it's been for people to figure out exactly what they want everyone to run. Icebox was very quick. You know, it took like a month for people to go, yep, that's exactly it. You can't stray from this comp. Fraction was the same.
Yeah, I think Fraction was very
tower
similar.
Control, and it was like, oh yeah, Viper, Brimstone, KO, all really good for playing on that. And then when Neon came out as well.
Yeah.
Perfect for fracturing the aggression that you have, as well as Raze and having control of holes. Pearl is a little bit more up in the air. Yeah, I think you can probably run about any duelist on it. There are areas of the map where Raze is very useful. Reyna is obviously a good all-round one, especially with the new changes to her Leer. Being able to have full view over B long is a really, really good thing because you know, maximum range. It used to be that you threw up a Leer up a ramp, it wouldn't catch players who were in holes at the back of B. But now, that's changed, and I think the map is very much, I think probably the only agent that I would go need is Skye. I would argue Fade.
Fade? Yeah, Fade, actually, yeah. Yeah, no, it is a double initiator map though. I would assume that you would run Skye Fade. It's probably the most normal thing to run.
See, like, it makes sense, right, with how high that bubble is that Pearl has set in, that the skybox is absolutely ginormous. Like, the lineups that you can get away with a Fade for pulling off either your Haunts or your Caesars on this map is absolutely second to none. Like, if you're not running Fade on Pearl, you're doing it wrong.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm here to tell you right now, Moxie is here to tell you, as a goal.
Are you honestly trying to guess my rank?
I don't know. I don't know your actual rank. We've never played rank together.
Yeah, we've never played rank together. You also couldn't guess which Avenger I was. Well, you still haven't given me an answer.
I can't play ranked with you, Moxie.
Wow.
I can't. I'm too good for you.
I'm just gonna let you sit and think about exactly what I am.
I am in the top 6% of Valorant players globally. I'm Ascendant 1. I'm actually a professional player already. That's what that means. The green rank means you're a pro player. That's a pro tip for you.
This is a surprise. This isn't actually us casting Campus Clutch. This is Twiggy's announcement.
Yeah, my LFT announcement.
He's going to be there in the audience alongside all of our players with his little phone and the message being like LFT.
Oh yeah. Actually, I could do that right now. I'm not going to because it'd be very rude to get out my phone on camera. Obviously, you know, I've got to pay attention to you guys. Got to look after you. Obviously, you know, pamper the viewers. But that's just how that is. Yeah. So I'm looking for a team. I can play any role. Apart from all of them but Chamber. And, you know, like, I've got cracked aim. I'm amazing. You could put me on a coach role if you really want to. But actually, I'm better. Insider information, I'm a higher rank than a lot of coaches that are coaching VCT teams right now.
Okay, I think that's enough of the ego trip.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, think we can go back to gushing about what an amazing map Pearl is.
Yeah, Pearl is so amazing. Actually, I don't like playing Pearl.
I'm sorry, Mr. Resident Chambermain doesn't like Pearl.
I'm not a fan of Pearl. I think I may have had it ruined for me by a lot of my teammates picking Chamber and me being forced to, like, I don't know, like a Skye. That's usually what I play on Pearl, and it's just it's I have to look after mid.
Yeah.
And it's like babysitting. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're a Skye and you want mid control, you really do have to just use those guiding lights to babysit, don't you?
It's not fun. It's not fun. Solo queuing is not fun.
This is the Chambermain experience. He wants the flashy play. He wants to be top of the kills.
No.
Doesn't care about team utility.
No.
Just wants to, you know, shoot things down.
At least I will flex for my team. And I do. Very often, in fact. I play many roles. In LFT, I play all roles. I'm a true flex player. Maybe my Brimstone isn't great, I'll be honest. I'm not daddy material, but I have a mean chamber. I have a mean. I'm a flex player. I can play chamber and jet. No, I have a mean chamber. I have a mean Sky. I have a mean Cypher. I have a mean Sage. I can play a good Sage.
I really hope Prod just cuts back to like the last 20 seconds where you were like, I can only play chamber.
Well, that was a joke, but I've
seen your streams. You can only play chamber.
Okay, that's just rude. But hey, that's just how that is. Oh man, waiting for third map here. Okay, well, we've got Agent Select coming up shortly, but we're going to have to fill you for a little bit longer. So, what else do you want to talk? Is there something other than Pebbles for your primary school that you can please lord us with more
just
stories?
Go back down.
Well, actually, would you like a Red Bull? Is your old Red Bull?
I still have. I believe.
You still have some.
I'm
going to get it. Oh, look at that camera. Yes. Yeah. Hey, Red Bull.
We can see my
little story. Actually, we had another Red Bull fridge. Just a second ago, insider information again. We had another Red Bull fridge earlier, and the door opens the other way, so it hit me in the face several times. But this time, I can just nicely. Actually, I want a sugar-free. I'm going to take a sugar-free. Yeah. Very good. So yeah, here I am. We keep switching. Can we wait? Ready? Are you guys ready? I'm good. 3, 2, yeah. No, back and forth. Come on. We practice this. Yes. Very good. Okay, cool. I'm gonna open the Red Bull now. Okay.
You're conditioning our production team to show you on camera more.
Yeah, that's me. I am a gaslighter. Here I am, gaslight, girl boss. Those are my two biggest words in my life, and that's what I do. What's the other one?
Oh no. You've dug this hole in your own. I'm not passing you this bit.
Either way. LFT, by the way. But no. Honestly, LFT for anything. You want me to model for you? You want me to... Look, I'm good at modeling Red Bull. I can model your intelnuc. I can model your SteelSeries headphones. So, you know, anything you want, really. Just send me free stuff, please. Please, I'm begging you. Anything to add? We're just going to sit here for the next 2 minutes waiting for the players to get ready, or are we just going to...
I can't wait to see how much of, like, all of the stuff that you get goes to your other address.
Oh God, no, please. No, because it's not...
Like, one person is just going to think that they have the best ever pen pal that's randomly sending them
No,
stuff.
I think the people who moved into my old place are a family. So it's like it's a full family. I think it's 2 parents and their kids. So I think they're going to be very happy to receive my very expensive phone. Here we go. Oh, they're getting ready. Look at him. Look at him go. Let's smile. Look, he's so casual.
Wait, I'm sorry, was that the vertical keyboard?
Hell yeah, man. If you're not playing with your keyboard at 90 degrees, you're doing something wrong. You also need to have your AOC monitor 2 centimeters from your face so that you can see everything perfectly. Although you could see anything from any distance with a beautiful AOC monitor. Now, Agent Select now. Here we go.
Well, it is going to be optical, and immediately we can see it is going to be a rave and a chamber. KO coming through from Lodi as well. I'm a big fan of KO on this map, right? It's very similar to SN, as well as the fact that, you know, you like Spy coming on through to be able to control those angles. KO is a little bit more aggressive off of controlling mid. Yeah.
I do like the Astra picks coming out. Yeah, double controller is a cool one, but it looks like a single controller here for the side of Casanatura. So running the Viper with the Astra on the side of Birmingham Bulls is going to give them a lot more control of sight. It's going to give them a good way of getting into stuff. It's more about the post plants that I'm worried about for them.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit concerned about Viper against Fade.
Yes.
Viper, like, you always really flourish when they don't know exactly where you are, but the Prowler being able to pick your location out, as well as when you're sitting in the middle of that Viper's pit. If a Seize goes into the middle of it and grabs your location, that Viper is done for.
Yeah. Very different ideas going in. Not too many differences actually in terms of the comps, but these are going to be played very differently. And I mean, they are 2 very different teams. I think we've established that already over the past 2 maps. Casanatura very, I mean, I don't know. They're not passive or aggressive. They're a bit of both. They're passive aggressive.
I mean, it makes sense too. Like, the composition that they're coming with, it does mean that they get to be both passive and defensive because they are going to have a lot of information available. Right, coming on through with that Fade, being able to hold some of those players in position too. If you get caught out by a Seize into raised paint shells in mid, that's literally just Alt F4. Essentially, There is no way you can really outplay that unless you're a chamber and you're able to use that rendezvous to be able to escape. But I think for a lot of these teams, it really is going to come down to, again, adapting to what the other is wanting to run.
Yeah.
As well as positions, because one thing that we did see from Casa was that Smile held the same angle so far into Icebox, just only pushing up tube. I worry that if you become predictable with how windy and large Pearl is, if you're able to pin down just one player's position constantly, it's going to be a lot easier to be able to move around this map.
Yeah, okay. We're going to see Birmingham Bulls starting here on the attack. I think they have the better attack comp, kind of. I mean, yes, they don't have double initiator, but they do have a lot of space creation controller utility.
The Viper as well, to shut down side angles.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see how they both play this one now. They're going to head towards B to start off with. Obviously, that Viper's wall used to get them a little control here, and that does work in their favor. Smile not able to find a pick up there on Billboard. They're just going to head all the way through into sight. Looking for an opening. Hyper, though, holding it down as the KO once again, as he was on Ascent. Worked out for them perfectly last time. Marky finds one head, looking for the second. No, Justice is quicker to get that one down. 2v2 now. Bensky taking out Justice, but they don't have any control here, Birmingham Bulls, and they're going to head back towards mid.
Thomas is so low as well, 10 health on that raise, and unfortunately by heading over towards A, they are giving up that toxin screen. The good news for them is they are going to have a lot of map control, right? You look at where Flip is at the moment, all the way in defender side water. So that rotation coming through from Casa, they're not going to have control of Secret. It's going to be really hard to be able to actually get onto this A side in time because the spike is down and they're nowhere near.
Yeah, well, across they move. Important for Birmingham Bulls to get an opening pick here at least. Flip just holding down here. Insu is waiting for them to come through. Thomas working the distraction. Could work out beautifully. His flank is now going to come out from the final remaining Birmingham Bulls player. No trade available. Gets the first headshot, but now down to 14 HP. Has to use that snake bite to deny that defuse. It's good. He's going to get half, though. And Flip playing time here. Both players low on HP. Just a couple shots. The half is done. Needs to turn around the corner quickly, but Flip will clutch it out in that 1v2. Make it work. The snake bite was beautiful. The timing was beautiful. All done.
The swing is good. The replay is going to show just how close it was. We said it was going to come down to that bait coming on out from the raise. And Thomas played their job absolutely perfectly. As it is going to be Bulls pulling away with the pistols. It's still pretty costly for the team. However, it is actually going to be, this is a play that we expected to see, right? Vandal coming on out, Bulldog as well for Modi. This is an aggressive attacking team wanting to take immediate control of these spaces as Justice with the headhunter drops Zeno in an absolute flash.
Perfect start to the round, and once again they're going to move up B, this time looking to maybe take sight instead of just getting a couple kills and getting out of there. Spike is going to go down immediately. Thomas takes control of Halls, takes out Smile. Now they can back out as far as they need to. Spike planted towards the edge of sight. Can still be diffused around the corner, but if you've got control of Halls, that's not a problem whatsoever. And now Kassan and Turner try to move in towards sight. Bensky already taken down. Hypers in the corner. Lots of damage from that paint grenade. Flip holding down the flank. Oh, the Stinger only has so many bullets. Marky able to hit the head. Hypers in towards back of sight. Not going to be able to do anything with that Sheriff. But Marky in the end is taken down. It's only one pick for Casa Natura.
That Viper's toxin screen has been so instrumental in these pushes to allow Bulls to hold on to the player advantage in terms of numbers. The first round, it means that they actually can push onto that B site and start to take the frontline fight and guarees that it's a two-player advantage for them coming into that versus one. And then on the second round, it means that they can actually just get onto the B site. There is so much utility coming through from this team. They are being so careful.
Yeah.
Essentially, they're bubble wrapping themselves before they set foot onto these sites. Smoke, toxin screen, nebula over top of tower, just to make sure that the defenders do not find that first blood and just overwhelm them with gunpowder. Whereas Thomas looking to take control of Art, gonna find the mirror raised, but Justice has already found two of the Vandal.
This is the positive of buying up rifles in that second round is that you're pretty much still evenly matched moving into round 3 here. Get the spike down, no problem whatsoever for Birmingham Bulls. Already 2 picks, it's a 3v5 retake. And not much space to work with for Casanatura, firing through the wall, trying to get something. Zeno has been spotted out, and that's a great crossfire. Birmingham Bulls take a flawless bonus round.
It's just the aggression. There is so much aggression at the very beginning. It's always that trade-off in mid.
Yeah.
Utility for utility, whichever team comes away with that pick is normally going to be the team that wins the round.
Yeah. Justice doing so much work as well. 4K that round. 6 kills.
It's the chamber.
It is. It's the chamber.
You get to push forward. You have that level of aggression that you can stay in. You have the rendezvous in case you run into an outnumbered fight. And all the while you're giving information away, winding your way through mid.
Yeah.
And relaying it to the team as Smile with the Headhunter is unfortunately going to find themselves being hunted instead.
Another opening pick, and they're just really not giving anything up. Bensky finds one. It's a 4v2 now. Birmingham Bulls have not given them an inch whatsoever.
Yeah, it's not a buy for Casa either, so it isn't really justifying the save. They just have to go for kills at the moment.
Yeah. Have control of A.
This is not a we win the round push. This is a we need to find kills to make sure that Bulls do not safeguard their economy for the next rounds in a row.
But they still managed to get away with only 1 casualty. 4 rounds in clean form. Doesn't look like Casanatura can find a way into this game whatsoever.
Yeah, I think for Casa, it's really weird too, because they're the one with the fade, right? So their lineups in mid should be the ones that mean that they come away with a kill.
Yep.
The problem is Bulls are very good at pulling their punches. So they show a presence, and then before utility can actually come through from Casa, they pull back.
Yeah.
And in that literal split second, they're still able to find kills a lot of the time. So what I would really love to see from Casa is mix your pacing up, mix your timing. Don't go for that aggressive fight the second that these gates open in mid, because it's being predictable.
Yeah. Smile hasn't really had an opportunity to get involved yet. 0 kills on the board, but now has an operator. Glass cannon, mind you. No armor to work with whatsoever, but we've seen how effective it can be with that operator in hand. So maybe Casanatura can get back into this game.
They're still scrapping over mid, though.
Yeah.
The toxin screen is deterring them from being able to hold deep sight on B, and it's forcing them to position and anchor their defense around mid, and that's playing into Bulls' hands, because it means that they get to push and prod and pull all of this utility out from the defense, so when they make their move, there is no utility to stop them when they group.
First engagement of the round goes in the favor of Birmingham Bulls. A lot of damage onto Casanatura's fade. And just slowly but effectively taking control of Art here. 2 picks. Doesn't seem like they are bothered whatsoever by Casanatura. Showstopper manages to find one more. They have full control of sight. Once again, they can get the spike down.
30 seconds
not have to worry about Casanatura's push whatsoever. It doesn't even feel like Casanatura have rifles.
Yeah. Again, it's that lack of utility. Bulls are so good at making it look like they want to move forward. They burn the utility out, and then when that utility is removed, the Rays can't punish the group up, the buddy system that Bulls employ to make sure that they can clear 2 angles at the same time.
Well, monumentous task here to win this round, 2v5. It looks like they're just going to save in the end. And that's a smart choice. Keep that operator and one of those Vandals. But Birmingham Bulls have not really given them anything in the past 5 rounds. It doesn't feel like they are. I mean, I'm sure they're pretty much on max money now. And I'm very sad. This was such a close series, and from what I can see, this is I think Birmingham Bulls very much like Pearl, and I don't think Casanatura very much like it.
So here's the thing: operator works on Pearl when it has long sights.
Yeah.
When it has B.
Yeah.
When it has control of tower for the defense. That is being robbed by the toxin screen. It's forcing the fight into mid, and ideally you could say, well, yeah, you can just hold an angle because of how windy, how many corners mid employs. they're not going to be able to know where the operator is playing from. So the swing is going to be brutal. It should be deadly. It should result in a pick as long as you're patient and hold your angle in this chamber. There is literally no reason for you not to be patient and hold your angle. If you get pressured, you have rendezvous. But the problem is, again, that initial exchange of utility means that the chamber doesn't get to be patient. The chamber isn't the one holding those corners.
Yeah.
Because the chamber is playing for the distance.
Oh, something needs to change.
They need to bait the utility. Yeah. They need to employ the same strategy that Birmingham is using.
Indeed. It's a timeout for Casanatura. And maybe something they can come up with will dismantle the Birmingham Bulls in this one, but it seems like so far they're a little bit infallible. All 5 players above 7,000 now.
There are 2 ways that you can do this. You put the operator in the front lines and you force the operator onto mid.
Yeah.
Or you play for retake.
Okay.
Because then you guarantee all 5 of your players alive, and you don't fall for the utility bait coming through from the other side.
Right now
but
it's like...
already we're seeing utility come through from Casa being baited by Bulls.
Yeah, the confidence is building as well. That Satchel Pack into mid shows that they want to take control quickly. They want to take these fights. They want to take 1v1s. And right now, it does seem like they're winning all of them. Casanatura do have Cosmic Divide available if they need to slow down the attack of Birmingham Bulls. Flip, however, does not manage to get that pick. Markey turns around with the Sheriff, gets them the first blood of the game. Smile takes his first pick as well with the operator. Now he's got that in his hands. Now he's got his team flying around him. Could work out. Hypers takes down Melon and Modi. Maybe that timeout was exactly what they needed because they've got the spike down in their own territory. And unless Thomas can find 5, it's not going to work out. All right, first round there for Casanatura, and maybe things can start to turn around now.
So, I am corrected. There are 3 solutions. You can kill the Viper first.
Yeah, you can win. That's
no, here's the thing. Here's the way that round goes. They take the Viper out. Yep. The Toxin Screen blocking off B site falls. Smile suddenly has an angle for the entirety of B site onto the opposing chamber who thought they were safe behind a Toxin Screen.
Yeah.
The operator finally finds the pick it needs to. One to Justice. And finally, Casa find themselves getting off the mark.
Justice is buying a judge, which means the ult's coming out. Okay. He's just going to lurk, though. Smile. Holding down B main once again, does not hit that first shot, gets out of there. Again, that Toxin Screen is just going to keep him from re-aggressing this one. He is going to head towards Hall, however, where Peg Grenade will back him up a little bit. But at least they've stopped Birmingham Bulls from having a nice, easy push into B.
Yeah.
Now they know Smile is there.
Bulls at the moment are the ones having to invest mainly in utility.
Yeah.
To try and figure out just how far Casa has pulled back, because usually when Bulls have given Casa a little bit of leeway, they are just waiting around the next corner, which is what Bulls are going to be expecting. They're thinking that they need to throw in utility to try and bait Casa into revealing their position. Hypers is going to reveal the position, but they are also going to be able to reveal the position of the enemy raise. Thomas, though, with that null command, gets to move forward and take Hypers out before the flash drive can immediately cancel the Raiser's movement.
Yeah, Markey manages to find Melon through that smoke there. Maybe Bensky can do something before they disengage, but no, the rest of the team of Birmingham Bulls have already backed out. Justice taken down by Smile, but they're already in good positions here, and I think Modi's going for a lineup with that fragment, which just means it's going to take even longer to get that spike defused. The fake comes through, which is going to force out that fragment at the very least, but they can't get on the spike anymore. It's a 2v2 now. Markey making space for his team, manages to find his third, forces out the peek from Flip. Down goes the Snakebite. Can Flip do it once again? Yes, he can with the Snakebite and the 4K. A clutch to win out the round.
Not again. Not again. Casa, they used everything to create the space for that Cosmic Divide to come through so that you didn't have to worry about being taken down when you were in the middle of that diffuse. And what does Flip do? Snakebite. Walks right through the Cosmic Divide, dunks the health down low enough, Snakebite finds the kill, and they take the round.
Oh man, they seem to have an answer for everything.
It was looking so good for Casa.
Yeah,
It looked like they finally had that solution, but again, Bulls just pips them to the post at the last possible moment.
As soon as they have that spike down on the ground, the round is almost impossible to win for Casanatura. The amount of lineup utility they have, Birmingham Bulls, makes it so difficult. Cosmic Divide comes out, giving them a free sliver of sight to get that spike on the ground.
Not even Toxin Screen necessary. They're going to have it just off of the back of that Cosmic Divide, and now they're going to have that Toxin Screen to put wherever Casa try to peek their heads out from.
Yeah. Well, they're going to be heading through from CT, a little bit from the B-Link as well. Marky makes some space for the team, but the rest of the team headed off by some smokes. Bensky takes down Thomas, in moves. Marky trying to get one more pick, has to get back round the corner. Smile takes out Justice, which gives them the upper hand in this round, but maybe those lineups are just going to come back out for this team. Smile pushes up, finds one on Pillar. Melon in the firing range, able to find two more. 1 versus 2 now, jump peeking that corner, knows it's been half defused. The bodyguard is not working out. Melon finds one more head. 1v1 now, half defused to Spike. Can't stick it. He finds that pick. Maybe.
Oh, it's close.
Oh. 1/100th of a second.
That's the closest. That's the closest it's ever been for us casting, Jiggy.
That's unbelievable.
The faces show the players in absolute disbelief. Our audience jumping to their feet. Oh my goodness. Melon came so close.
That's amazing. How do Birmingham Bulls take that round in any universe?
Again, just pipping to the post in the last possible moment of these rounds. The bodyguard, unfortunately for Casa, the body block that they attempted, not buying them the time necessary.
I can't believe that. That's incredible.
B-side is brutal. B-side is absolutely brutal if you don't have utility to cover your back when you go for that defuse.
Oh my God. Birmingham Bulls are going to be feeling on cloud 9 moving forward on this one. Zeno and Hypers managed to get a couple picks, but Modi will finish them off. It is just Smile left. Tour de Force, possible. We've seen a 4K today with a Tour de Force. Maybe we can see a 3K.
No Viper in play either to try and shut it down, so the angle is going to be good for Smile. Sees the back shoulder blade of the KO before they're able to move into Hall. Picks up the Vandal from the floor, so when the bullets run out, they're at least going to be able to have a rifle to fall back onto, but that spike is down on the ground, and historically that has meant Bulls take the round.
This is not an easy position for Smile. The fake defuse to bring out the pull. One pick. Knows one is behind that pillar there. Maybe, two at the same time. It's a good duo peak, and it means Birmingham Bulls take their 8th round. It's just looking unbelievable. Their clutch genes, their ability to eke out frags.
When we started this series, we hypothesized if one team is able to throw pull into the mix, that curveball.
Yeah.
Even if they're evenly matched, even if the mechanicals are literally on the same standing.
Yeah.
Just having this map in the back pocket could be what decides a series win and a series loss, and it feels like that's what's happening here.
Yeah. Birmingham Bulls now heading towards A. They've got all that utility they need. Bensky narrowly avoiding being suppressed. The Birmingham Bulls will definitely keep that suppression up by throwing in the null command. In they move. Viper's Pit as well. They're trying to just keep momentum here. Using all those ults. Maybe they don't need them, but it's good to have. Bensky moves in and finds 2 picks. The Spike is now down on the ground, and they can deny that Viper's Pit as well. Flip is able to find one with a shorty, but that's about it. Bensky with a 4K and Smile getting involved as well. That's what Casanatura needed.
Yeah, again, just a little bit of predictability coming through. When they push on an A side, they always plant the Spike in the exact same location so that it lines up with the Viper and those snake bites. And it is Bensky coming in with the clutch, going into the middle of that Viper's Pit. Literally in the nest of snakes, and is able to clear out 3 players.
I love our audience. I love them. There's been some good audience moments today.
There's been some brilliant audience moments. They're also not just our audience, they're our players. So
Yes.
they're probably
they are,
celebrating
yeah.
because they're getting to see all the strategies, all of these map picks.
Exactly,
that would-be opponents
we avoid
are
Pearl.
going
Very
to be
cool.
fielding, as it is now going to be Casa 6 points away from being able to equalize. Bulls still steaming ahead on this attack.
Prowler from Casanatura to get that information. Oh, there's the showstopper. Thomas is going to move straight in. Only one satchel pack, not the double. Looking for somebody. There's the second. Oh, I think I did a tiny bit of damage. I'm not 100%. I didn't really see. But Naki finds one pick. Flip is there to take out Xeno. Bensky right around the corner here could do a lot of damage, but he's flashed out. He has to back around the corner, but nobody's checking it. Flip is able to get the trade, make it a 3v3. Maybe they can get that spike down on the ground, but not with a player in secret holding it down, spraying through the wall. Suppressed. Flip needs to move out of there. There's a fragment on top of him. Hypers finishes off that kill, and they can move in now. Marky right round this corner, and the flashes are good. Again, from Casanaturna. Smile finishes it off. 3-8. From what was a very, very, very one-sided half, maybe we could get a 4-8 out of this for Casanatura.
It's doable, and Pearl, when you have things like the race and the KO, is definitely attackers fielded.
Yep.
Just having all of that utility, forcing these fights away from those claustrophobic spaces, pretty much just being in the lobby, guaranteeing you that space, that backing up from the defense.
Yep.
It's so instrumental on being able to turn everything on its head. So if you're able to just rip the band-aid off on your defense and post up something like 5 rounds, you should be good to head into that side swap, as we are actually seeing a timeout coming on through. This time, it's not from Casanatura, it is Birmingham Bulls.
Yeah.
As the outwards aggression, the baiting of the abilities has lost its shine. Casa have adapted. It's taken them a couple of rounds, true, but they have adapted into Birmingham Bulls' strategy, and now they are keyed into the pacing.
Yeah, it's a good momentum break, I think. Casanatura starting to feel themselves. That's the last thing you want when you're up 8-1 in a game and trying to finish it out. So maybe now a 9-3 half would be quite nice for Birmingham Bulls, and maybe that is what they will get after that timeout. It's not a convincing buy from them. A few half armors, but at least they will have their utility up.
Well, talking of utility, Casa definitely has the advantage in that regard as well. 3 ultimates going to be online for the defense. As Birmingham Bulls have been able to build up a very strong attack off of the opening of these rounds on pull. It seems fitting that we're headed back to B. Back to the operator. Spile not able to find the kill necessary to open things up and slow down the attack. Toxin screen immediately coming into play. Smile having backed out into holes. Going to have to keep through Cosmic Divide.
Perfect timing on the Cosmic Divide as the players move around the corner.
But it was Cass's Cosmic Divide.
Oh, I thought they were going to deny that res there. Not quite. And the spike is not down. They can still back out of this one. Not if they're seized, though. Hypers finds one before being traded. Down goes the Cosmic Divide. Up goes the Toxin Scream, but they're going to back out of this one and head back towards A. Maybe. Maybe just cut noise.
The problem is, they've been terror trailed.
Yeah. A 1 player heading back towards A. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
There is a check, though. Because that is the glory of Astra. You can still provide utility while sitting on another site.
Oh, yes, good. Faking with the stars. I like this.
30 seconds
The rest of the
left.
players still over towards B main, and the rest of Casanatura are switching back to A. It gives them a free site completely. They're not going to realize in time. 1 player still just makes their way up to heaven in time. They've spotted it out. They found the first pick, but the spike is going to go down. And maybe that Viper could come in massive handy. Justice and Flip holding this one down. We've seen how many times Flip can clock shot around.
Viper still in play, Toxin Screen as well. Going to be cutting the site in half. Smile with the operator through the walls, able to find Justice with tower control. They're going to be able to take the round. It came so close, though. The mind game's coming out in absolute full.
It's a smart idea.
Thankfully, Xeno sensed something was amiss and double backed onto B side and was able to pick out that 3rd member of Bulls. Otherwise, that could very quickly have tumbled out of Cass's hands.
Yeah. Honestly, all things considered, not a bad half for Casanatura. 4-8. Very much winnable in this circumstance, but it's going to be an uphill battle. That's for sure.
The problem for them is that now they're pushing into defensive Viper.
Yeah.
And defensive Viper is going to just force them to either eat the decay and have no clue of what's waiting for them on the other side of that screen to push on to B, which means tower control for the defense is going to be brutal.
Yeah.
You are relying on being able to react faster to a player who understands that you're going to be pushing out on that smoke, and relying on them missing that first shot to be able to take them down before you fall.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Let's see what they can do against what is, oh man, apparently a very aggressive team. Birmingham Bulls pushing all the way up into A. We'll see a Prowler. Not much more than that so far, although they probably have heard that boombot over towards Art. I'm pretty sure they know there's going to be a bit of an A push here. Melon's stuck behind the box. Maybe Thomas can kite him out of this position. He'll get out of there eventually. It looks like the spike is heading back towards mid.
Bulls as well, not doing the same strategy of Casa on holding on with dying fingers to mid with just utility. And as a result, may actually find themselves being flanked on B. That is the siren song of mid. If you take control of it, it becomes a lot easier to be able to push onto B because you get an eyeful of tower before other players get an eyeful of you pushing from long, but Justice with the headhunter still finds Xeno. Spike goes down. It's still doable, 2 versus 3, and Casa so low in their health bar for Modi at the moment.
Yeah, this is a difficult situation now. How can Birmingham Bulls play this one? All of Casanatura. Oh! Maybe a shoulder was seen there of Marky, but either way, it's a great pick through the wall. Melon takes out Smile into 1v1 now. Not a lot of time left. They're going to have to tap that spike no matter what. Melon moves around. Spotted out. Bensky trying to hold this one down. Half diffuse comes through. Can Melon hit the shot to get the rest of it? No, he cannot. Bensky finishes it out. Once again, well, actually, for the first time in a while, Cass and Natura have won a pistol round.
It's still so close, though.
Yeah.
It is not the decisive attack that we saw from the likes of Bulls. And it's risky, right? When you push from mid, when you go for that off-angle approach onto these sites. It really is necessary, though, when you're pushing into that Viper.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot afford to blindly push through that Toxin screen. And it makes it pretty predictable on where you're going to be moving around this map. It doesn't matter that pull is massive, as long as you're able to predict where your opponent is going to pop up at the end of that journey.
Indeed. Casanatura really could bring this back now. It's looking more and more and more likely. Birmingham Bulls lost 4 rounds in a row at this point. It's looking like they're knocking on the door of having lost 5 in a row. As Casanatura head towards A, where a solo KO is waiting for them, although there is a star ready to be used.
Smile's faking towards B as well, although it's going to be a hard sell given the fact that the chamber can rendezvous out.
I think that is just a luck at this point. Now moving up as the rest of the team head in towards A. Marky finds the first pick, and Marky gets another one for his troubles. Throwing in that peg grenade through, but the damage has already been done. Smile on his luck has been taken down, however, because Flipper took his sweet time rotating, but now he is in a 1v4 and low on HP, and I don't think that's likely to happen.
This is the benefit when you're attacking against a Viper. You get the agency returned to your hands to be able to just avoid what the Toxin screen is.
Yeah.
And it does mean, like, that's the real problem as well for Birmingham Bulls. You can gamble on the fact that they're continuously going to push where this Toxin screen isn't, and hard stack your players on the other side of the map. Or you can try and mix things up and still try and keep all of your pieces in equalized play.
Yeah.
Because sooner rather than later, you can't just continuously push A. There is going to be a drift towards the B, and if you're Bulls, you do not want to make the call of gamble stacking A the very round that they push into that Toxin screen.
Yeah. Flip, like a baby throwing toys out of his pram, does not want that Spectre in this next round. He wants more than that. He wants a better weapon. He's going to buy a rifle. I don't want your Spectre. Poor person. Wow. How could you? How could you give me that? They did have rifles. They could have given him a rifle. They didn't. They gave him a Spectre. It's very rude of them. It's very rude of them. Well, I mean, I was going to say, like, 9 rounds into this game, I was like, well, cool, Birmingham Bulls. There we are. There we are. South winners. Nope.
Pearl. It's
right back in it.
It's so attack-sided in some aspects. Just having that momentum Especially if the defenders really do play into just burning that utility early on in these rounds, it can be very easy to just sandwich your way onto one of these sides. This time, Bull's going to be slowing things down a little bit. Checking up. Marky wants to try and bait out a fight. Sees the shots, Parallel coming on through. Modi is going to be able to shoot it out, but you've definitely still given your position away. They know that the hero is going to be around that corner. There's the swing. Isn't able to find the pick, but still chunks Modi down pretty low. Fragment to make sure that they don't chase after to be able to recover around that corner.
Well, back towards B. Casa to turn ahead. They need to play this one about as perfectly as possible if they want to take the round away.
Oh,
Birmingham
triggers
Bulls.
the gamble stack.
Oh yeah, so many times have managed to win third round. If Casanatura can return the favour, it would be a lovely bit of poetry for them. They're going to head in towards B. Birmingham Bulls quite happy to play the retake, I think. Sat up towards CT, waiting for the plant to start before they peek this corner. Flip, ready with a snake bite, knows exactly where they're going to be planting. Well placed, does damage, but the spike still goes onto the ground. Flip finds that next headshot. Marky is able to take out Thomas, but that makes it a 4v4 at this point. They're going to head in towards Halls. Zeno holds it down, but Melon's there with the trade, looking for a second. The smile and Bensky, they hold it down, and Bensky turns back round with that Sheriff. And there it is, the third round goes in favour of Casa Natura, and they brought it within 1 round now.
Yeah. I mean, even if Bensky doesn't come in with those kills, that look coming through from Hypers, just holding at the very entrance of B long on that KO to make sure that if you lose the fight in Halls, if you lose that just barrage of utility that is going to be stampeded upon you soon, the KO can just play for time and make sure that with that massive long angle, with the Viper already taken out, the Toxic Screen is not going to disguise where the diffuser is. As Casa, 1 point away from equalizing this scoreboard, wanting to try and find this equalization, and it feels when you look at the buy that Bulls are coming in with that, surely this is going to be the round that they're going to be able to do it. Showstopper coming on out, double satchel packs to make sure that Marky is able to survive that trespass through art. As Thomas in mid-connector doesn't go into the fragment, doesn't go into the showstopper, allows the spike plant to come through. Bulls, 4 players, still drifting around those angles.
They're ready for Melon. Melon is waiting in main for them to come through, playing inside his own smoke. Finds the first pick onto Marky. The trade is there from Zeno, but the damage has been done. 4v3. Casanatura just trying to hold this one down against Birmingham Bulls, but Justice comes round from Secret, finds ahead of Hypers, brings it to a 3v3. This is now very possible. Cosmic Divide is also available for the team as the defuse starts. Bensky finds one more, makes it a little more in their favour, and he'll just spray down the rest of them. Casanatura bring it back, but it was looking a bit hairy for a second there.
Bensky, again, able to come in with the 3 kills necessary. Equalized score, 8-8. It took a couple of rounds for Casanatura to really key in to Bulls' defense. Now we have to see Bulls rise up and do the exact same. Are they going to be able to meet this challenge head on, or are we going to see Casa bypass the scoreboard and move on to go toe-to-toe with Last Dance in the Grand Finals?
I really thought this was going to be a one-sided game. It's the closest game ever. Wild. Mid-control goes straight away to Casanatura. See what they can do with it this time. They've got all of that momentum in their favour. All it took was a timeout, and suddenly they are back even with Birmingham Bulls at their throats. Death blow imminent. Cosmic Divide still available, didn't use it last round. Managed to close out that round without it.
Cosmic Divide going to be up for both of these teams. Bulls also sitting on that Viper's pit. They do not want to lose Flip. Especially if they're going to be relying on that Viper ultimate.
It's a good seize.
For one of those retakes. It's a gorgeous seize. Doesn't catch Thomas, but forces Thomas deeper onto that side.
Yeah. Oh, in comes Marky. He's not prepared to get that kill just yet. Well, they're going to make sure nobody's sat in secret with the fragment. And it's Melon who finds the first pick onto Marky, this time coming round from Connector. Site control may just straight up go to Casanatura, but it's a good fake with the Cosmic Divide. Although, is it a fake? Where are they going?
It is a fake at the moment.
Well,
Or at least
I
it's
don't think it
delay.
is. I think it's a fake fake.
It's like a fake of a fake, and then Casa just
But
get a little
Birmingham
bit
Bulls
lost.
are just standing there. They don't
They
care.
don't have time.
They
They've got 12
They
seconds
didn't
left.
get the
They have
spike
to
down with
plant
the
spike.
Why didn't they? Oh no. I'm not sure what happened there, but Birmingham Bulls have basically just got a free round out of that one.
What happened?
They headed back into spawn, but they didn't go towards B.
So
Birmingham Bulls get a free round.
The only thing I can think of that spooked them from committing off of that Cosmic Divide was Spike is actually not towards main, it's deep in mid, and there's presence from Bulls. So I think one of the Bulls players actually created noise and made it seem like they were going to be pushing aggressively forward, and Casa thought they had enough time because of the Cosmic Divide to be able to rotate without being punished from either dugout or secret.
Either way, it was the indecision that was the killer there.
It was the absolute indecision that was the killer. I would much rather Casa have just brute force past the player in mid
go for it.
so that you actually get the time to plant that spike, because even though the plant spike went down, it was so little time. You just got caught in the middle.
Well, the Cosmic Divide wasn't used either for the fake or the plant. It was just used.
It's used to shut down an angle, and then
That's
no
about
one
it.
really played off of it, as it is now going to be Birmingham Bulls starting to pull ahead in this series.
All it takes is one mistake and the momentum flips all the way back, but Casanatura managed to get that first pick in mid, and that's a pretty high value target. There still is a controller available for Birmingham Bulls. Astra still up, Cosmic Divide still up for them as well. But hopefully they can use it to better effect than Casanatura did. Justice takes out Smile. 4v4 now, and Casanatura head. Not towards B, but towards A? No, back towards B, okay. Oh, hold on, I thought they were going back towards A for a second then.
I
They're
mean,
trying to fake us out? I don't know what the plan is.
they have to be aware that there is still a chamber in play with an operator.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's the scary
Jump
part.
peek, they know. At least it's not behind a toxin screen.
Yeah, he's playing very, very passive back towards the back of sight here.
Just playing for time.
The time has been given for Birmingham Bulls to take up control of A main, so they now know that there's no A push coming. Justice gets the first pick. Nightfall comes down, but he can disengage and let his teammates join him here. Thomas is right there waiting for this one. The plant goes down, but Bensky finds him through the smoke. Zeno pushes forward, finds one more, Hypers gets another, and Casanatura, despite a slow start to the round, seem to be taking this one away, make it 9-9. Does Modi go for this? Does he save the operator? Checking if anyone's in halls, nobody is there. Everybody is just watching it from this angle here. Can he win this 1v3? There are players peeking in from all different angles at all different times. Bensky finishes it off. It's 9-9 and it stays even.
I am dreading the reality and possibility of us heading to overtime, Twiggy, because if we head into overtime, one of these teams is going to have to get a defensive round in conjunction with an attacking round.
Yeah.
As it just feels like the attacking sides from both of these teams are so strong.
Yeah. I think that is the case now.
Especially with the bye coming through from Bulls. This should be Casa's attacking round to take. This should be them being the first team to pull ahead, distance themselves, and hit those double digits, but Bulls still holding on. Tour de Force coming on out.
Yeah, I wouldn't count out that Tour de Force from Justice at all, and they're making that push. They now know it's not B. Categorically, it is not B, but already the damage has been done by Casa Nocturna. They've already got control of A. Well, they don't know it yet, but they do. And they'll all move in, get that spike down, and it's all going to have to be up to that Tour de Force to do all that damage. Smoke comes through, you're not going to be able to... No, the smoke is... No. I'm sorry, that orb does not stop that from working. He's going to have to head towards mid instead, but can Justice get any damage done with this Tour de Force? Great flash.
That's
going to head him all the way back. And it also kind of fakes that the KO is pushing you, so now he's a little scared to move forward. Bensky is holding that flank. Flip, classic in hand. Oh, Bensky is clearing that corner. He wasn't ready for that flank push to happen, and Justice is going to get nothing done with the Tour de Force. Casanatura take the lead for the first time in the game.
Double digits for the first time for one of our teams. It has just been an absolute seesaw between the two of these teams, though, and that was a eco buy coming on through. For Bulls, now they will have access to the rifles, not access granted to the tour de force, but we still have seen the power of that toxin screen walling off B in the early rounds of their defense. The problem is that Casa, again, have adapted. They just push A.
Yep.
They know that the chamber is most likely to be anchoring that B side and playing behind the toxin screen, the safety curtain, to fall if your initial operator shot does not connect. And as a result, as long as they forego mid control, they can just bruise her onto the players left behind guarding A.
Yep. Timeout is a good choice here. So we now wait for the players to figure out exactly what they want to do next. Birmingham Bulls have had victory snatched from them. They were 5 rounds away from winning this one.
Yeah.
And now they're only 1 round closer, and Casa Natura are on double digits.
Ultimates and a bye coming on through from Bulls. The timeout is crucial. This round is crucial. Are we going to see a recovery? Are Bulls going to land on their feet?
I don't know, do Bulls land on their feet? Is it like a
That's
cat
cats,
thing? Yeah, cats.
Unfortunately.
Well, has anybody tested dropping a bull from a height and seeing if they land on their feet? I don't know. Maybe they can do the same thing with their tails. Anyway, not important. What is important now is how Bulls decide to defend this one. They have a lot of ults. Only one of them is a really defensive ult, however.
Yeah.
And they need to decide correctly where to use it. If they just waste it on A, waste it on B, it doesn't really mean anything. I think they're waiting for a signal from Casa Natura, which has come in the form of the null command. But Modi will swat that one down almost. Oh, Marky moves all the way up to screen. The smoke is down just in time. Might give them enough time to get that res up on Hypers. Indeed it does, and they can get that spike on the ground, but Modi is still doing work. Brings out his own null command, flash around the corner looking for a pick hit. The spike is now down on the ground. Flip finds one more, making it a 2v2. But Modi finds his third. Marky round in the corner. Flip is able to take it back, and they do make it double digits. They do even things up.
Don't count this team out, Tuggy. Again, they just find the magic at the last possible moment. Gorgeous KO play. Coming on through the flash drive is gorgeous. The turnaround as you get contested in tower, perfect. And more importantly, Flip did not part with the Viper's Pit.
No.
They did not have to use all of their ultimates to be able to secure that retake. Their economy can start to recover as well, because if they'd lost that round, it would have been force after force after force all the way into series defeat. Now, there is recovery. The showstopper is there, the Viper's Pit is there. This is map control coming through for the defense.
Justice is pushing all the way up. He won't have his rendezvous with him. He's been caught out by the Prowler there. Has to back up just a little bit. He is going to give away control of A main to the members of Casa Natura. But maybe this mid control from Thomas is going to do even more. They do not have the trademark behind them on A. They have it on B.
If he gets to flank into the backline with Showstopper,
that could be absolutely massive. They're all grouped up right now.
Grouped.
If that info comes through from Justice that they are all there.
There is a lurk coming through, at least.
Well, a lurk in that they're putting down smokes. Staying back a little bit. The down goes the Cosmic Divide, and they're all there. They know that now, but Thomas does not want to go around the back because they have that info, they have that Cosmic Divide. It's going to give all that information, but he's just sat here on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. He doesn't know how close this player is.
It burns out.
He could have just used that through that Cosmic Divide and got that pick.
He has no idea though, no sound cues.
Yeah, obviously.
30 seconds left.
And you don't want a chance. That raise
They still haven't got sight control.
That raise is integral and shutting down sight control! And Thomas now is going to know how close he came to winning the round with the Showstopper. 3 versus 4. The spike plant starting to go through. 13 seconds left. They're not going to be able to delay it. But Flip inching forward has the Viper's Pit. They don't know that he's that deep. Bensky falls. Doesn't drop the ultimate just yet. Might be able to hit forward for that defuse.
Smile has his operator up, but that's not going to be a good match versus the Viper's Pit. So in moves Zeno. He comes in, he finds a pick onto Flip. Down goes that Viper's Pit. Oh, but Modi finds 2 just before being taken out. It could have been beautiful. The spray transfer from Modi almost giving them that round once again by the skin of their teeth. The round goes in the favour of Casanatura. They get one round closer to match point.
It's so close. It's heartbreakingly close. For Flip.
That
Was able to find Bensky again. They don't anticipate that Viper being so deep in that site because he bides his time. He's waiting to see whether or not he can get either half of a defuse or a player downed and then come in with the ultimate to smoke out the operator's impact. And it does work out for the first half, but unfortunately Casa just outlive as Modi suppressed, not going to be able to use that Sheriff to push aggressively forward and try and spin any advantage for this defense as the round begins. And Casa tests the waters of mid.
Thomas is right around this corner, and although Birmingham Bulls now are on an eco, getting a bit of damage, although it's not going to do any economical damage to Casanatura, they're well enough off that they don't need to worry for the rest of the game. They can get themselves in with a chance of bringing this one back before overtime happens. Thomas is going to be suppressed by that one firing off through the wall. Not going to find any damage in the end. But again, Casanatura, this time, may not have worked on Icebox, but it seems to be working quite a lot. This slow, methodical play. It's a great suppression.
They can afford it too. They have Nightfall.
Yeah.
If they want to immediately break into a sprint and use the Fade ultimate to clear into B site, they absolutely can. Bensky getting into position. There's the Nightfall pushing them towards the stars, pushing them towards the ARP.
Smile has awoken, finds one more. Modi able to take down one, but the trade is there. Melon finds another, keeping it a 3v3, keeping it even here in this eco round for them. They know exactly where that spike is going down, but you've got a classic and you cannot do much damage through that box there. Justice, you're the one with the headhunter. You're the one who's going to have to hit this shot. One head and two headshots for Smile. The trade comes through perfectly. It's a 2v2 now. The health not looking good for Birmingham Bulls, though, and it looks like Casanatura, despite having heavy casualties this round, are going to be able to take it away and are going to be able to make it match point.
Match point for the team of Casanatura. It felt when we headed over to Pool in the first half that surely Birmingham Bulls had this wrapped up. But again, Pool shows its many, many sides and its many attacker-favored sides as well. It's going to be a good buy coming through from the defense, at least. An operator still going to be in play for Justice, rifles for everybody else, but they have to sacrifice armor padding for it.
Yeah, 3 ults on the precipice right now. Oh, sorry, 5 in total. 3 ults for Casanatura. Oh, Smiles found the opening pick with the operator once again. Modi finds one, but the trade is there, making it a 4v3. Now 3 ults still available for Casanatura as well. Birmingham Bulls, their one player with an ult, is down already. In moves Marky with the showstopper. Thomas tries to get out of the way in time. He's been smoked off, but he still finds a pick with the showstopper, and it's all over in a flash. Casanatura, off the back of an 8-1 start to this game, have come back, made it 13-10, and won the game. They'll be your South representatives in the grand finals of the Red Bull Campus Clutch Regional Finals for the UK.
It was extremely close, Twiggy. It came down to the very wire, but again, it is just the adaptation coming on through from Casa. They landed on their feet. They were able to find that recovery. Something changed in that timeout that allowed this team to turn everything around.
What a amazing game from both teams. At each other's necks, all game, all match, all series, down to the wire, all the way to the end here on Pearl. I just cannot believe that Casanatura, off the back of losing 8-1, managed to bring this one back and only drop 2 rounds in the final half of that game. Brilliant play from all involved, brilliant mentality to bring it all back. All the way throughout, you can see Bensky getting involved. More than ever, you don't expect your Astra to pull out a performance like that, but there it is. It's perfect for the team, it's perfect for everyone. They are going to be playing up against Last Dance in the grand finals later on today. But for right now, maybe they can just savor that win, because there's no way they should have been winning that match. 9 rounds into that game, we could not have seen that one coming. Absolutely beautiful. Take a look at that scoreboard very quickly to see who got involved. Flip doing his best for his team, but in the end, it really is just Marky, Bensky, Smile getting involved, the whole team getting so many picks, all of them getting all the way up there. But it is time for an interview with Casa Natura because I don't know how they did that. Maybe, Moxie, you can squeeze some answers out of them because we have an interview ready for you right now.
Thank you, Twiggy. I am indeed joined by Bensky from Casa Natura, and I, for one, have the exact same question because, oh my goodness, Paul was a roller coaster. I can see as well that there is exhaustion and a lot of stress.
Yeah, I know. It was tough for sure. I think the fact that we had a lot of experience, I think that's what we, made the difference. They played really well, especially map 1. I did feel like map 1, like we lost a lot of rounds that we shouldn't have really. But we came back into it. We stayed composed. Really good calls from everyone. I think everyone in the server played well, to be honest.
So talk us through the map picks as well, because we saw before the match that you guys both had the exact same favorite maps of Ascent and Bind. Ascent got played, Bind didn't, and as a result, we headed off to Pearl. What was the thought behind that?
We don't have too much. Like everyone's, consumed by their individual teams. But we just played maps that we're all familiar with. I say that, but 3 of us hadn't played Pearl in any scrim before that game. But Marky and Smile really set the pace, and it's really good. Icebox we just picked because that's what we were comfortable qualifying on. We knew they'd pick Ascent, and we were all comfortable on Ascent, and then just went to Pearl because we just didn't fancy, the other maps.
So actually, you were the resident Astra player as well on Pawn. We've seen Astra go through a couple of changes in the meta. Obviously, she's not the powerhouse that she used to be. How does that affect how you play her now?
I've always really enjoyed playing her. Like the nerf wasn't ideal for sure, but it's not that bad. So you just got to adapt a little bit. And she's still really strong, but just certain maps she's just not too good anymore. But I'm always really comfortable on that agent. I think as long as you play agents you're comfortable on, you'll be fine.
And before we head off as well, do you have any final words? Because we know your opponent in the grand finals is going to be Last Dance. We had a couple of words that they had to say to some of the players that they were going to face. Do you have anything to say to your next opponent?
I just think it'll be a really good matchup. I know a lot of the enemy team. I think everyone that's playing in the server knows each other. I'm looking forward to it. It's just going to be a lot of fun. And yeah, that's pretty much all I've got to say. I'm just excited.
Well, perfect. Do be sure not to go anywhere as we are going to be joined by that match in a couple of moments. But first, we are going to head to a break, and it is brought to you by our wonderful sponsors, intelnuc, SteelSeries, National Express, and Aegon by AOC. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with the grand finals, deciding who heads off to Brazil.
Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Ayy, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no swings in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Huh. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Ayy, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no swings in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. This back and forth, this so obnoxious. I staying cautious, I staying firm like a young king. These are the rappers behind me. I'll eat the cake in 2 languages, chilling diplomatic, living universal. From Puerto Rico, I'm a giving verses. Put me on the verses, any verse. Ayy, you went from losing all to loosen it, to loosen up, to look at her, to what the hell I'm looking at. To pack your things, to pack your bag, leave the house and knock 'em back. I mean, look at this and look at that. You really can't compare, you can't come back. I mean, to be mad or be a man. I live my life, later make amends. Let's go. I got cards up in my sleeve, and you never heard of a mystery man like me. It's a lonely curse. Hey, when you wake up from a dream, it is all cap, they don't rap. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Hey, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no swings in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Huh. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Ayy, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no snakes in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Oh baby. I pray that my enemies, they trip over my high heel. I strut over them, no fear, just pure glam. I'm a working man, I get my bag and I'm out. I ain't here for no drama. Hey mama, didn't know about that karma. It is my universe. Hey, I got cards up in my sleeve and you never heard. Hey, of a mystery man like me, it's a lonely curse. Hey, when you wake up from a dream and everything you see is what it used to be. Now breathe, 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 breathe. I got cards up in my sleeve and you never heard of a mystery man like me, it's a lonely curse. Hey, when you wake up from a dream and it is all cap, they don't rap. Yeah. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Hey, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no flex in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Huh. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Hey, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no flex in my team, ain't no fake cedar. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Huh.
Okay, let's go. I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time, giving icon. I'm giving icon, I'm living right, yeah, it radiates in my sons, yeah. Draw my sights on, my insights strong. I can see you with no lights. I'm a python, I'm a fighter. Got my sights on, something bright, something real hot. No lighter, I can make a spark, no fire. Never put in park, made a good boy my driver. I am an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time. Giving icon, giving icon, yeah. I'm giving icon, yeah. Giving icon. I want money, yeah. I want all the money, yeah. I want money floating, spend it like it's nothing. Give me. I know. I deserve a little something. I mean, look at me, you cuff it. Look at me, you cuff it. You know everything I do comes with the prequel and the suffix. Suck out syllables and tell 'em. If you wanna work with me, you better come correct. If you flirt with me, I got my freaks waiting on your deck. Yeah, I'm baby, she's well protected, and it goes way back. I said I'm well connected. I got the ops, I'm retainer. No competition, no brainer. Slim waistline, no trainer. I said that I made her. I'm giving icon, I'm living right, yeah, it radiates in my sons, yeah. Draw my sights on, my insights strong. I can see you with no lights. I'm a python, I'm a fighter. Got my sights on, something bright, something real hot. No lighter, I can make a spark, no fire. Never put in park, made a good boy my driver. I'm an icon, a trendsetter. Big habits, I'm a big spender. If you wanna tap, better swipe the plastic. Know you love a brat, so I use my assets. I know you love an icon, a trendsetter. No one does it like me, no one does it better. I stay stuck on your mind, I live that all the time. Don't be rude, get in line, it's my time. Giving icon. Icon.
Yeah. I want y'all to listen to me. Cause I know there's a lot of talk out there. A lot of people try to put you down, but I got a few words for you. Check it. Hair standing up on your neck. Goosebumps on your skin, you a wreck. But to the world you look focused. Take a breath, remember that you chose this. You've been hustling, now it's time. Not a person in the world that can match your grind. Come on and get ready. Set, go, even
real. For real. Wow.
101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone. Better off, never lost, baby, yes, I'm home. Show them all, let them talk, this the game they lost. 101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone. Rain champagne like a champagne, I want real ones, that's my campaign. Hard working that mind frame, you can feel it, baby, I'm not the same. Been a corner going 3 wheels, that rock star, no cheap thrills. Climbed up a couple steep hills, fell back and had to rebuild.
Always staying fly, then I'm back straight to the ground. Oh yeah, gotta go, can't waste a moment of my time. Focus.
They talking, we cashing a check. We do it live in the flesh. They talking, we cashing a check. We do it live in the flesh. 101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone. Better off, never lost, baby, yes, I'm home. Show them all, let them talk, this the game they lost. 101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone. 101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone. Better off, never lost, baby, yes, I'm home. Show them all, let them talk, this the game they lost. 101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone.
Tell 'em nothing, I'm gone. For real.
Saw the prime, gotta go. Throw the money in the toe. Couple baddies on the boat. We gon' go from coast to coast. I guess that's how that really goes. Watch the page one our flows. Switch it up before they know. I got the antidote. Pulling out a punch. Taking these beats, make them lunch. My gut is all I trust. Yeah, they hoppin' high like us. They talking, we cashing a check. We do it live in the flesh. Came from the bottom, connect. Built a way up, that's respect. Built a way up, that's respect. Came from the bottom, connect. They talking, we cashing a check. We do it live in the flesh. 101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone. Better off, never lost, baby, yes, I'm home. Show them all, let them talk, this the game they lost. 101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone. 101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone. Better off, never lost, baby, yes, I'm home. Show them all, let them talk, this the game they lost. 101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone. They talking, we cashing a check. We do it live in the flesh. Built a way up, that's respect. Came from the bottom, connect. Built a way up, that's respect. Came from the bottom, connect. They talking, we cashing a check. We do it live in the flesh. 101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone. Better off, never lost, baby, yes, I'm home. Show them all, let them talk, this the game they lost. 101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone.
Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Ayy, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no snakes in my team, ain't no fake stealer. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite. Huh. Say what you mean, get it out of your chest. Ayy, you walking on eggshells, shaking and shivering, young hater, better give me your best. Say what you mean, ain't no snakes in my team, ain't no fake stealer. Don't you know what I be? Royal blood, I'm elite.
Regional finals. I am Twiggy, and I'm joined today once again by Moxie. It's going to be a banger. I think it's going to be an absolute banger.
I can't wait. I mean, we just got off an absolute monstrous series where Cassandra were finally able to make it into the grand finals, go up against Last Dance. It's a rematch, Twiggy.
It is.
It's a rematch of Southern qualifiers too, and oh, I am here for it.
It's going to be very cool.
Hopefully we don't see Pearl. I will say that. I will say that because Bensky shed a little bit of light in the interview. I still can't believe that 3 out of 5 of their players had not scrimmed Pearl.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. We can take a look once again at the bracket. Let's see how we got to this stage. Obviously, North finals, which we saw right at the start of the day, just Essentials versus Last Dance, and Last Dance took that one away pretty convincingly. The South final, a lot closer. Birmingham Bulls and Cassandra went in the way of Cassandra quite surprisingly. 9 rounds into that last map, we thought Birmingham Bulls had it for sure. 8-1, 9 rounds into that one. The game ended 13-10 to Casa Natura, so it couldn't really have got much more exciting than that for both of those teams. I feel terrible for Birmingham Bulls because they really did bring out the A game in that series, but it is Casa Natura that are going to be representing the south of the UK in this grand final. And yeah, there's a bit of history between these two teams.
A little bit of history. They have already versed up, not the full team of Last Dance, it was only a couple of players before they headed over to the Northern qualifiers. However, maybe that speaks more with Icebox. Because it was a 13-9 scoreline the last time these two versed up, and it was actually in favor of Casa Natura.
Yeah.
So we might see 2 maps immediately being banned, Icebox and Pearl coming through, and that's definitely going to make it a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I would be interesting to see. I would be interested. I would not be interesting. I'm always interesting. I would be interested to see exactly what these guys go for. Once again, I mean, we saw a little bit of that anti-stratting kind of banning going on in the last series where, what was it? It was Bind that was banned, and Bind was one of the maps that they both wanted to play. Yeah, I like that. I like that. The first series we saw. Yeah.
Because they did not insta-ban Bind out in the first series.
Yeah, exactly.
And there were ramifications.
Yes, it was an interesting. They both just played the maps they wanted to play. Hey, I respect it, but in the end, the better team is going to win very quickly if you both pick a comfort pick. And yeah, I do like seeing a bit of a counter-stratting pick instead of that. But we'll be able to see very shortly what these guys pick. Obviously, Casa Natura are going to be off the back of, well, we've had a 20-minute break, but they've played a monster series, and they are going to, well, either be warm or tired, I think,
it's
are the
two
two options.
extremes, right? Sometimes teams do really well because they don't have to worry about warming back up, and I think Casa might actually be one of those teams, because when we did see them at the start of the day, coin flippy. Very inconsistent, very coin flippy, but when we saw them in the second match, they really came into their own. Also, talking about banger matchups, not only do we have 2 banger teams, we get to see MGT versus Smile on the Chamber Off, and I cannot wait to see how that one goes.
For those of you who weren't around for the first series and are just joining us, MJT managed to hit one of the best tour de forces I've seen ever. Not just, okay, maybe it wasn't an ace, right? But it was a leg shot through a wall, and then 4 kills after that, and then manages to, it obviously couldn't finish it off with the tour de force, it only has 5 bullets in it, but it was honestly one of the most impressive things I've ever seen, and this team is scary. They were playing off rolls and still kind of dumpstered our other Northern representatives.
Not just off rolls, also off weaponry too.
Yeah.
We had a Raze player running around who doesn't even normally main Raze and just decided to pick up a judge.
Yeah.
For the entirety of Bind, and they still walked away.
Yeah. It's actually tried his best to make that second map competitive, and still, Last Dance managed to take it away pretty convincingly. So, yeah, I don't know. Is that representative of what's going to happen here? Is Last Dance an incredibly scary team? We haven't really seen them play at full, potential, at full kind of trying, but they're probably going to have to.
Well, I mean, we actually heard it as well from Bensky in the previous interview. All of these players know each other.
Yeah.
They versed each other on the server a lot. Yeah. So I think we are going to see a very close matchup, as everyone is very likely to know each other's playstyles.
Yeah, that is always the way it works, I feel like. Although, maybe if you're different skill levels, it doesn't really matter if you do know each other and know how each other play, because in the end, anti-stratting is going to be more effective than just hitting headshots. That's the way Valorant works. If it was another game with less abilities or anything like that, it would not work that way. But Valorant is specifically and very specially geared towards making sure that not only gunplay is the catalyst that wins you around. So, yeah, I'd like to see what kind of things are going to be brought out to try and shut down other players, because there are really some incredibly dynamic players on both teams that will need to be shut down if the other team wants a chance at winning the series.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen it to an extent, right? In the previous series where we saw the Viper being fielded, that was a very good pick coming on through from Bulls. Yeah. And it worked for a majority of the time. And unfortunately, then we saw the side swap come through.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's really going to be, I don't know. I mean, Last Dance, oh my God, how many times am I going to say that? Last Dance, they really had, we saw no moment where they were challenged to a point where they would need to try, which is, it always makes it difficult to assume what's going to happen. We're saying it's going to be competitive. We don't know, because they could be insanely better than we even saw there, because they weren't playing on rolls, they weren't really trying too hard. Maybe if they bring out all the stops, I I think there's a possibility, there's a world in which Last Dance keep up the performance that they had in the first series, which would be a scary thing to see and would excite me for the world final at the very least.
Well, not just that, but remember, Last Dance are literally here in the studio. This is a LAN thanks to National Express, one of our wonderful sponsors. They actually got all of our players into the studio, so they all get to watch in person. And Last Dance, because they went first in their final for their region, right?
Yeah.
It means that for the entirety of that best of 3 that we saw, they were sitting and watching and seeing all of the strategies, all of the game plans, and also they were getting a break.
Yeah, that was, that again, could go both ways. Could mean that now they're not warm anymore, and now they'll have to warm back up in the next series, but also at the same time, it's nice to have a break. It's nice to sit down, and not only just sit down and relax, but sit down and be able to download your enemy's strat book, because
that was a glaring weakness,
right?
And it comes in the form, unfortunately, of half of Valorant, the defense.
And the thing is, it's not like they could even save strats for this last series. They were pushed to the edge. They had to bring out everything that they had, so it's not like they have anything left up the sleeve to show in this last series, I don't think. I think we have seen, and Last Dance have seen, pretty much everything that they have to offer, and that could be a big help for them.
Yeah, we also saw as well the leap of faith, the fact that Pearl got fielded. When we saw in the previous, like, all of the stats, all of the players, like, saying, okay, our favorite maps are Ascent and Bind. Both of those teams, 2 of those teams come in with the exact same 2 favorite maps, and you're like, okay, cool, yeah, we're definitely going to see those up first. No. Bind gets chucked out the window, and along comes Pearl, and it's like, oh, okay, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think
trial by fire.
It is an odd one when it must be a confidence thing, I guess, when you have the same map pool as another team and you ban out one of your maps. It's like, we know you're better than us on this one. That's okay. That's fine. We'll give you that one, and then we'll just come back on another map. But it was, that one of those kinds of things. I want to see if that will happen in this one, because obviously they know each other and they've scrimmed against each other and all this. They played with each other. They probably know each other's map pools quite well, and they are different. These two teams' map pools are different. So it should be interesting to see if they do manage to get some counter-stratting bans going.
Agent pool as well, actually. It was really interesting because, like, Bensky was saying, yeah, I'm an Astra player.
Yes.
Astra's my favorite controller, which is really strange given that there's still Astra mains.
Why? Why are there still Astra mains? You said that with such venom.
Well, no, it's just that she got hit with probably one of the biggest nerfs to any agent's kit. Remember the Infinite Astra?
Yes. Yeah.
The ye old days of Astra release, where we had all of the videos going out on Ascent, where when you picked up one of those little stars, it spawned the mini nebula.
Yeah.
And it would just be smoke, refresh, smoke.
Yeah.
That's gone. Now you get like 2 nebulas.
Range has been specifically nerfed as well.
Range has been nerfed, so now you have to be closer to the action. Like, there are a really strong, versatile control lineup in Valorant, but Astra, I think, has always just had a place in people's hearts.
Yeah, I think, well, she has a very specific kit. It's not just controller, it's also a little bit Sentinel, it's also a little bit, there's some stuff going on that isn't just as simple as we put smoke down, easy peasy, that's kind of Brimstone's kit, very good for Bind and stuff like that, where you just want control of the map, or you want to rotate fast, or something like that. There's one team that seems very interested in what's going on, and there's one team that really doesn't. Yeah, interesting that. Yeah, no, it's interesting that it's the team that's had the break that's relaxed at this point.
Oh yeah, probably because again they've had a break, a sizable break.
Yeah.
So they are going to have to warm up. I'm going to be really interested to see how
she's basically asleep, just meditating.
Just getting in. Maybe that's the astral form.
Yeah. Okay.
Just getting into the full immersive Astro experience.
Yeah, that works. That's good. Yeah, these two teams, they fought tooth and nail to get here. This is, let me remind you of the stakes for this one. The winner of this best of 3 gets free tickets to Sao Paulo to go and play against 49 other countries. And here we go. The bans coming through. Fracture and Bind once again. Casa Natura apparently just don't like Bind anymore.
No. Casa Natura ban it. They don't have to go against Last Dance on Bind. I am so happy right now we're seeing counter-strategy coming through.
That's beautiful.
And also, look at the confidence. Casanetto, who admitted in an interview less than 30 minutes ago.
That's amazing. Oh, it worked, so we might as well pick it again.
Three of them were yet to scrimp. At least they now know the layout of the map and some of the like.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, it worked. Why not? Let's just do it again. I mean, to be fair, if you discount the first 9 rounds, they trashed the other team. So, in a way, if they just keep up the momentum that they had in that Pearl game, in the next Pearl game, I don't see a reason why they couldn't 13-4.
Yeah, and I mean, the defense is definitely going to be better as well now that they have a better understanding of how to play Pearl in the defense. Like,
yeah.
I feel like when you get thrown into the deep end on Pearl, a lot of players just gravitate towards mid. Because they're like, it's the largest part of the map. If we control this, we control all of the rotations.
Yeah.
And they sort of get baited into thinking it's worth more than it actually is.
Yeah.
It's like fool's gold, right?
Right, yes, I remember picking up a bag of fool's gold. A lot of school trips involved fool's gold. It was like, you know that's not real gold, right? And it's like, yeah, no, I paid like £1 for it at a gift shop. I really didn't expect it to be real gold, I'm not going to lie to you.
Well, I mean, it may not be real gold, but you know what else is real gold in our eyes?
It's the intelnuc PCs. They're real gold right there. They are real gold. They're not made of gold. Not quite. You don't get that much bang for your buck, I'm not going to lie to you. That would be infinite bang for your buck, but you definitely do get bang for your buck in terms of the power that is stored within these things. Absolutely amazing. Also our pros using, our student pros, our soon-to-be professional Valorant players playing with their Steel Sports esports curriculum. Look at our crowd. Look at our beautiful crowd. Half of them have already played today, but they seem interested in what's going on. They didn't seem like they were distracted by their phones at all.
Also,
it's fine. The game hasn't started yet. It's fine.
No one's LFT, so that's.
Yeah, we don't have an LFT yet going on anymore. But yeah, no, it's fine. No, yeah, stay on your phones. It's fine. Don't pay attention to the map bans. We'll do that for you. We'll do all the heavy lifting and the thinking.
Yeah. A reminder: we are going to be headed back to Pearl on game number 2, but first we're headed off to Ascent.
Indeed.
And this is what I'm so excited for.
Yeah.
Like, I love Pearl. I love just all of the macro decisions that you have to make in positioning. But honestly, the best feeling in Valorant is being a duelist or a chamber on Ascent and trying to out-duelist or out-chamber your mirror.
Yes. Yeah, being able to fully diff your mirror is probably one of the best feelings that you can definitely have. I know the feeling very well as a chamber main. For sure, I know that one.
Getting back up on the soapbox of...
Yes, I am good at the game, and I should be praised for that. I don't get enough praise for being good at the game.
I have half a mind to go talk to MJT or Smile and be like, hey, can you
1v1 him?
Twiggy
Ego check him, yeah.
after this?
Well, they're very good at the game. I'm good at the game. They're very good at the game. That's a difference.
You're changing your tune now, Mr. Top 6%.
No. I never said. Well, I am. That's hey, you can look at the rank distribution anytime you want. You can look at that whenever you want. That's publicly available. Ascendant 1 is it's insane, isn't it? Diamond 3 is top 10% in the world.
Wow.
Wild. I've seen Diamond 3s play. I was Diamond 3 once. That's not. Then we're not that good. Top 10%. Unbelievable. I don't know. I look. I'm not judging if you're silver or anything, but whew, man, that's a yikes. Oh man.
Wow.
No, I'm throwing that shade out there. I can't. I've been here. How long have we been live for? It's been since 9 a.m.
Oh no, it was 9.
And it's currently about 3, so we've been here for 6 hours, right? Something like that. So yeah, I'm allowed to, it's maybe the watershed hasn't happened, but I'm definitely allowed to be a bit toxic. That's fine. That's fine.
Oh man, I think we're gonna have a lot of really fun matchups. Probably, Chambers better than you that we're gonna get to watch.
Yes, I'm pretty sure everyone here is better than me. I think that's kind of certain. Yeah.
I can just feel the pain radiating off you having to admit that.
No, I don't think. No. I'm happy to admit that they're better than me. That's fine. One day they won't be. One day I will be better than them. That's how this works, I'll keep you in mind. I was Platinum 3 only 2 seasons ago.
Really going for the protagonist arc.
Yeah,
really?
I am the main character.
Okay, do you also get like the montage music?
Yes, Rocky.
When
Rocky,
you go
yeah.
into like the training range, you're just like lifting a SteelSeries keyboard, just being like, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
Now I've
Yeah.
lift it 20 different times.
Yeah, no, yeah. SteelSeries mouse, and you put some weights inside it, and you can get it heavier and heavier. And now I've got the gaming guns. They don't need to be big. They just need to be flexible and reaction times. Yeah.
How did you describe your shirt when we were talking about wardrobe?
No, that's a term. It's not. I said muscle fit because I'm not saying I have muscles. It's just a muscle fit shirt. That's not. I have been going to the gym, but I'm not quite there yet. Still in lobby. We're waiting for the players. It's fine. We can talk. Look. I got a shake of the head from somebody on our prod team about. What are you? Wait, is that a shake of the head to mean don't talk about that, or you don't have muscles? I don't know. I already admitted that one. Both? Okay.
I saw you do one push-up and then immediately just discorded down. But you know what else?
You were sitting on me.
You know what else I get to see?
There we go. Finally. Oh, sorry. I don't mean to say that you took too long. I'm just saying. Finally.
It's fine. This is fine. We hit the button. Cast has started game.
Yeah, exactly. Casters have started game. Finally. Yeah.
Took his head as ego check.
Now we're going to see what Zekshi is actually going to play. Although it seems like it's going to be duelist anyway. Are we going to get a jet from Zekshi? Is that what we're looking at?
Well, we've already got a chamber versus chamber, and maybe we do get to see a jet as well coming on it. I would love that. Chamber v chamber, jet v jet.
That's always fun. I think maybe somebody picked the wrong agent. I think we're going to go back into that one.
Yeah.
So now you have to listen to our beautiful voices for even longer. I know. Back by unpopular demand.
We revoke the caster's pushed button privilege.
Yep. Sorry. Casters didn't start game. Unfortunate. Oh, is there some trash talk going on? I saw some gestures with the head there. It's that classic Southern v Northern trash talk going on.
The backhanded compliments versus.
Yeah. Oh man. Zekshi is really thinking. He's deep in thought.
Oh yeah, they're going to be playing
about?
Pearl. They're probably going to have to think abstract shit.
What's he thinking about? Oh, something's on his mind.
Maybe he's just an awe.
He's figuring out which agent to play next. He's not going to play his main ever.
I just threw you an absolute golden curveball into sponsor raid.
Okay. Cool. I wasn't listening to you. I'm not gonna lie.
Maybe he's in awe of his monitor by Aegon.
Oh yeah, by Aegon AOC. Beautiful monitor. Like, what? No. How did you expect me to pick up on that one? You just said the word awe. What do you want from me?
Maybe he's in awe of his monitor.
I'm not a telepath, okay? I'm not. Look, I've got 2 brain cells and I use half of them for breathing. That's just how this works. Man, they're deep. All of them are deep in thought. But they looked so relaxed earlier, and now they're not.
Oh yeah, it's almost like not only a trip to Brazil is riding on the line, but also representing.
Somebody reminded Zekshi that there's actually something on the line here, and he's okay, gotta sit up.
Well, yeah, whoever wins this represents the UK.
Yeah, the whole of the UK. That's a lot. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's 50 million people to represent the UK. That's a lot.
81 teams narrowed down to 2. After today, we narrow it down even further to 1. There it is. It is going to be the run it back.
I see what the oopsie was last time. There we go. Okay, now Zekshi is on the Sova. We've got a check coming out instead of that chamber. Cool.
Yeah, this is interesting. We haven't really seen MGT on that jet before.
No.
And not only are they going to have to keep up pace with one duelist, they're also going to have to keep pace with Smile.
Indeed. Yeah, that is an interesting one. Obviously, they have the same format going in that they're both playing double initiator, but instead of having 2 duelists, kind of, because chamber, they've got 1 duelist and a much more stalwart sentinel, something that can really stop players in their tracks. And obviously, Killjoy has been played on Ascent for a while, but I feel like she was really pushed out of meta by Chamber as soon as he was added.
Yeah, Killjoy is always a weird one on Ascent because, on paper, she's great.
Yes.
Right? You put down all of your utilities on the defense, they're not really able to move past it.
Yeah.
Select your
And immediately, with the alarm bot and the turret, you can check for flanks, you can catch that chamber. The problem is it doesn't give away how many people are flanking.
Yeah.
And because that chamber he likes to go on walkies a lot. He likes to get his 10k steps in every single day. And if you just see the turret and you hear it picking up a player, you're like, okay, is it just the chamber or is it an entire group of players?
Yeah. Well, that should be interesting. Last Dance versus Casa Natura. Grand finals here. It feels so, you know, we've had such a long day of amazing games that it's just, you can't quite believe it. You can't quite believe it's almost all over. One more series to go. And this, you can't understate the stakes. It is genuinely, you are representing the United Kingdom against 49 other teams of different countries. It's an amazingly diverse event that the Red Bull have put together.
It's literally once in a lifetime.
Yeah? Yeah?
For these players.
Yeah? Oh, are you saying they'll never do it again? Is that what you're saying? You're saying they'll never go to an international LAN again? Is that what you're saying, Moxie? Are you saying that they will never be good enough to go to an international LAN? Are you saying it's just because Red Bull are hosting this event because they'll ever go to an international LAN because they're too bad to do that? Is that what you're saying? Why are you saying that? That's so rude, Moxie. I can't believe you would say that. Terrible. Terrible person. I have to spend time with this person. So rude. I don't believe it.
You know, people think I'm the nice one.
How do people think you're the nice one? I'm a beaming, radiant beam of light. I'm so... Anyway, the game is happening. Finally. Casa Turner on the defense to start off with. Smile takes the first pick. MJT had a tough time getting through mid, sprayed down through a dark cover. But Last Dance, I mean, they're just defaulting once again. This is I guess, the case for both teams at this point, because Casa Natura, they kind of showed that they wanted to default a lot on the attack in the past few maps we've seen them on. But this time, they're getting a taste of their own medicine. Hypers is in. Wine. Guna?
It looks like they're going to clear it.
Yeah, Guna is holding that pretty aggressively, but...
Like, one good placed fragment and
no utility has been used on it yet, and nobody seems to be looking at it anymore, which...
Past.
Oh, that scares me. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, Hypers... Oh, the trigger control. He finds 1, 2, 3! 3 heads and looking for the fourth as well. It's actually in the corner. It is Marky that takes it away, but it's the perfect wine hold from... Oh, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. They were looking at it the whole time.
They were looking, and then they discount it.
Why not use a piece of utility there?
One fragment.
It's worth it. It's worth it. It's always worth it.
One fragment, 1 0 point. Even if one of your players goes for the face check,
one enemy
at least you would only have potentially lost one rather than every single player on site.
Oh.
That's rough.
Ouch.
Rough to say the least. You know, maybe that does feed into the Fury. Last Dance, they might need to warm back up again.
Yeah, maybe.
This Casa definitely feeling confident. Double marshals coming out for them as well, by the way. On this buy is Last Dance gonna have to opt out of mid control. Trying to take these isolated fights so that the marshal doesn't down them before they even get to push around the corner.
Yep, Bensky gets one, gets out. Looking for the second now, but the turret will finish him off. Oh, there's the trash talk. It's in chat, not in person. You're at a LAN, guys. Say it to each other's faces. God. Anyway. Back to a 4v4. Last Dance, though, on much lower HP, and obviously the better weaponry is in the hands of Casa Turner. So you'll expect this round to go to them. Is every round going to be this defaulty? My lord. They're terrified of each other. That's what I'm going with. They're terrified.
Well, for Last Dance, they did really force up the marshals on this round, so they don't want to lose. And Casa, like, they know if they're able to take this round and go for that upset, they deny the bonus.
Yeah.
And they can't try and find their footing, especially when you're on defense and ascent. You need that economy to feed in to being able to hold these angles aggressively when the round begins. The operator is so strong on this map. As Marky not able to find the kill shot just yet.
Yeah,
Backs
stuck
up in the reload again, stuck against the corner, and immediately gonna be backed against the wall.
Oh.
2v2.
His Hyper's gonna regret buying that Vandal there. It's on the ground, you can still see it. Oh, Zeno able to get the kill, able to save that Vandal just about. That was a costly round though for Casa Natura.
Well, we knew it could potentially have been a costly round, right? When they went for not just the double marshal, but also the Vandal buy for them. Thankfully, they win the round and are able to recover the rifle, but it's definitely not going to be a great buy or a great bonus heading into this next end third round, because this is the round that we see Last Dance coming in with those rifles, with the better buy. This is the round that they should be able to go aggressive, break from the default, and really try and throw a curveball in the positioning coming out from this defense.
Yeah. Last Dance. Well, sorry, Casa Natura only saving 2 weapons. One of them is a rifle, but still. It does mean that they're running 3 pistols into this round. Hoping just to get some value. Hyper's trying to go aggressive with that one, and MJT is not looking towards short. Smell gets one and gets out, and that value has already been found.
Right here.
At least it was the immediate rendezvous after the kill came through. So no rifle pickup.
Very
However,
much so. Oh, glitchy.
unfortunately, missing that jet does mean Last Dance are missing momentum to get onto these sites.
Although the one rifle player of Casa Natura has been taken down, and I don't think they know if they can go and get that Vandal back for the team just yet.
Smiles just holding this angle with the headhunter.
Yep.
Gives up the space, isn't going to get caught out by the drone. Is actually just checking every single one of those angles, dark cover. Pretty decent. Bensky actually does get spotted out as they make their way into market. Guna's going to chase.
Bensky sat out here. Nobody's picked up the Vandal that Casa Natura lost. I'm just saying, guys. That's in pizza. Yep, there we go. Okay, somebody got it. All right, Smile heading through CT. They need to get rid of that turret before they push forward. Bensky finds one with the Sheriff. They can clear up lane now. It could be a massive push for them, and the trade is there from Marky to make it happen. 3v2 now. Milker's back towards Boathouse, hits 2 heads, and there's Thorns with the 3rd. And Last Dance, although it wasn't the most convincing round, they managed to take it away.
It's those Vandals. It's the rifle difference that they're able to take it. Their health was extremely low.
Yeah.
But it is the turnaround, the 3rd round, where even if you lose the pistols, you can start to make that climb towards the recovery. It was a really good start to Small coming with that headhunter, denying the Jets' existence, but it is going to be Last Dance with just the better buy, able to just come through clutch at the end, as now it's going to be a little bit more even. This is the true test for Caster's defense. Are they still going to be able to hold stalwart, or are they going to fall?
Well, Last Dance, they want to head towards A to begin things. The knife went out towards mid, but apart from that, it's a pretty straight shot towards this one. Marky is going to be holding it up from Tetris here. The crossfire from Bensky over towards Generator, but out comes that lockdown.
They have to check, right?
Yeah, they can't really counter this, so they have to either move out of the way or get all the kills before anything happens, and it looks like the latter is going to be the one they go for. Bensky finds 3. Thorn's trying to bring it back, but Marky and Bensky have already done all the work. They just weren't giving them an inch there, and maybe you should have waited just a little bit for that lockdown to force them to make an error.
It's really weird timing, because they don't really have anything to destroy the lockdown.
Yeah, they didn't have to peek that.
And, I mean, Marky is so deep on that side on Tetris that if no kill comes through from other defending players, they are stuck on that site and locked down and dead.
And dead.
But unfortunately, timing is not Last Dance's forte in that round, and they are going to be punished for it. It's now emboldened.
Oh my god.
Marky once again moves up into catwalk.
Oh.
And just denies MGT from being able to play.
Man. That's a lot of their control as well. Not only is it their jet, it's just the one player who was looking for mid control too. The rest of the team is now bunched up in B main.
The last time they were missing the jet, the only way they won the round was because they had the weapon difference, and unfortunately, the exact opposite is currently in play.
Yep.
Casa have the rifles this round.
Well, Last Dance want to try and find some way into this round, but they need to find a foothold before they can try and take it away. It looks like they're going to head towards Market. Pop flash through the dark cover. Smile gets all the information he needs, backs up into Market. Going to be suppressed, but he's just going to sit in logs for now. Zeno is there to try and kite him away, but Thorns is the one to hit the headshot. Hypers comes round from the other side, manages to find one before backing out into his own smoke. Marky and Smile get picks for themselves. Thorns can't quite hit the headshot. And once again, Kessler and Turner take it away. That wasn't a very difficult round for them.
For a moment, it feels like it's just going to be holding on Log's angle.
Yeah.
And then the adaptation, the movement from Logs to button is unexpected.
Yeah.
Smile literally gets one for absolute 3 because they just do not think that the chamber has moved that far.
Yeah.
They think they're holding on Logs because Logs is always good for 1, but Button is apparently 2, as it is now going to be a first time out coming through from Last Dance. They had such a strong showing in their region. And it does feel like it's just taking a little bit of time for them to find their feet, time that they really cannot afford.
Yeah, it does seem that way. There have been a couple whiffs, a couple of unforced errors. I would call the lockdown one an unforced error. I don't think there was any need to turn around the corner in that round, especially not the whole team. But
it's small errors that are just adding up to a slightly larger picture.
Yeah.
The lockdown for one, the missed shots in market for a second.
Yeah, well.
It's good that they're calling a timeout now, though, like early on, to try and nip those in the bud.
Yeah.
So that it does only cost you 4 rounds rather than an entire map.
Yeah. This round very important for them, though. You can see their economy not so encouraging for them. But as long as they win this round, that should not be a problem if they don't lose too many weapons coming into this one. Smile is going to be revealed by that recon dart. He's not going to be suppressed in time. He does have to use his rendezvous, though, which gives it a 30-second cooldown. Hits a couple shots through the smoke there. MGT almost once again dying through dark cover to a spray.
It's good adaptation, though. Now they see the dark cover, they shoot through it rather than allowing Marky to hold that aggressive position in the middle of it. They still lose Searchy on the Sova now, though. And that was the main way you were tracking where the chamber was going to be popping up.
Yeah, and Last Stance, they're now playing really passively. The spike is still all the way in their base. They just want to default get an opening pick before they move forward, but it doesn't look like that's happening whatsoever because Casa and Natura are giving them absolutely nothing. Until now, but the trade is there from Smile, and the smoke is good to keep away the rest of the players. They may not know that anyone else is in B. Thorns gets one towards A. They still need to go grab that spike and make that space happen. Oh, they're not grabbing the spike at all. They're just going to head forward. Oh, there we go. Okay, I was going to say.
I mean, B is barren at the moment. B is
30 seconds
absolutely free. The problem is that they've waited so long to commit to one of these sites. Castor are holding onto null command.
Oh, that's good from Guna. That's good timing to get up into window and find that pick. Now A is open for them. They can get that spike on the ground. 15 seconds left in the round, but they will get that planted. Smile is now coming up from rafters, though. Can he find a pick to open things up for his team? No, he cannot. MJT is the one to find the head, making it a 1v3. Null command available, do you think? Maybe? 1v3, null command?
You don't use it.
Nah. Go on, Hypers, do it.
You absolutely don't use it in this round. The crossfire is going to be set up. Spike's already been down on the ground. You're going to have to use that 0 point and fragment to try and push onto players.
Oh my god, Hypers! Oh my god, Hypers! 1v1 now. Could win this one out pretty easily now. No, he doesn't. But it was so close. What were those shots, Hypers?
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. So first of all, the 0 point and fragment to make sure that the player is occupied in hell cannot turn it into a crossfire, and then the immediate swing of the crosshair towards main to catch out that third player who was looking to be the finishing piece of that crossfire.
I still got whiplash from that shot onto the wine player, honestly.
Yeah.
Still got whiplash.
Your head swiveled almost as faster as Hypers' mess.
Yeah, wow.
That was insane.
But not quite enough.
But not quite enough.
Get out of my way.
Unfortunately. Alt Blade Storm from Last Stance. Marky playing mid. Once again, if Marky can get an opening pick, that would be massive. The dash is used, but still suppressed. Smile, waiting here in main. Oh, almost manages to find that shot, but it's not quite happening. That shoulder peek is good.
Yeah, the tower as well setting up gave them that false feeling of safety. Thankfully, they were able to land the shot and force the rendezvous out before the Killjoy finds themselves being taken down alongside that turret.
So it is Marky to hold it down from CT now. The dark cover comes out to slow them down once again, and once again, Last Stance, they're happy to slow it down. They don't mind. They'll play defaults all day if they have to. If they need to plant in the last 10 seconds of the round, they've already done it once or twice. You can do it again.
Fury is going to be up and available, but Milka is going to go down. No Killjoy, again, missing one of those really key pieces of flank control. Thankfully, Smile has already been dumped down low enough that they're given pause for thought and not just roaming the map for absolute free. 30 seconds left. Last Stance are going to have to make a commitment to one of these sites.
Oh, no way, Smile. The timing on that was perfect from Guna just to not get killed there. Now they can move in towards B. There is a player waiting for them here in Boathouse, but there's no time left. Maybe if Zeno can just get one pick here, I'll just slow them down a little bit. There's 9 seconds left on the timer. They need to get this spike down now, but the spike carrier was killed. 4 seconds left. They can get this spike down. They do have enough time, just about, just a 1/10 of a second. But Hypers is coming in. He'll get 4 kills. He'll close out the round for them, and that is the risk of leaving a round to the last few seconds.
Yeah, Zeno from the back of Boathouse. They know that he's there. The recon bolt goes into Boathouse. They're anticipating someone being that deep in sight. But you drop the Sova. The spike carrier went first into the open. No one played bodyguard. No one played body shield. And as a result, it is just body after body thrown on top of that spike. All of the distraction that Hypers need to be able to cross onto that left flank. And just rip through every single body piled on site.
That was so important from Casanatura, from Hypers, who is having the game of his life right now.
Operator still going to be in play for Smile. Once again, last dance denied mid-control, having to go straight for the jugular main! And Smile's not going to miss a second time.
Maybe a second one if they keep getting revealed through there as well. Shots fired down into stairs is Zeno. He doesn't manage to find the pick though. Move in towards site, get the spike on the ground, but retakes we've seen have been pretty damn good from Casanatura so far, especially when you've got Hypers in the mix.
Flanks coming through from the Jet as well. Casa playing the long con.
Hunter's Fury keeps back these players. Bensky gets out of dodge. Just no! He walks back into it! He walks back into the Hunter's Fury, takes a second bit of damage. He'd avoided it completely. Smile is going to have to be the one to get the picks here as they move in. It's a good flash in towards Boathouse. All the players are going to be hit by that. Hypers gets in, gets the first, and almost collateral. He sprays them down. It's another 3K for him, and they take the round back. You do not hold Boathouse against Hypers.
The thing is, they had no choice but to hold Boathouse. The flank from the Jet gives the all clear. No one's in lobby, no one's in main. The only place that they can be is backside Boathouse.
Oh my god.
Hypers is on absolute fire right
Hypers.
now. Look at this! Look at this! Immediate transition!
Oh, they line up perfectly. Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you for the slow-mo prod. That's... Whew. See, a second to calm down. He's at 14-4.
Absolutely
it's only
insane
been 8
play
rounds
coming through from this KO. There's a reason that we mentioned this player. There's a reason that he played for Geef Kalash in the past.
You should run.
He has so much skill, as it is now going to be Milka with that attacking lockdown, trying to push everyone through main onto B.
Smile was taken out, but so far, I don't think Casanatura are really falling for the fake. I mean, they have rotated, but not all the way out, but maybe they should be checking corners a little bit more as Hypers maybe feeling a little overconfident. Gets taken out there. Marky gets one back for the team, but it's a 2v4 still. They do have Nightfall, should they wish to use that. Marky dashes into a wall. Looking for something here, but that fragment is going to keep him from pushing too quickly. Zeno is going to be caught there. Oh, a little bit of damage through the floor, not much more than that. This is going to be a pretty much impossible round now for Casanatura, but it was very good from last dance. Well played.
Yeah, really good positioning as well. You can see that they've adapted into not just having players 2 and Hull, 1 immediately out in the open on main to try and set up that very easy crossfire. Yep. Because they've seen if there's something like that Nightfall in play, it will connect onto every player on that site. So you do need to play a little bit further back and trust your players in Hull to be able to delay long enough to be able to backtrack onto that fight. As Last Dance starting to eat up the distance, the adaptation starting to come on through. This is the team that we saw have such a dominant performance previously, starting to really come back into that form. As Casa once again looking to try and open up that first pick. Jet and KO together, an absolute deadly tag team.
Still a long way to go for Last Dance, and I was going to say it's even longer if Smile is managed to get that pick, but no, Milka is there. Once again, make the first death. Oh, for Casanatura. Oh, what a shot. No, he's jumping, but Sekshi is there. It's fine. All good. All good. Casanatura down to 2 players now once again. Oh, Bensky sees it. No, it's all but over. What a shot from Bensky, but it's not enough. to win that round. 6-4 now. And Last Dance starting to bring it back.
Yeah, sometimes it's really unfortunate. You dash just as they cross the corner and
Yeah.
can use it to say, there's a jet behind there. And you get forced into actually taking that fight, otherwise you're just going to get wall-banged.
Yeah.
And that forces Hyper's hand too, because he crosses into shot so that he can try and set up peel for the jet. And either go for the trade or provide assistance with the flash. And unfortunately, it means that he drops too. As losing control of main means losing control of the A site. Last Dance definitely once again really feeling to wake up. Smile, different angle this time. It's a very aggressive play coming through from Marky, but it's a little bit too predictable.
Oh, they were flashed. It's just he didn't land the shots too quickly. But Smile, could have done more with the classic there. Makes it a 2v2. It's a brilliant eco from Casanatura so far, but they need to take it all the way because Last Dance, they already have enough economy. It doesn't really matter how much of a dent you make in it. I don't know if they know how far up Rafters Bensky is. If he gets a better view of the head, he's going to be able to take out MGT. The trade is there from Guna, but can he find the last pick? No, he cannot. Zeno finishes out the eco round for Casanaturna, and they make it 7-4. And now they have enough money to buy into next round as well.
The discipline from Bensky to not reveal yourself and to give the information to your fade on where to land Nightfall so it hits both players.
Whew.
Oh,
Battle of the Wits.
Bensky as well, he was stressed after that last matchup.
Yeah.
It was a hard series. It was a close series.
Yeah.
But they've recovered. They're keeping that confidence. They're keeping the adrenaline that they were able to pick up.
So far, the pattern seems to be if Smile dies first, Last Dance win the round. So maybe just put Smile in spawn. Don't let him die.
Well, this time Smile's not the one that dies first.
No, not at all. Maybe that means Casanaturna win the round. We'll see. It's looking that way so far. MJT manages to get one back for his team, but now stuck in a corner is Milka. Bensky takes that one down. It's only 2 players left on the Last Dance side, and it's looking like it's going to be an 8-4 half to Casanaturna here, as MJT just tries to keep his teammate alive. Here's Hypers. Doesn't manage to get the pick, but doesn't take much damage either. And these last 2 players just trying to make their way in towards B. Hypers finds 1 more, 2 more. Casanaturna take the half 8-4.
Hypers is on actual fire.
Actual fire. He's on actual fire. Do we have anybody? I'm sure there are some fire extinguishers down here, but I just want to make sure.
He's been having some brilliant usages of utility though, right?
He has, yeah.
Like the flash drive to isolate the Killjoy as well and keep Milka in the corner. So that if anyone tries to help out, they're going to get caught in the flash as well. And it's just going to mean more bodies drop and hit the floor. And it's concerning because the side swap is coming. Casa, historically, have been a lot stronger on their attack than they have been on their defense.
Yeah.
And we just saw Casa hitting absolute pixel perfection on some of those defensive ranks.
Yeah.
What are they going to look like now that they're on their more confident half?
Well, we're about to find out. 8-4, already with a 4-round lead moving into this half. That's about as good as it gets. Zeno looking for some mid-control. Casanaturna looking to kind of default. Oh, Marky hits shots. It's not just Hypers on this team. They'll move in. Dashing towards site. Hypers takes down Thorns. They have not taken more than 1 shot yet. Oh, 2 actually. They've taken 2 shots so far this round. But they have managed to get 3 kills for the Troubles. Marky just moves up into Rafters, taken down by Zekshi. But now 2 versus 4. Okay, Milka with the long range classic shots. The recon dart reveals 1 player. Doesn't know that the second is in wine. They're going to have to play bodyguard here, and Smile is getting in the way. That's 1 pick either way. But now Milka is the only player alive. He's just not going to get the work done in time. Casanaturna extend their lead to 5.
Haunt lineup is good too. It tags Milka's location. So you know when to trade peak angles.
Yep.
That is the power that Fade brings. You really are able to pin down where exactly your opponent is going to be coming from. Marky riskily taking that Phantom. This could work out brilliantly for Casa.
It's like a reward. He's afforded himself one, and Hey, why not? He got just enough money with those kills.
Huh?
Go for it. Treat yourself, King. Beautiful.
If this works out, they are going to have so much fire potential. Last time cannot afford to double peak this, otherwise they are just going to be absolute fodder as the Phantom begins his absolute rampage and it's shut down!
Oh, 2 with the shorty for MJT. Brings Cassina Turner down to 3, but luckily they still have control of the round. And they can play post plants, but still a very, very meaningful 2 picks there for Last Dance, no matter what happens at the end of this round.
Bensky was able to move forward and pick it up.
Yeah, luckily for the team. Hypers will find one more. Okay, they finish out the round. Not too bad, not too bad. It was looking a bit scary there after those shorty picks, but pretty decent for Cassina Turner, and really all that matters now is that they're on double digits.
Yeah, that shorty needed as well to come in, otherwise, oof, that Phantom would have ripped through everybody. We could have been looking at collaterals.
Yeah.
But they still are able to take the round. The Phantom going to be picked up off the ground from Bensky and probably thrown back over to Marky.
Yeah, you'd think so. He is the player that's going to be aggressing pretty much all of the time here. But wow, I mean, look, I don't know if Last Dance is taking a while to get warmed up. That's very possible. You know, it's been a few hours since they played last. But I didn't expect it to be this one-sided so far.
I didn't expect as well the attacking rounds for Cass to be this quick.
Yeah.
Because last time, like we talked about it, this is a composition which can slow teams down.
Yeah.
That is the power of the Killjoy. That is the power of the KO.
Yeah.
You slow them down so you can out-rotate them. If they don't have mid-control, you're always going to be faster on the uptake of being able to cut them off before they hit site, either from side alley control on B or Raptors on A.
Yeah.
That's not happening.
No, it is not.
Because we're not seeing that utility being used to slow down. As Casa are just doing such a good job at closing up that gap so that Last Dance...
Oh, actually got back out the Odin. At least he's on server now. It makes sense here.
This is honestly something I wanted to see.
Oh, man.
Like, slow them down as they come through from main.
Gets hit by the Prowler, still does a decent bit of damage before he gets out of there.
It slowed them though, it's pushed them away.
Yeah. He did some good damage, that's good. Shock Dart almost.
Like,
almost
here's the rotation.
Gets the kill, actually.
As well, with seeing the Omen start to push towards market, the Killjoy floating in position to see whether or not you're going to be needed to intercept as they come through towards B. But unfortunately, another side effect of the Odin immediately coming into play is it spooked Casa off B towards A.
Yeah. Still got that lurking chamber there, but apart from that, the rest of the team going to use that null command and head in towards A. MJT doing work at the back of site, but Marky gets that second pick, and maybe they can make this bonus round work and give themselves not just the upper hand, but a massive upper hand. Guna takes down Marky. One more. Milka onto Hypers. It doesn't look like the bonus round is going to go their way, unless Smile can... I don't know. I mean, he has 2 bullets per person. That's pretty good odds.
Yeah, 54 HP as well.
30 seconds
I have
left.
seen worse odds, although that turret is... Yeah, that's going to slow him... Oh, what a shot still. I mean, in the end, all he needs to do is take a few rifles away from these players, and getting that kill into the Killjoy means he doesn't even have to worry about the turret anymore.
Yeah, it's not going to give away where that chamber is starting to look towards.
One more pick would be beautiful here for Smile.
Yeah, you don't go for the round when you literally go for
the 1 kill! There it is!
And there it is. That she's watching the angle too.
Oh, it's a successful bonus round. It really is.
It's a very successful bonus round. Smile definitely has a very large smile on their face at the moment. That economy is going to be in disrepair for the defense.
It's such a good attack from the side of Last Dance, but it's just allowing 2 of your players to be taken down by Smile here is the last thing you need.
The calculation to eat the turret shots, to bait the Killjoy into peeking.
Yeah.
So that you can literally just hold the angle, know that they're peeking, hit the headhunter shot right on the scalp.
Yeah. Sometimes all it takes is a bit of cojones. Hypers is not going to get picked out by that this time. Smile. What happened there? Hypers is on your team, my friend. It's all good. All good. 4v4 now as they move in. TP in towards Logs, gets Bensky. One more pick. and a second as he moves over through to CT. He is going to get traded out by MJT in the end, but it's going to be difficult now to retake for the last two remaining players of Last Dance here. They're getting sprayed through the wall, all three players on site now. Thorn's trying to take down the Boathouse player, but no shot to land. It's just not quite going their way. Both suppressed at this point. MJT finds his third. Hypers is there with the trade, and Thorns has to do a lot of work now, still suppressed. 25 bullets left. There it is. The turn from Hypers. It's well played. He knew exactly where he was looking. 11 rounds now. 2 away from the map win, and this would be, well, this would be the best win so far today for this team, and that is saying something, because they had 3 incredibly close games.
It feels like we're about to look towards the future and ask Last Dance, how good is your pull?
Yeah.
And hopefully...
Oh, that's not a lovely buy either.
No, hopefully for them...
Half the team is saving?
It's gonna
there
be
we go, okay.
a little bit
I was going to say that. guys, talk to each other, please.
As it is. It does look like it's going to be the eco. The Bladestorm coming on through from Last Dance. Marky going to be echoing the ultimate to be able to meet up Kunai for Kunai. As, oh no, MJT gets taken down early by Smile.
Yeah. Doesn't help that there's nobody there. And, yeah. Casanatura take the site. Marky takes CT. Oh. Disappointed, Marky, but
it was
go
the
on.
bait play.
Yeah, definitely, yes.
You know, keeping them occupied, dodging the kunai.
Yeah.
A little bit of the safety dance so your face can come behind and secure the kill.
Yeah, that was the plan.
It's just, you know, trading off C's utility.
Yeah.
Keeping them anchored in position.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll go with that. But now Casanatura have 3 ults, one of them's getting used immediately. And one of them is incredibly useful in a scent attack. That null command can get you into either site pretty much scot-free. So that's a scary one.
Yeah. It feels, honestly, like the best thing you can do is play for a retake if you're Last Dance.
And there's still a Bulldog in the hands of Last Dance as well. It's not really looking so great for them.
Yeah, at least they have lockdown. At least they have
the retake ability is going to be real
retake
high.
ability, this is not retake.
No, yeah.
That's
the problem.
They're
probably not going to get into a retake situation. But either way,
oh
Hypers,
no!
I mean, Hypers is moving up mid with the spike. That's how confident he is at this point. Walking up mid with the spike in hand. He's probably waiting for an opportunity to push in towards Market. It's actually sprays one down. Might find a second as well. No, he's going to come around the corner. Market and Hypers get their picks either way, and there it is. The opportunity to move in through Market and get that spike down on B. And although Casanatura do not have that man advantage, he doesn't even need to plant the spike. He just walks into CT, gets another kill. He could have died there, and the spike would have been down in CT in full view of Last Dance. But he just goes for it anyway, because he feels like it. Oh, and it's all but over now. Last Dance with only 1 player remaining. Guna has to hit the shots of his life. He'll find the first. But he's now in a 1v2 in a retake situation. He's already used his ult. Sprays down the door. Picks up the Blub gun. If there's any gun that's going to do it, it's that one. He now needs to hit those shots, and Smile is standing there with the tour de force, and Casanatura take the first map in pretty confident fashion.
Like, let's be honest, that last round, that isn't them playing for taking ascent. That's them playing to break the mental fortitude.
That was,
of Last Dance.
I mean, that whole map was just so confident. It seemed like they were just head and shoulders above these guys.
They walked into CT with spike.
Yeah.
They walked into CT.
Why not? I know I'm gonna get the kill. I mean, it all started from round 1. This is just
that moment there shows that something is amiss.
Yeah.
It's always a little bit of a red flag when you don't check wine.
Yeah.
And there are ways that it becomes a little bit less vivid, a red, right, where it fades into a little bit more pink. And that's 1, if you don't have utility available, and 2, if you're against the clock. Like if you only have 20 seconds left. If you only have 20 seconds left, it's forgivable. It's forgivable, right? You get lost in the moment, you don't have enough time, you need to get on the site and get the spike point so the rank can continue. They had utility, they had time. Wine should have been jacked.
I mean, the thing is, what we were thinking about with Casanatura last series was very good, but they're not consistent. This was consistently good, probably.
This wasn't consistently good, this was consistently brilliant.
Yes, exactly, and it just wasn't. Okay. We don't need to see that again. We really didn't. So yeah, no real mistakes made. They didn't really give Last Dance any kind of opening into that game. I'm sure that will be reflected here in the scoreboard, yeah. Hypers and Marky just went off. I mean, you expect that from the Initiator and the Duelist, but that was one hell of a game from Hypers.
Yeah, I think the warning bells for me started sounding when we saw the agent compositions.
Yeah.
Right, when we saw that MJT was literally just playing solo Jet and having to juggle Jet duties and keeping a track of the chamber.
Yeah.
That's when it's like, okay, how are you actually going to be able to spiral any early control?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we're about ready to give our players a break. I think Last Dance definitely need it, but for once again, oh, I'm going to say it again. Intel. You want to send me one of these? More than happy, more than happy. So intelnuc with that one, SteelSeries, thank you for the peripherals, obviously AOC with the monitors, and we've got our great travel sponsors, National Express, to thank for everyone being here because this has been a brilliant event so far. We may just have one map left, we may have two, who knows? We'll see very shortly. We'll see you after a break.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
How about you?
Step to the beat, left, right with your feet. Can't be the street, top flow and it's sweet. Whip outside, hop in, say peace. Shades on, hat low, you know my steez. Pay aim in the please. My wrist don't freeze. It's a marathon, we let them think they had a lead. Never really had it, you believe you seeing me? Laughing right out on while we grew into the beat. This that life that we dreamed about. Pink to the shades till the sun goes out. Round and round, pound for pound. Forget back then, we have right now. All this, that sound, there's no coming down. Slide in the whip, start the engine too loud. They look over, give a glance, but it's our time, they don't stand no chance. Sunny days, got blue, new cool +2. Kick it in the ocean, on the cold by the pool. Ask your friends, cause they know I'm that dude. I'ma hustle for me, you gon' hustle for you. Cats don't know what to do, but I do. Gotta go for it, let me show you. I was really done in life, you gotta choose. How about you? Sunny days, got blue, new cool +2. Kick it in the ocean, on the cold by the pool. Ask your friends, cause they know I'm that dude. I'ma hustle for me, you gon' hustle for you. Cats don't know what to do, but I do. Gotta go for it, let me show you. I was really done in life, you gotta choose. How about you? Sunny days, skies blue, new cool +2. How about you? Kick it in the ocean, on the cold by the pool. How about you? Cats don't know what to do. How about you? Wake 'em up, they have me on snooze. Get into the chips. How about you? Smell good, look good, cause we live good. Palm trees in the back is a big move. See a little honey in the see-through. Yeah, we on the yacht, can't see you. Champagne pop, it won't stop. Fill it up, pass a cup. What's enough, don't need the bluff. Going up, going off. New vibes around is all I need. My shoes across the floor, they bleed. She came with friends that don't wanna leave. Tried to tell you, can't force you to see. Move your body, let it flow with the beat. On the island, know you feel all this heat. Off a yacht, had to jump in the sea.
Where else you wanna be?
Sunny days, skies blue, new cool +2. Kick it in the ocean, on the cold by the pool. Ask your friends, cause they know I'm that dude. I'ma hustle for me, you gon' hustle for you. Cats don't know what to do, but I do. Gotta go for it, let me show you. I was really done in life, you gotta choose. How about you? How about you? How about you? How about you? Ask your friends, cause they know I'm that dope. How about you?
For real. For real. Wow.
101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone. Better off, never lost, baby, yes, I'm home. Show them all, let them talk, this the game they lost. 101, run it up, tell them nothing, I'm gone. Rain champagne like a champagne, I want real ones, that's my campaign. Hard working that mind frame, you can feel it, baby, I'm not the same. Been a corner going 3 wheels, that rock star, no cheap thrills. Climbed up a couple steep hills, fell back and had to rebuild.
Always staying fly, then I'm back straight to the ground. Oh yeah, gotta go, can't waste a moment of my time. Focus.
They talking, we cashing the check. We do it live in the flesh. They talking, we cashing the check.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Red Bull Campus Clutch Regional Finals here in the UK, where Casa Natura are one map away from earning their plane tickets to Sao Paulo for the World Finals of the Campus Clutch. I am incredibly excited. They have surprised me in a very, very good way in that first map there on its end, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen next, because we expected that to be an incredibly close game.
We did.
And it wasn't.
It wasn't.
No, it was 13-5.
Yeah. It was a little bit rough.
Yeah.
The last dance, wasn't it?
It was indeed a little bit rough. Yeah, it was just consistency, and I feel like the thing is, it was the same thing that plagued Casa Natura last series.
Yeah. And I mean, we did see in the last series for Casa Natura, it took a while for them to warm up.
Yeah.
So it could be the same thing, because remember, Casa Natura just won their previous series. So that comes in with all of the confidence, all of the momentum, all of the warm up too.
Yeah.
Last dance, not so much. They've been waiting. It
Yeah.
was a very long series as well to have to wait until you're able to play.
Yeah, it was about maximum length for all 3 maps, pretty much.
Pretty maximum length, and now it becomes the question: how good's that pull?
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly interesting, because we saw both sides of the coin for Casa Natura last time we saw them play Pearl. You revealed it in the interview. 3 players on Casa Natura have never scrimmed Pearl before. Obviously, they'll probably have played it in matchmaking, so they know what's going on, but that's very different to the pro setting, for sure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to be honest, we saw some of the worst gameplay of Pearl I've seen ever in the first half, and then in the second half, some of the best Pearl gameplay I've seen. And these players have not scrimmed it? Okay, that makes sense.
concerning.
Yeah, sure. Actually, no, that's concerning for the map design. Riot, I'm not sure. If a team that can do that with no scrim experience, you've done something wrong. I'm kidding. That's a joke. It's a very well-designed map. I like the map. But anyway, it's going to be important for Casa Natura to keep in mind what went well for them in that map. And hopefully not fall into the same pattern that they did in the first 9 rounds, because it was not looking convincing for them whatsoever to start off with.
Yeah, I have to say though, I'm concerned for Last Dance that it might be a repeat of Casa Natura's not so great half of Pearl, because unfortunately they were also in the same kind of boat. They insta-banned Pearl a lot in their regions qualifiers. So to let it actually go through today in grand finals is definitely, hopefully they've been practicing it. Hopefully they're going to come out with a composition that is perfectly stapled for this map. They've been able as well to watch how Casa Natura approach Pearl, how the agents that they field, the agents that they feel comfortable, the strategies that they pull off as well. And surely they know, okay, defensive half is where we can really take advantage. They did fall and rise to the bait of using abilities very early on in those rounds to keep and regain mid-control.
Yeah, I think as long as they know that Casa Natura are a force to be reckoned with on that attack, they could probably get a good thing going. I mean, Casa Natura learned how to defend towards the end of the half, definitely, because they brought it back from an 8-1 to an 8-4 by the end of that half. But you know, it still wasn't convincing at the end. It was mostly unforced errors from the other team that gave them those last chances in that half, and then from there on out, it was very much Casa Natura being a good attack team. Yeah, and some teams are just like that. You're really good on attack, maybe you're not so good on defense, but if you can get those rounds, I mean, we saw it in a lot of teams. I remember in Polaris specifically, there was Hookahs that was incredibly good at attacking. Specifically, we saw them come back from a, what was it? It was 10, 11-1, something like that.
11-1.
Yeah, managed to bring it back and win in overtime. So we've seen weirder things happen than Casa Natura being good at attacking. So I'm excited to see what they can bring from last series to this next Pearl game.
Yeah. Also, it doesn't really feel like it's just Casa Natura being good at attacking. It literally just feels like it was them trying to be great Pearl.
Yeah.
Because
I think
when they defended Descent, a map that they knew.
Yeah.
With a composition that they knew and were feeling confident with, and they didn't have to sort of walk around in eggshells with the Viper coming into play. They were a very strong defensive team too.
Yeah.
And that's what's terrifying.
Yes.
Because now they have had that warm-up game of Pearl. They have figured out as well how to play around that Viper. So if Last Dance try to fall back onto that Viper as a crutch, might not work out so well.
Yeah, we were really thinking this was going to be possibly a very long series. We were thinking we were going to be here for another couple hours at the very least, but honestly, Casa Natura are looking dominant. I mean, we didn't see Hypers get too many kills in their series, in all honesty, against the last team they played against. But this time he has absolutely, like, he was... check him PC. I mean, there's no way that the beautiful intelnuc PCs could have had anything, bad put on them, but Hypers was looking a little bit, it was a little bit sketchy. You remember that wine shot? It just kind of went boop, like that. There was no, I don't know, man. I don't know. Kind of sketchy. I couldn't. My guns don't do that.
I mean, the trigger discipline, honestly, from everyone on the side of Casa.
I think, yeah, it was not only just, you know, Hypers aiming, Marky aiming, being perfect. There was some strategic plays that were, like, we hadn't seen any of that in the series before. It was mostly just them aim crutching themselves all the way throughout the series and doing it very well. Obviously, they won the series. No word of a lie. But this was completely different. It looked like a team that. Maybe it is just because they know the team they're playing against and they know what they can expect from them. But they seemed like they really, they were 2 steps ahead at all times.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, the trigger discipline as well, like knowing the flanks are coming on through, being able to control the Jets movement as well. We saw in the first series of the day how strong MJT is.
Yeah.
At aiming. We haven't seen them on the Jet, granted. We did see them on the Chamber.
Yeah.
So whether or not that's going to make a major difference, hopefully we do get to see a return to that form that we saw in the first series where they went up against just Essentials. And I hope it is going to mean a return to Chamber on Pearl. Because we did see what happens when you have a Chamber playing behind a toxin screen 24/7. It's very hard to be able to eject them from the deep side.
I'm happy to still see some smiles on Last Dance's faces there. Definitely some smiles going on there, which is good. That feels like they're relatively confident coming up into Pearl here against a team that looked pretty scary on Pearl and looked pretty scary last map as well. So maybe they've warmed up a bit. Maybe they're ready for this one. We're seeing
it is the Viper.
Yeah, it's the Viper once again. We're seeing slight differences, but again. Well, slight differences that completely change the way each of these teams are going to play the map.
Yeah, this is the defensive composition that did throw Casa for a little bit of a leap when we saw them first on Pearl. And now we are going to get to see how good this team is under pressure. They had a couple of rounds to figure out what exactly was going on with this composition, where exactly they wanted to apply pressure, and where they wanted to avoid entirely. And towards the end of their half, when they were attacking against Bulls' defense, they did seem like they understood it a lot better. And I hope, for Last Dance's sake, that does not continue into this defensive half.
Yeah. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. How many? What degrees have we got with the keyboards here? I'm seeing a lot of 45s. I can respect a 45. I'm generally more like I'm generally a 10 degree like that. I think that's good. A little bit, but not. You know, I'm not a pro gamer because that's pro. And then you also have the monitor like 2 centimeters from your face.
And the claw as well.
Oh yeah, claw grip. Yeah. But no. I play video games like an office worker. That's my thing. Here we are, and for the first time today, a Pearl with 2 fades. So we'll see that difference between the 2 teams. See exactly what Casanatura can bring to the plate after a pretty impressive Pearl last time. So far, nothing. Guna finds the first pick. So far for Casanatura, they haven't really made any space, but it's early doors.
They've started making their way towards A, which is a big difference when we saw them on the attack the first time on Pearl, where they did just go for mid-control.
Yeah.
And only, really, mid-control. And as a result, there are picks coming on through. Slowly but surely, they are making their way on towards this A side. Guna gonna have to play right in the center.
Going for that peak on that low HP was a bold move. And Milka takes down one more. 2 versus 4 now. The last 2 remaining players strewn across the map. At least they know nobody's coming through mid with that trademark. But maybe this Suez push could be good backing up into connector though. It's very, very cautious from both of these players, and Smile isn't going to be able to find that first pick.
30 seconds left.
And it is now just Marky left. Not able to find the headshot through there. Checking back. Catches MJT out. Not getting caught by that one. 20 seconds left in the round. How much more economical damage can you do at the very least for this one? They're playing the double peak. It's really good. Off contact. And that's, well, I mean, not as convincing from them. It's obviously pistol round, but you can't really judge that much off of them, but that didn't look like they knew exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah, again, it sort of feels like they want to go for that very early mid-control. The Toxin screen is playing towards B, so that forces them away from that site. And they do go towards A, which is very interesting given the history that they have with A and Snakebite setups.
Yeah.
As we are going to see double Marshall coming through Hypers and Bensky. Gonna be turning themselves into pseudo snipers. As once again, a little bit of information. Not the full grasp for mid, though. This is adaptation for Casa on the attack. MJT gonna be running into a whole lot of players in a matter of moments, hearing all of the noises.
Yeah.
Not gonna use the rendezvous just yet. Waits for the angle, finds one. Might be good for a second.
At least looking like that, almost a third as well. Doesn't rendezvous out of there. I think he was just outside of the bounds of that rendezvous, unfortunately. And that does mean the trade comes through from Xeno. Can get the spike down. That's some good money for next round at the very least. That snakebite does a lot of damage and a little few shots through the wall as well. He gets out with his life. Backing up into halls. I don't know there are two players there right now. I don't think. Just the Prowler has been shown. Bensky and Marky find two. But Guna and Milka manage to slow things down a little bit. The pings come through on the spike. Nobody has started defusing yet. Oh, that's a big reveal. But there comes the start on the defuse. That's a little bit of damage. Can they hit the second shot? They don't know. They're still defusing it yet. And it's going to come through. Oh, it was almost so great from Casanatura. It could have been the 1-all, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous pull as well for Bensky with the grab ball, so that you have a little bit of time to set yourself up onto an angle with that Marshall to catch them out as they go for that defuse. But Toxin Screen is still in play, making it even harder to track where those players are. Plus, a Haunt comes out as well, so you're literally just having to pop your head over the parapet for 2 seconds maximum at a time.
Yeah.
And try to just pepper shots onto that diffuser, but the protection is good for Last Dance. They pick up second round, however. This is something that Castle have been saving for. This is the rifles going to start to come into play. As MJT again taking a very aggressive angle. This time it's expected. Smile immediately going to pick them out with the Headhunter.
Yeah, having to use the Headhunter because there's no rifles available for the team after buying those expensive Marshalls into last round. And they are going to head towards B. They do manage to get those picks. This could be a massive round for Casanatura because they could nullify the damage that was done to their economy last round by buying up into it.
See, they can play into B as well. They had mid control, so they're going to be
Oh,
able to take
that's so
lane.
good. Oh my god, that was close. Lucky does manage to get the kill. And the Spectre, very nice. They can head towards B, get the spike down on the ground. And yeah, this was a scary round for them. Both teams were kind of even economically.
It's still going to be a scary round though. Look at the health that Castor are holding on to.
Yeah. Oh, if Thorns... No, they're still checking the flank. Okay, that should be a suppress as well. He can't get out there in time, so they do know one's on the flank at the very least.
Guna hasn't
Good
been
information.
spotted though. The problem is the Marshall's clunky.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Hypers is going to be the one to take the peak because he's the one on the highest health. He hits a headshot, he hits a body shot, hits a shot through a wall. A little bit of everything. Guna can't quite find the pick, gonna have to back up. Paint Shell does a lot of damage. And on 7 HP, caught in the gravity well, the Hypers will finish it off.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The Marshall is very clunky. Long reloads, really annoying gun to try and line up under pressure as well. That's why you needed that flank to come through the backstab from the Astra club. Unfortunately, Hypers, with that 0 point, is able to checklist your position. And from there, it becomes take one threat out so that the second doesn't quite have the same level of danger to its name. It's definitely going to be a close one, I think, Twiggy, as we can see Casa, out of the couple of rounds that they were able to play on Pearl, have had a much better grasp of dealing with the defense this time around.
Absolutely. Casanatura will be very happy after that last round, because things could have got out of hand very quickly for them, but they've managed to grasp a hold of the situation. As they head towards B once again, Prowler comes through that toxic screen. He's going to find out that one is towards B lane, but apart from that, no info, so they can't really push through this just yet. Marky will jump up on top of screens as well. Definitely dodges the flash too. Gets the first pick.
They know the flank as well. They're watching behind them.
Spike down.
Spike plant is denied. Oh, and that's a lot of damage from MJT with the Headhunter too. Oh, it's all gone wrong already for Casanatura. Can they finish off this round, or will it not go in their favour? I don't think it's looking likely. Xeno's on low HP, although he may have a rifle. This is going to be a difficult one to take away, and Guna just turns around the corner. There we go. It just took a while. It took a while for people to warm up into the shouting at each other's part of the...
It took a flank coming through. We're going to see it in the replay. Keep an eye on where exactly the defense pop up from, because surprise, surprise, it's actually like they're playing pseudo attackers.
Yeah.
They flank all the way up into shop. All the way up into club. And then appear on B long.
Luckily, Casanova have been making interesting choices with economy and bonus last round as well, so they still have rifles. All good. All good. Oh, that's a dangerous game to play! Two of the first shots do not hit their target, and Hypers with a shoulder peek and another shoulder peek manages to get away with his own life.
A will of steel.
Yeah, that's a scary one. You can see the stance has gone up for Zeno to push out his Nightfall, although not quite yet.
Covering it.
Thorn's trying to hold down Art at this point where Marky is waiting for him. There comes the Nightfall. It does tag up quite a few players. Gonna move forward. MJT finds the first pick with the tour de force. He's not missing that one. Guna manages to get on the board as well, trying to hold down Art as they move on towards site. MJT not quite far enough around the corner to find another pick, but his teammates doing well for him to keep a hold of this site. Milka takes down Bensky. And it is just Smile left. An operator that he had bought in this round is not really going to come to much use in a 1v4.
Teleport's ready.
It's really unfortunate too for Casa. Like when they want to bunch up and push onto A site
30
through main,
seconds left.
it's the tour de force in the way. You don't even need to land your shots, you just need to consistently show that you are still present on site. Gorgeous Nightfall.
Yeah.
Really beautiful, even using as well the Nebulas to try and cover your track as you enter forward, but it is just signaling that tour de force to start firing through the smoke.
Yeah.
And because of it, once again, the hesitation comes into play, the second guessing, and they get stuck on stairs.
Indeed. Class stunts have warmed up a little bit. It does seem it's not quite as dominant a start as last map was for Casa, but
keep fighting.
In the end, a round's a round, a win's a win. All they need to do is stay ahead at this point. It was as easy as that. But they are managing to keep back Casa and Turner on their attacking half, which was so good for them last time. Although they've done well to move their way into B-Link. Hyper's playing real close up here. Milka doesn't know that he's right there, but MJT is playing bodyguard for him. Oh, and the showstopper doesn't get any damage as MJT backs out of that position. He'll find the headshot onto Milka though, trying to get out of there. Oh, and Smile has made space happen on B main as well, and they brought it to a 3v3 somehow.
Viper's existence denied, toxin screens threat neutralized. Immediately,
Wait,
it's going to
no,
be that
the spike. They've got the spike.
Yeah, Last Dance has control of spike.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Vandal as well, to be able to make sure that no one is going to be able to backtrack for Casa.
Not the double flank.
To nab it, and now it's going to be a matter of who's going to be faster on the rotation, who's going to be faster on the reaction.
Oh, man.
Bensky sees the spike, doesn't see a player.
Okay.
Sees the smoke.
I like the smoke. Isolates what angle he has to check. Finds the first pick. It's good. He's on 5 HP though. Guna doesn't even need to hit him in the head to get that kill, but they do have control of the spike now. They could head back towards A, but they don't have a lot of time. And now I think they can't head back towards A. They need to go somewhere, and he's stuck there with the spike. And also that Seize keeps him in place. Marky can't go anywhere. Smile has no way of winning this round, but he can get one more kill. And that's about that.
MJT, well, at least keep the operator play, and actually it swaps over to the Vandal, or over the Phantom. This is going to be interesting, Twiggy. Unfortunately, they had that space. They had it all created on B.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the rotation isn't great to be able to meet Smile on the side.
Yeah.
The spike goes down, and it doesn't matter because all of the players on Casa who were flanking back to try and push onto B in case of the retake needed to happen, just stand on spike.
Yeah, well, at least it was a semi-successful eco round for them. They can buy up into this one. They do have the tour de force for Smile. So now is the time where they can try and close that gap to the opposition team. JT looks for a pick with the operator, instead gets a couple bullets to the chest. Smile able to find his first with the tour de force. And that's an important pick as well. That Viper is doing a lot of work to keep the attackers at bay. Smile finds a second. And MJT is yet to hit his target with his operator. Oh, Smile's made so much space as well. He's already in there. Spawn, and he'll hit the head of Thorns as well. Bensky takes down MJT, and it's looking like it might just be a flawless round for Cass and Turner to take that momentum and bring it back in their favour.
Tour de forces today from all of the chambers. There's been absolute magic.
Absolutely.
As it is now going to be Casa, 5 players left alive. Tour de force still in play. 2 bullets in the chamber for Smile. Might be able to find it.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Jarek Schooner is able to land the shot on the fade. It's a gorgeous ultimate. It creates so much space on B, denies that Viper's existence, and the second it actually falls on that Viper, it just opens up so much more of the map.
Well, Cass and Turner, it is not over for them in any way on this map. They can still win this half, in fact. If they can take that momentum and use it. Now if they win this round, they put Last Dance in a pretty awkward position.
Honestly, I would really rather see Zetchi play a little bit further back.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if you're not finding the kills, as long as you're alive so that the toxin screen is still in play.
Yeah.
It funnels Casa away from B so that you can predict their movement pattern. When you're out of play, you don't know if they're going to be popping up in tunnel, you don't know if they're going to be trying to go for mid control or rotating over towards B.
Absolutely. Knocker's going to be the one holding down double doors here. If you're spraying through it right now, they don't have the fade playing mid, so they don't have that info to find out where these players are going. A couple shots do land through the door, but no more than a couple. They're going to head towards Art now. Marky holding down this corner. Out comes Hypers with the suppression. Means no more control of the Prowler. Does, however, manage to find one before it goes out. Casminatura are playing very passively once again. They've been scorned once here on A. They don't want it to happen. How comes, wow, the Null Command and the Cosmic Divide.
They are really playing it down to the last second,
Man,
and they
left
have to overcommit with ults because
opening.
of it.
Left an opening.
Yeah, there is
no.
now an opening. They weren't expecting that Last Dance had already pulled back
No!
into main.
Oh, that's unfortunate for them. Oh my lord. That is unfortunate for the team. I don't think that Cosmic Divide was in the right position, honestly.
No, so...
Leaving Secret completely open gave them no information to know.
Not just that, but everyone on the defense just pulls back.
Yeah.
Like, they know with the information, the only way that they can really push is from that one specific angle. They're not going to be able to pincer onto the site.
Yeah.
So when you hear the Cosmic Divide, when you see the Null Command, you just relocate to where the Cosmic Divide isn't and catch them as they enter. As Casa, unfortunately, with that overcommitment of ultimates, will still at least have a little bit of money to be able to buy into this next round. But now, when the Nightfall comes out, they have absolutely nothing.
Oh my god.
Other than just throw themselves onto site, so even without Sankyus, they can at least see what they're going up against.
Yeah, all of them get in there. 2 caught by the Seas, but Xeno does hit his shots. Horns still in Secret, and that paint grenade is a little bit late to catch that Seas. Storm's able to find one from Secret there, but now they know exactly where he is, and they're going to be able to take his head off very quickly. MJT 1v4 with the Operator. He saw Smile in the same position. He did not get a single kill. Can MJT beat his record?
Teleport's ready.
Unfortunately, it's not the Tour de Force.
No, it's not.
You can still find a collateral, but honestly...
All day chasing.
Yeah, they know the Operator's in play, and they want it removed.
Where'd he go?
Their economy is not yet in a safe enough spot for them to be able to feel comfortable buying into the Operator. No way does MJT
that's funny. They did leave Hypers to guard the spike, though. Imagine, though. Imagine.
The ghost of Headless.
Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah, not only do you not manage to cheaply get the defuse, you go down to spike detonation and lose the op.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh, man. Well, at least I have a bit of money. Shouldn't matter too much.
Here's the timeout.
Calls the timeout.
It is going to be Last Dance figuring out, okay, they've adapted to our game plan. They've been able to warm up into Pearl. How are we going to find the confidence, the staying powder that we had at the beginning of this round and eject them once again? And it really does feel like every single time one team just makes that first push and they don't expect the immediate aggression, they get caught unawares by almost expecting, because they use an ultimate, okay, no one's going to contest us.
Yeah.
And it's really funny that it's happening to both teams in 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah. I keep thinking, Casa Natura, okay, they've won a round, they're going to bring that momentum back. But so far, Last Dance have been able to stop them in their tracks, stop them from gaining momentum. They're in a bit of an awkward position with money, though. Do they buy any weapons? Do they half buy a couple people and save? Because they've got like enough money that if they save, they have too much money next round.
Well, look, they have a Viper's Pit, they have a judge. That's all you need.
Yeah, to be fair, that sounds good to me.
Really
But
all you need.
at this point, do you want to not buy into this one and let Casa Natura win a round and let them gain momentum? Because we've seen how they are after they gain momentum here on Pearl. He's actually trying to get into screens, but he's been revealed by the boombot as well. They know somebody's in screens now, and Zeno just sprays them through that. They have control of sight already. Those smokes are good to get them in. That's a good seize as well. One stray bullet hitting Thorns will kill him immediately. They also can't hear the spike being planted, so he can't pop out with that judge and get that kill. He will manage to... Have you seen that? Never mind. You know what? We'll talk about it after the round end. Marky finds one more. How the... What? Boombot... What? Okay, sure. 2v2 now to end things up. But the better weaponry is still in the hands here of Casa Natura, and they will close out the round. I was gonna say, have you seen that scene in Looper where they get he gets shot in the back with a blunderbuss, and they have to pick out the... That's basically what happened to Hypers. He gets shot in the back with the judge. That's basically a blunderbuss. How did the boombot get that? What? What? It jumped. That was Olympic. That was amazing. Wow.
This is a high jump.
Yeah.
High jumping boombot as we are having a series on our hands, Togi.
Yeah.
A series indeed. I think the problem for Last Dance in that last round was it's become a little bit predictable that they push aggressively that far down B long. It worked the first time, didn't really work the second time, and now it's been, what, 10 times in a row? It really has lost its shine.
Yeah, here comes a showstopper and a full push from Casa Natura. Oh, how does that get into Secret? And 2 from Zekshi with the snake bite. Hypers manages to get 2 back for his team, but the damage has been done. The spike is down in A main, and all of the players from Casa Natura are all over the map. Marky manages to push into CT and get one, and Smile now has this flank. He can't hit the first couple of shots because that satchel pack is perfect. Guna manages to take him down, and now it's a 2v2, but maybe Hypers can bring this one back. That's one pick, makes it a 1v1, but Marky, scrappiest round I've seen in my life, but it works out for Casa Natura.
I hope we get to see the replay of that snake bite. Because it has to have been, with the Astra assist, it must have been Garavwell snake bite on top, right?
Must have been. Caught in the choke point, probably. Yeah, because one player gets through with the satchel packs, and then those other 2 must have just got caught on the way through. Wow.
Really nice placement, but Marky still able to pull out all the stops in the end and walk away with the round. And unfortunately, as flashy as it is for Last Dance, it's not the round win.
It isn't, and they have let Casa Natura possibly make this 6-6 at this point. Now, Last Dance are on low economy. They've got a Viper's Pit available, but that's not going to be used because he's suppressed by the null command. Although Thorns is sat inside that smoke and gets a couple of kills, Zekshi gets one on the board as well. It's not a finish just yet, but it will be very soon, I feel like.
Almost.
Bensky watching his friend die. Lovely.
There it is.
Shouts across the hallway.
Player
Bensky gets taken down, and it doesn't look like Casa Natura. Casa Natura are going to take their 6th round in the half. Oh no. Milker.
Not like this.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Respect. He didn't want to go for the knife.
It wasn't
kill.
the knife, and it wasn't the paint shells in the back, which is very
They
nice.
don't need a knife kill to trash talk their enemies. 7-5 half in the favor of Last Dance, but that's not. It's not a, well, I mean, it was an 8-4 half, and...
It's attainable for both teams.
Yeah, it definitely is. This could
honest.
go either way.
Once again, it feels like null command just brings this false safety.
It really does.
You're like, oh yes, they're suppressed. They can't use abilities. They can walk, but they still have guns, guys.
Yeah, there was somebody inside that smoke, unfortunately. That's not the They feel pretty happy. I mean, to be fair, this is completely different from them. We weren't seeing them shout over at the other team last map, so maybe their I was gonna say TED Talk, their little halftime break has given them a little bit of a pep in their step.
Well, Casa now gonna be stepping to a different side. It's gonna be them on defense, trying to play into an attacking Viper. They were able to deal with it on the defense. Now we have to see. Trying to work out how exactly they're going to be able to deal, and it's just going to be Marky coming in with the kills and connector. Mid control and raise. It's so hard to push into it.
Well, this actually takes a lot of damage from Marky there. Manages to pick up a ghost, but it's a 1v4. Spike is down in connector, and he's getting pushed from all angles by all these players, but he'll hit 2 headshots. Make it a 1v2. You could see it happening.
You could.
Smile is.
No, I have to say, like, you can always tell in Valorant the parts of the maps designed by Raze mates.
Oh man. Oh yeah.
And let me tell you, Connector is by far one of those.
Oh boy.
It goes down in history. I don't know what's more effective for Raze control. Mid on pull or lamps and hookah on bind.
Yeah.
Vents as well in
that's a good
split.
question.
Holes and fracture. It always feels like there's just one Raze main on the map development team that's just like, yes, this
We need
is
one of
my
these.
ground.
Yeah, Hypers could do a lot of work here. Comes in, gets a double dink. Onto Thorns, gets out. MJT takes out Smile though. Could be massive. It's actually down to low HP. But playing outside this pillar could get a lot of info and the kill. Milka is the one to take that one away. But Marky still has a Phantom in his hands. Can still get this one back. It's a 3v4.
It's a good toxin screen. Unfortunately, it's not going to wall anyone of Casa off as they are
Two
not coming through
flankers.
from
They
tower.
check this corner. They don't check the corner. Milka gets 1. The trade is there. Xeno gets 2, and he'll be able to pick up his teammate's Phantom as well. If Bensky can keep these 2 occupied, that could come out massively. I'm not sure Last Dance even know that there is a Phantom in play, but Bensky, he'll just clean him up.
Again, it's just, they don't think that the defenders are going to be able to rotate that fast through club. The toxin screen is good on paper. It cuts off tower, it cuts off tunnel, it cuts off mid. It doesn't cut off the angle that they need. It doesn't cut behind them.
No.
So they use the toxin screen in case there's a player on the other side, sat deep inside or in halls, to get the spike planted, but then no one's ready for the flank behind them.
Indeed.
And they have to be. There's a chamber in play.
Yeah, back to a neck and neck game though. Casa Natura have evened it up. I mean, it's even in the kills. There is 1 more kill on the side of Casa Natura. That is it. 1 more kill over the whole team.
Oh, Milka.
Oh, Milka.
That's a cheeky lineup from main into art. It is devastating too if you're able to catch out a player on a Wes in that space. But no one on Casa is playing there, and Milka actually unfortunately gives away that position.
Yeah. Smile getting taken down is massive as well, because that is really an important agent. When you're not playing with a KO or a Sky, it is suddenly you don't really have any attacking power at all. You don't have any flashes to work with. They're just going to have to push in and win Angels at this point, which definitely is possible. Casa Natura don't have a full team of weaponry, but at the same time, you know, I wouldn't have rated them on an eco before this series, but they're looking like a different team right now, and they have instilled a bit of fear into Last Dance because they're not going anywhere.
Hesitation coming on through. They didn't have mid control, so they have to be so cautious, so clinical. As Hypers surely is hearing
could do a lot.
Everything around them. He's going to be able to get right behind them.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Luckily for Last Dance,
oh
the rest
no,
of the
he's
team
going
is
to run
rotating.
straight into MJ2.
That's massive, taking out the
No.
lurker.
This is brilliant because you were able to take out the chamber, but you also now give pause for thought for Casa. They don't know whether it was a lurk towards A or whether or not it was a rotation. The Viper Spit is going to give it away, but the plant has still come through.
Yeah. Thorns manages to find 1 by pushing up aggressively, but Marky is there for a trade. 4v2 now. Last Dance have their Viper's Pit. If they play it well, that can win them the round, but Zekshi does not manage to find the pick and hauls, and that means Viper's Pit goes down. Guna's standing in no man's land. Smile finishes it off. Casa Natura once again, they take the lead on Pearl.
They're on the brink of taking not just Pearl, but the series, Twiggy.
Yeah.
Last Dance aren't just playing now for the next round, they are playing for the series.
Oh, I can't believe it.
It was.
What is this team on Pearl?
It's always Pearl.
They play like they're going to lose and then they suddenly just win. I don't know what's going on. I don't get it. I don't get it.
For Last Dance, they had the Viper's Pit, they had the Spike Plant, but again, like, it's that time that they just don't have on their side. So when the Viper's Pit comes through, they haven't been able to clear and keep site under full control. So the chamber gets just pushed forward way more aggressively than ZG is expecting. Crosses the corner of halls, gets taken down, and because the Viper's gone, so too is the Viper's Pit, so too is all of your shutdown on that side.
Indeed.
Everyone was just relying on the ultimate staying up far too long. And when it falls, they're like, oh, wait a minute. We're in the open, there's no rush ride. I guess we're just going next round.
Yeah. Man. The timeout about to end now. The Last Dance. Last Dance. Oh, man, it was looking so good for them. They had the upper hand, and it didn't look like it was the same thing as last series where, you know, Castanetura just won. Didn't know what to do, right? It looked like they were just outmatching Castanetura, but now Castanetura have the lead.
Here it is, the timeout. This is what we saw Casa use a timeout and turn things around on Pearl.
Yeah,
Last
still
Dance,
possible.
it is now their last chance
Right.
to try and turn this around, and they are deciding to go for the full eco. Sheriffs across the board for the team. It's better to save economy in the long run, so that even if you lose tonight here, you might be able to turn this map around.
Oh, it was a good peek from MJT. Got one.
Down A.
But no more than that. And trades do come through. Milka, though, able to find one. Clear things up. Make it at 3v2, but they don't get close enough to pick up a weapon. Actually, no, they may have picked up a weapon there. I may be stupid. There's no but. I'm just, yeah. Hyper's holding down double doors. Saw an elbow. Saw an elbow. Oh no, that's not how you throw a fragment, buddy. That's not how you do it. Guna just wants to try and figure out if there is anybody in connector. Marks one, but it's not Hyper's, and he'll just walk in off the back of his own flash. Get that kill. And it's been a successful round in some ways for Last Dance, but they are giving the 9th round to Castanetura if they cannot clutch this one out. It's not happening. Smile sees his shoulder, finishes off the round, and it's 9 rounds now for Castanetura.
It's a dangerous gamble. On chess, it's like sacrificing one of your really important pieces to try and give your queen a leg up in terms of positioning. But they're running out of options. Twiggy. That honestly, they need the economy. Even if they're able to come in with kills, even if they're able to build ultimates, they have to have the weaponry to be able to see the momentum that those allow them entirely through the round. As unfortunately, Casa are sitting on an operator full buys across the board.
They're just pushing B.
Cosmic Divide. They're just aggressively pushing B. This is what's gotten them so much power in retakes, not being expected. Last Dance might be stuck in setup mode.
Oh, MGT's ready for one. I'm not sure if he's ready for 4 though. Milka manages to get one more. But I mean, Castanetura are already in their spawn, and they just keep finding picks because they keep not expecting more players to be there. Smile is holding down the A site, and it's just actually left in a 1v3. Oh, we haven't seen him have any heroic moments so far today, and it will not happen this round. Smile makes it double digits. 3 rounds are what separates Castanetura from the Sao Paulo World Finals.
It's so smart coming out from Casa. They know that the timeout might have afforded Last Dance a chance to rally their spirits and set a game plan into motion. So what do? They remove agency from the attacking side. They remove initiation time, and they put them into panic mode. So all of that comfort that the timeout afforded this team has now been undercut. Worse, it's been turned on its head.
You want to play? Let's play.
Another half by eco round here from Last Dance. The showstopper comes for nothing. That would have been a massive part of their attacking power. They still have the tour de force at least, but it's much less aggressive and much less impactful. Short span of time, at the very least, than the showstopper. Maybe over the course of a round it is more impactful, but it does mean that they have to take gunfights now. And you can see how hesitant they are to do that. They're already not in a position that they're going to win the round, you know?
Yeah, I love even before they push one of these sides as well, they have to check mid to see whether or not Castor is once again
pushed all the way
throwing the script out and pushed all the way up to push into their faces aggressively. Prowler just to check that B-Long is safe. Cosmic Divide as well. This is just giving Casa ammo to know that it's going to be a B push, and they're waiting around the Cosmic Divide. Bensky's good for 2.
Oh my god. Milka can't hear anything, stuck in the middle of nowhere. Why? The Nightfall? Okay. Well, Thorns has been caught out, and yeah, that's not happening. They walk straight into Bensky. That Cosmic Divide just has a gap in it, and it's just another slightly unforced error.
Yeah, it's the double-edged sword, quite literally.
You can see from that expression, I think, the emotions for Last Dance.
That was the round they needed. They used the ultimates. They went for the buy.
Yeah.
It is going to take a hero play for these players to be able to turn this one around.
It's the last full buy for them.
It has to be this round.
They have to take this round unless they want to try and take it back in overtime off the back of an eco. MJ team does manage to find Smile before he TPs out of there, but Bensky is there with a trade, making it a 4v4. Will favor either team so far. Milka takes down Zeno. That could be massive. If they can get in on that, if they can get that spike down on the ground, it could be massive for them. Hypers is caught out in the middle of the smoke. This is big for Last Dance. This is exactly what they needed. I love that the trash talk is still going on in the chat. But Casa and Turner, they're not done yet. They're still on their way back through into this one. Do they know Gunnar is behind Pillar here? Will they check it? That's the question now.
Check Billboard, they don't check Pillar.
Bensky isn't checking it, but he doesn't hit his shots. He makes it 3 for himself. He's going to put up a star. He's going to make his way in. Thorns manages to find his teammate, and it is just a 1v2 now for Marky. He doesn't know that there's a player in B-Link. He doesn't know anything just yet, and it is a team ace. Last Dance give themselves one more chance to get into this game.
It's costly, though. It's 2 players left alive.
Yeah.
3 guns dropped. The economy has holes. It is looking a little bit like Swiss cheese at the moment. However, the recovery, the first stage, it's there. It's a little bit of a stumble, but it is there. They just have to keep this going. If they lose this next round, they're back to that same stage.
Yeah. They have a little bit of money, but it will still be an uncomfortable buy no matter what.
It's going to be an uncomfortable round given the ultimates like Casa
are
currently sitting on. They've got time as well to be able to let some of these rounds slide.
Are they going aggressive again? No, not this time. Although they do send the chamber all the way up to B just to make sure nobody is lurking around, nobody's pushing through that. So they probably know now that an A push is expected. Will they check Bensky behind here? Not if Marky gets the first. Bensky with 2 more before he gets taken down. It's looking like Cass and Turner can make it match point. Not if Thorns has anything to say about it. The wall is there. He can get that spike down at least. Hypers, though, comes through from sewers at just the right time. 3v1. Thorns is going to have to pull off an ace to be able to win this round for his team and stop Casanatira from getting the match point. And round comes Hypers. He'll find the head. He'll make it match point now, and this is an awkward round, but an important round for Last Dance. Can they stop Casanatira from winning this game in the next round? Can they stop them in any of the rounds that they need to win in a row?
It's going to be such an uphill battle. Casa have the better buy. They use no ultimates in that round as well. It is free.
Why is MGT red?
On the board for Casa. Last Dance.
Oh,
they've got a Nightfall to play with, but it's not a great buy.
2 rifles
coming through. They cannot misplay this. They cannot backtrack. Once the Nightfall is used, they have to get a kill off it.
Oh my lord. In goes, what a shot from Smile. It's a brilliant flick to stop Milka from disengaging. And they still have 3 ults to work with, and they have the player advantage. Hypers is ready for a push here. Oh no, but he does get taken down. He does get punished by MJT for peeking before his flash goes off. Bensky holding down double doors makes sure that they still have that advantage though. And Gunnar isn't able to pick up the rifle of his teammate. Marky makes it a 2v4. It's looking like it might all be over here for Last Dance as Smile picks down that second to last player for Last Dance. It is just Guna with a Sheriff in hand, can pick up a rifle here. Has a Nightfall available, but it's going to have to be heroics. It's going to have to be a 1v4. There's the first. Not able to find the kill onto Smile, and Bensky's there waiting for him. Casa Natura are your Campus Clutch UK victors. They will be heading to Sao Paulo to represent the United Kingdom.
What a absolute series coming through from Casa Natura. This second time we've seen them on Pearl in competitive play for some of their players. Literally the second time they've ever competitively played the map, making it look absolutely natural.
Brilliant from the team. You can see from the way they played, it's definitely a lot more of a difficulty to close out than their last Pearl game, but even against opponents that seem to know their every move, they're able to bring out what it took. A beautiful game from all players involved, honestly. Smile manages to get so many important picks. Hard fought from Last Dance. You can see the passion, the need to win this game, but it just does not come through. And I think Casa Natura just has warmed up so much today that they felt unstoppable in that map. No matter what Last Dance brought to the table, it didn't quite work out for the team. No matter how many pop-off moments it seemed like different players at different times for Last Dance were getting. Strats brought to the table, maybe the way you want to play Pearl is just no brain. Just do whatever your heart tells you to, honestly. Who needs strats? Who needs scrimmages? No problem whatsoever. Casa Natura will just make it work. Well, we can take a look at the scoreboard once again for that game. Here we go. Scoreboard for this last game, and I mean, you can tell. This is just Casa Natura popping off. Marky, Bensky, and Smile get on top of the leaderboard. We now have Moxie to take it away with a little interview with the winners. Oh, sorry. Yeah, obviously. Well, you're not going to see me anymore. But thank you for tuning in once again. I will. It's been an amazing event. Obviously, I'm so happy to have been here. But let's go to Moxie with the interview with the winners.
Thank you so much, Twiggy. I'm Moxie. I'm joined by our wonderful victors. It is Casa Natura and Smile. I have to ask, how did you turn such a close series of pool the first time into such a stomp the second?
It was easy, I'm not gonna lie. It's just a chamber diff. It's a team diff.
Chamber diff indeed. How is the team feeling about finally being able to lock up victory?
Nothing. We're just chilling. We're happy. It's all good.
No stress at all?
We win. Brazil's the main goal. We win Brazil.
So obviously you got the chance to see Last Dance actually play their series. Do you think that had a sort of impact on how you were able to go into this matchup knowing the same strategies that they like to play?
Nah, they were really bad. They were worse than the first team we played. Birmingham Bulls were the hardest team. Shout out to Justice though.
So you're headed off to Brazil. You've got your flights all booked up. We know some of the teams that you're going to be facing. Do you have your eye on any team in the competition?
I'm the best chamber in the world. It's all good.
So you think it's just solid chamber play that's going to win the team the entire thing?
I may get nerfed. I may move to Cypher. It's all good.
I do know that there were some words from your competitors that if you didn't win the entire thing, they would be flying over and having some serious words.
There's no chance of that happening. There's no chance of that happening. We're winning everything.
You're winning the entire thing.
Mm-hmm.
You heard it here first, folks. UK is going to win the entire thing. Hopefully, you guys are going to be able to go ahead and represent us. Thank you so much for joining in. Is there any final words you want to say to your fans out there?
Vamos!
Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in to the Red Bull Campus Clutch. We've got our finalists, our regional UK champions that are going to be headed over to Brazil in December, feeling extremely strong, looking so dominant in every single one of their matches. I have to say a massive thank you to everybody who's participated, every student who signed up, every university who came out to play, as well as our wonderful sponsors, Intel, SteelSeries, Translation Express, every single person, National Express for getting you guys all in the studio as well, NUC having the absolute powerhouse of every single PC here. Guys, I'm gonna say it right now, I'm not gonna keep this trophy any further away from you. Please have an absolute massive round of applause and go claim your championship.
Shift it to Sonya though.